Good morning, everyone. Welcome to what is round 3 at Valencia. A track, obviously, I just don't like, but I reckon a lot of people do like it. Very close to Misano here, but it's obviously located in Spain instead of Italy. Very big grid here, around 50 cars, I think, something like that today. But what we do see here today, obviously 6 hours instead of the 10 hours that we saw I think it was a month ago or now. But what we do see now today is the grid is slightly different, I believe. I don't think there are the same cars in here. There are a few different cars here, as we do see. So there's hopefully able to connect soon. But as I wait for that to happen, I will just try load up chat at the same time. As we wait for this to happen. Do you see, obviously, 6 hours, so there's going to be quite a few pit stops during this race. Obviously, there could be some quite big incidents, as I've already seen today, but not in this server precisely, but in other servers. But obviously, it's just going to be something that hopefully doesn't happen, but might happen, if you understand me there. So, thinking of this race today, I'm extremely tired today, so I might start stumbling on my words a bit, so forgive me for that. What happened? Hello, everyone. Number 934 Porsche. Welcome on in, Jan Bath. Obviously, one of the cars in the race. One of the members in the car, actually. As we do still wait for the service to connect. Have they connected yet by any chance? Okay. Do wait for that then. So quite a few people in the live stream now. Welcome all in. Obviously very close to IB for this track. Nearly got close to this track actually last year. So good to actually be close to it. I went to quite a few abroad racetracks last year. But didn't get to tick this one off my list just yet. Today I'm actually going to be doing about 15 hours of commentary today. So that's going to be interesting. Obviously this is probably going to be the best side of me. Give me an hour or so to actually settle in because I'm still extremely tired. But waiting for us all to settle down now. Obviously, ACC is supposedly seeing the release of the Nordschleife in, well, provisionally, I think it's April time, obviously, where the SSRI Nordschleife 24 is supposed to be planned in. Obviously, right now, that's still a provisional date. We don't know if it's going to be released at that date. Obviously, it's just a prediction date, but I'm sure Chris and all of the admins are pretty spot on with the dates there. So hopefully that race still goes ahead. Obviously that means I'm going to have to memorize 150 corners or so, which isn't going to be great. But obviously this is round 2. We had Silverstone, which we did see quite interesting grid through there. Obviously we had quite a few commentators there last time, but I feel like I'm the only commentator today, which isn't great, but I can manage 6 hours on my own pretty easily. Well, hopefully. So still waiting for the servers to connect. If you are new in chat, just now seeing. I think I can see the server. I'm not sure if you can, Chris, but I am just refreshing on ACC as well. On top of that, quite the larger calendar date here today, as we do see. I think this endurance calendar is 6 rounds long. Obviously, we're only on the second stage, so that means we still have 4 races after this. Coming after this, March 16th, which will be the Spa 12 hours. Obviously, hopefully, it's going to be a nice big grid for that as well, because obviously, Spa can handle quite a few cars compared to the smaller tracks. Like, I wouldn't even say Valencia is a smaller track, but can actually hold more cars than Valencia. Further down the line then, obviously we have the provisional Nordschleife that we will see hopefully on the 20th of April going into the 21st, because it's a 24-hour of Nordschleife, followed then by the penultimate race of Indianapolis, 8 hours, May 18th. Uh-oh. That's fine. I'm presuming comms are still live. Okay. Just a bit of a server issue, so we're going to be delayed just a tiny bit. Obviously, we still got about half an hour till the provisional start time of this race, but obviously, the final race of the the endurance season. I'm not going to say of the year, but we might see rounds 6, Zandvoort, a track that most people like and most people don't like. Obviously, the weather can change on that as well. June 22nd there for the 6 hours, the second 6 hours of this race. Obviously, Valencia being the second 6 hour. So we do see a good range of duration and times here on this calendar. But obviously, the format's usually around the same. Obviously, the server's supposed to be live from 11:15. Not sure how that's happening. But then fifth. Nice. Okay. Obviously, Server should be up now, apparently, according to the brains behind you of Chris. 15-minute practice, and then obviously the 50-minute qualifying. Not sure. I don't think it is split qualifying. Is it, Chris? It's not split qualifying, obviously. That means there's going to be 15 minutes of 50 cars on track, so good luck trying to get time. Hopefully you can, obviously. It's quite a big track, so hopefully you can. But obviously the luck can change because you're going to have to try and maintain or try and drop a gap between you and the car behind and in front. Race start obviously supposed to be at 12. See, that's hopefully going to happen, as we do see now. I think the server is live. I'll quickly actually introduce myself again. Okay. I think I'll probably quickly introduce myself again because I don't think I've been here very much. I think I've only done a 2.5 hour stint during Silverstone 10 hours. I am obviously what you saw on the bottom left, which was pretty cool. My name Alex Newman, also known as Aces in Discord. I'm a commentator for quite a various different leagues. I usually do about 4 to 5 leagues a week, depending on the week. Usually quite an active one. This is obviously only my second race here for SSRI. Obviously, you go follow them on all of the pages. Obviously, they've got Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and don't know the rest, but they're all down in the bottom left corner there. But yeah, that's all pretty much for me. Not very interesting person, I'll be honest, but we'll keep going with that. Obviously, just now waiting a bit longer. I should probably say this. How broadcasting is going to work today. If there is going to be another commentator, that's going to be great because he can cover break that I will be doing. But I'm going to try to do this in 2.5 hour stints each. So we'll do I'll do 2.5 at the start of the race. Then I'll be doing 2.5 at the end of the race. Probably around half an hour break in between. So I should be doing pretty much the majority of the race. So I should be live coverage for as much of it as I possibly do. Good luck to you as well, Mel Sim Racing. Hope everything goes well with you today. Obviously, there's a lot of ACC bugs that we haven't seen fixes for. Obviously, the disconnect can happen, obviously, as well. I've already seen this today, but sometimes driver 1 can't wake up in time, and it causes the race to start without them being in the track, which is obviously not great. And that's where other racing games like iRacing does win quite well when it comes to like user interfaces and stuff like that and accessibility. But hopefully nothing like that happens today, because obviously that can be quite the stressful situation, and you can actually lose quite a few laps, believe it or not. If that does happen, disconnect obviously something that can happen and probably might happen to a few. Hopefully not, but obviously something that has happened quite a few times in the past. I think we did see it in Silverstone as well, but it does lead to it can be a race ruiner, but obviously it's still a long race, so obviously don't give up during when that happens, because obviously you can still catch up. 6-hour race, obviously very long race, not compared to 24 hours and stuff like that, but still it's a good quarter of that race. Yeah, that sounds good. So it has now gone live, as we just see. Switching over to game time now. Free practice is finally live. We do start seeing the first laps now. Trackers, we do see quite a few of the cars, but there's still quite a few of the cars in pits as well. 132.6 by Ziege, the fastest lap time so far, but that will probably go down quite far. So I have seen people going into the 29s, not precisely in this server, but I'm sure there's probably got to be quite a few cars that are probably capable of doing those times. 32 is still very quick time, but I reckon that will be taken, as we have just seen Pankrats, I think that is, 6 thousandths of a second just behind him now on the first lap. So that just tells you how quick and how sparse the grid is actually here. How close together they will actually be on board with now. The Lamborghini of the SSRI team. I wonder why you picked this car. Obviously Lambo, usually quite a good car. I don't know if it's changed too much since obviously we had the big BOP update, and obviously I was watching a few streams back on a Silverstone race. I'm gonna say a few months back now, but obviously sometimes you could see this car getting absolutely gapped on straights because the top end speed isn't great. So bleh. Tracks like Silverstone isn't too good for this car because obviously you have so many straights, but very good on the brake show. That's where they gain most of their time here. It's basically, I'm gonna say this, it's kind of like the Ginetta, just faster in a way. You start seeing the first few cars now 10 on times. As I predicted, there has been another pole position change here for free practice. M Porter in a very high paying 104, McLaren here over 131.4, so it's just slowly but surely creeping down on the times there. We will hopefully see decrease a bit. Obviously the top three are very close here, 5 tenths within each other. Even P4 is 6 tenths within all of them, so hopefully we could see some close battling throughout this entire race. Obviously we've got, I think, was it Silverstone that P1 or P2 was separated by, like, was it 6 seconds, or was that, am I, oh yeah, P1 and P2 after 10 hours was separated by 6 seconds, which just tells you how close the pace were between those two. And an overtake, as Chris just said, I don't think you could hear her now. Was it overtaken the last 2 laps or something, he said like that, which was quite good, as Nick Cooper says. Let's go E193, not sure, well, that's number 93 car, I presume, down in P22, but I haven't set a lap time yet, obviously in the pits. I don't think it's a limited set of tyres, yeah, because oh, it is limited set, I should probably know this. Oh, okay, I see. So there is a limited set of tyres. It's 10 sets, but it's the number of hours of the race plus 4 sets. So that should be easily doable. Obviously, you shouldn't be able to screw up 10 pairs of tyres in 6 hours. Otherwise, that's a bit of skill, in my opinion. But obviously, you should only have to do 5 pit stops during this race. Obviously, the stint time is usually the one that gets most people, but obviously fuel, and obviously if there's a crash, that can also vary this pit stop scheme. Well, now with Pankrats once again on the Funtech Racing Team 511 Ferrari 296, going down in P6. I wouldn't say down in P6, quite up there. P6 at 1.1 second off P1. Porter being able to settle 130.9, so those times are slowly but surely decreasing, but we'll hopefully see a bigger decrease in time here. I reckon we might see someone go into the 29 share very close. It's around 9 and a bit tenths. Close to transfer time here now. It should be most people's last laps. A few people might be able to do another lap. 26 seconds left. We'll start seeing max weight time appear, as we have just seen Florian Band go into the pits, trying to just practice the pit stop. Obviously that's one thing that you can gain quite a bit of time from, obviously just nailing the pit. Obviously the pit entry is quite strict here at Valencia. It's not as strict as other ones like Spa. But obviously you don't want to drive through a stop-go 30 because of it. You would much rather want to lose about 10 seconds by just being a bit more cautious on the pit entry and exit compared to losing about 50 or so seconds. Other SSRI car here, Jonas Hakola. Probably bowled that. I apologize if I did. Another SSRI car. I don't know how many cars are there, Chris, of SSRI. Oh, is that not an S? Oh, never mind. Which is the Lambo, I assume. We have just seen the max wait time appear. 30-ish seconds left now for the service switch here for qualifying. Obviously, qualifying doesn't mean everything. Obviously, anything can happen during the race, but you would much rather want to qualify further down and gain positions in the race than qualify further up and lose positions during the race. So we have just seen the server has now switched over. Everyone coming out of the pit now to qualify. A few cars just straddling now, probably loading their setups. But as we do see, there's not too much time to be able to do a time 35 minutes-ish of qualifying. So we will see. Okay. So 30 minutes of qualifying, and the last 5 minutes is for driver swaps. As Chris corrects me. It's alright. Alright. I think I phrased that a bit harsh. Yeah, everyone out on their outlaps now. This is where we do see that humongous traffic jam most likely appear on the last corner, where we could see a 50 car-ish appearance of the M25 every day. But obviously this is the first lap of qualifying, as we do see a few of the cars like the 919 go onto the straight now, as he does just pull away from it already as we are on board with currently P17 but further down. But obviously this is all just provisional at the time being, as we do see a few cars now on there. As we do see the huge queue that starts to form, everyone trying to get a bit of a gap between the car in front and the car behind. I've, I think, dropped 6 cars. There was supposed to be 50 cars on grid, but there are now 44. So that was probably bound to happen, unfortunately, but still a very big grid here. Obviously 6 hours. 44 cars can still be a bit chaotic. Obviously traffic is one thing, and then starting the race is another. Cars, yeah. Adrian Pixel, the first one to start their final lap, going into sector 2, roughly now-ish. No, not sector 2, oh my days, I'm losing my head already. Nearly going into sector 3 after turn 8. See now, I can't tell if he's gaining any time, but it does seem to be a fast lap. Obviously this could be provisional pole position if he can get it. That does seem to go pretty wide there. Might still be valid, might not. We'll find out. Obviously this will be provisional pole unless he does bottle it. It could be for a split second, it could be for, well, depending on what his time is. As he goes onto the final corner here, getting a good exit, being able to try and get good speed going onto the straight, and he sets a 131.5, but instantly gets taken there by both Spanklink in the Lamborghini 74, and then I can't even say that name, the Porsche 202 now has been overtaken there already by Roll in currently P1 of the 95. Oh, what's the name of the Ferrari called again? 296. Yeah, this is gonna be a long day. 130.8. Main 2. loaded on caffeine. Don't go further down here now. A car that hasn't been able to set a valid lap time just yet, going on to, obviously, this is the car that was battling with the purple Mercedes. Forgot their team name, as I did quite a few times during last race. Yeah, Untalented Motorsport, the one that I nearly said the wrong name and called them untalentless last time, but they're not untalented because they did a very good job to keep battling with the purple Mercedes of... Chris, you're going to have to remind me of the name of the purple Mercedes. The one that had the HQ. CBSR, that's it. I don't think I'll be able to remember that for another 5 minutes, but we'll see. Obviously, he hasn't been able to set a time yet, and it doesn't seem he's going to be able to set a time this time as well. Goes quite wide going into the S's there. Let's see now. 5 minutes into qualifying, 25 minutes left. So still quite enough time to try set laps. Roughly, I'm going to say we have 15, maybe 18 laps of qualifying to be complete. Obviously, you have to try to save tyre sets, so you don't want to use them all, but you do have 4 extra tyre sets, so you don't have to worry too much about that. Obviously, as well, you don't want to be too high fuel, so we'll start seeing people going into the pits, as we have just seen Redfern in the 296 number 14 go into the pits and exit pits again to probably try refuel, get some different tyres on, just try a different setup. Heckler though, apparently 1.4 seconds up on his personal best lap time already, which is quite a remarkable amount of time already, which can lead him to possibly go into the 29s if he can get this lap time materialise. Oh no, oh. I thought we were going to see a 29 instantly. 4 tenths up, and that's not going to be enough. Got up one place, but it wasn't a 29. Shaking my head. Every car though, up until P16, are all within a second of pole position, which does mean though we are going to see some close racing hopefully during the first hour or so until we start to see the drop off, and that's where 4 tenths or 4 seconds. I say they were 4 tenths up, probably a bit more after that exit. The exit of that corner did look good there. E1 Esports going up into P3, a remarkable position recovery there, all the way from P11 to P3 there, 2 tenths off pole position currently, but we do see him just snatch the position there from the BMW. However, we do see yeah, Samuel going from, I think, P13 to P6 there, about 4 tenths up, as Chris said in chat that you won't be able to see her because behind the scenes director, boss man. Oh god, that's the first one. The first voice crack of the day. What's gonna happen more? Diana though in 27 of that number. See that actually. I'm gonna have to try. Oh, number 2. Yeah, it just went really pixelated for me for a second. My Wi-Fi is amazing, trust me. Diana 1.7 seconds behind the leader in pace so far, but can probably improve. Obviously, seems he's 0.9 to 9 tenths up on his personal best lap time. Flashing the car in front. Obviously, the car in front isn't on a lap time, but this is that's the CBSR car. Oh, I remembered it. It does seem he has come across the line. Might lose a bit of time because of the Mercedes, but goes across the line into P25. Lost 3 tenths there because of the CBSR car, but obviously the CBSR car was in a hot lap as well. However, Daniel Quirlinka, I'm going to say that is Funtech Racing Team, currently P19, about 5, was it 3 tenths, one of the 2, I'm losing my head already. 6 tenths off on the first lap, so I'm going over final car, going up to 7, just snatching the position off Liebenstein there in the 943. However, we do see Ryan Cooper going through the final corner, about 9 tenths up. Was it 5 tenths? 5 tenths up on this place. It's going to be a long day. I'm sure it won't be that bad. I'll just be saying the wrong names and everything. Don't worry, trust me. I'm betting though, going across the line. Is it going to be any improvement? 2-place improvement there, just 7 and a bit tenths up before the leader there. So obviously, this is quite a close grid here, all the way down to P20 now, all within a second here. A few names I do recognise and a few names I don't. And I mean a few I don't recognise, I mean the vast majority of the grid. But hopefully that will improve. Finish here in the 610 Motorsport. I think that's an in-game livery. I'm going to presume it is. This is what I do during the races. I waffle on about liveries. Oh. Oh, brilliant. I see no. Well, this did take a very good part of that sausage curve there, going through the S's before the final turnings now. I don't know if he's improving. Currently 5/10 up on his first lap time. I apologise, I didn't think he was up on his time. He is going to be up. He does have a tiny bit of a slip trim. I don't think it's going to help him there from the Lamborghini in front. Jumps up into P20 for a 1:31.1 there. Quite a good time there from Thomas there, but can he improve even more? Obviously, we do see now Carlos Fari in the Scuderia Fantasoni. Such a Portuguese speaker. Currently down at P40, but I reckon, I don't know how much he's improving by. Not too much time improving here, apparently. Obviously, still a corner that you can gain quite a bit of time here from. And he's lost the time, unfortunately, there. Obviously, the corner is quite a difficult corner to nail. But when you do nail it, you can gain so much time there. But does gain 2 positions there. It just tells you how close those few cars down at the back are improving. CBSR car. Do we have a headquarters there today? That's my question. Jump. No. Up into P38 now. Possibly can improve a bit more. Taking a bit too much. I'm not sure if that's still a valid lap time. I know you can take a lot of the AstroTurf there, but you can't take absolutely any of it here. That's going to be invalid. It's still valid, never mind. You can tell I'm just such a professional at Valencia. Yeah. I'll blame that on you. Still currently 3/10 up in his first best lap time. Only going into turn 1 now, I think that is, so had a good exit on the final turning. Improve it a bit there for this Ferrari currently down in P. I wouldn't say down in P. No, I'm going to say up in P9 because that's still quite a high position. Obviously, 44 cars on the grid. You could see a few disconnects further in the race. That usually does happen during endurance racing. Either that's because of a technical issue or rage quit. Can't really understand that. Obviously now on P9, a little update on the time here. Was that valid? Going through the S's? That seemed very nice. That would have been enough for pole as well. So that's unfortunate there for him. Now we have just an update on the pole position time there. 1:30.2, so we can further and further down in the 30s, and we possibly could see those 29s appear soon. Obviously, still about 15 to 17 minutes left of qualifying here. Because we just saw it, unfortunately, invalidating it going into Sector 3. So I think this is my first time commentating at Valencia. So this is interesting to say the least. This is your first time broadcasting? Oh, broadcasting. No. Ryan Cooper in Japanese letters. Team currently in 16th, but 0.3 up on his first lap time. This will jump him quite far up in this. Now, as he goes all the way up into P5, quite a big gap there. There's a 1:30.4. Can he gain that 1.5-ish tenths that he needs to try and get pole position there? Go on to a new lap. It looks like he's going to try and go for a flying lap once again. Daryl Young here in the Wild Things Racing. BMW currently at a 10th-ish up. This personalized lap time. There's potential here for pole. He goes across the final corner, getting that little bit of slipstream there from the Ferrari 296 in front of him as he goes there. And it's not going to be enough for pole. I think he might have invalidated it on the last corner, I believe. That's very unfortunate there for him. Just have to see. Still, all he needs now is about a 10th and he'll have provisional pole for the time being. Still 50 minutes of qualifying, so he still has plenty of time to try and think of doing this. As someone in chat, Stefan Hepp, welcome on in. Go Funtech Racing, 420 and 511. So two Funtech guys here. We've seen one of the Ferraris. Obviously, unfortunately, it doesn't have a livery, but that's quite an inevitable thing to say. I've said that word right for once. Wow. You should have seen me on Thursday. I was struggling to say that word. David Rodriguez currently fluctuating on his personal best lap time here. We could see him improve his time a bit more. We might see him lose all of the time here. Going through the penultimate corner now in the BTL Racing here. Still just 5,000 of a second between him and P1 and P2 here. So he seems he backs off of his lap time here, and he's going to try go for another flying lap here. About 14 minutes now left of qualifying. Oh, he is in great danger. Daryl Young will be able to take this pole position from him, as we'll see now him going up into pole by 3,000 of a second there. However, still in threat here. Wild Things Racing taking provisional pole for the time being here, as we do see Rodriguez and we also do see Hakola. Two cars very, very close in terms of lap time here between these three. So this is going to make some good racing, to say the least, as we do see P8 and P8 and P9 very close in lap times as well between each other. So there are definitely links of cars here that are very close in lap time between each other. Down the field is tight indeed. It's hopefully going to mean the race is going to be more interesting. Then Jonas is here to try and take away pole position once again, as it won't happen, as we have just seen the 212 Ferrari 296 take pole position for over 130 point dead 0.85, which is the best lap time we've seen. Still 100 bit tenths, which is still quite a reasonable gap there. Seems Hakola just, what's the word? Oh my days. Narrows the gap there between P1 and P2. I'm gonna need a dictionary. Just seem no. Porter, not sure if he's doing a better lap time here. Showing on point one, this won't be enough for pole position, but might be able to take a few, as it does seem he only goes up 4,000 of a second best on his lap time now, which isn't great for him. But hopefully he can probably improve to try again narrow that gap between P5 and P6, and possibly even go up a few positions here. Obviously these top six are very close now between each other, but it does seem now close. I'm going to say that's how you say it. Oh, said something right. Unless you're just... Rodriguez 0.3 up going into sector 2. So can he actually keep and maintain his 3/10 of his personal best? If he can, this will be enough for pole position. Once again, provisionally, as we go into the final 11 minutes of qualifying. This is where we'll start to see pressure to start going at top 23 within 8/10. Yeah, it's quite close here, to say the least. I think it's all the way down to P24. But this is where we could see David Rodriguez retake pole position for the time being with 5/10 up on his first best lap time. This will be enough for a 29, as I've been waiting for this entire race. Will he be able to do it? As he does, and goes for a 129.8. They're taking a quarter of a second gap between him and P2, so quite a big gap so far between him and P2. But can the other cars try and narrow that gap down and possibly retake a position? That is obviously the best lap time we've seen, as it seems quite a few of the drivers have been allergic to the 29s, but obviously it seems someone has breaking through. However, we do see Jesse Van Driel and THRC coming 4 seconds up, so this will be quite a I assume he just cut the entire corner. I was about to say that's going to be pole position for life. That was quiet for now up front. You just see him though going through into sector 2 now. THRC car. Can he try regain only a 10th between him and P43? Can they manage to try get a 10th or so to try regain P43? Yes, we do see the top, well, 40 to 44 are very close in times, to be fair. Just within, I think it's, if my maths is correct, about 2/10 between them two, well, those four. So obviously there's a lot to gain in a very short amount of time there, as we do see there is a Mercedes as well. Try not to pressure him, hopefully they're both on time lapse, so as we do see Porter now going across the line. One up, and just that point one up was enough to take one position up, which does just tell you how close those are together, as we do see a car going slow and just returning to garage there. Might have put car in, I'm going to say that's right. Just probably lose a tiny bit of time there, but does seem 5/10, still quite close there to P1. Trying to improve his time here, going on to the final 9-ish minutes now of qualifying. This is where we'll start to see a regain in time here. You see Tyrant's now about 4/10 up in his first best lap time. Was that invalid? Going into the S is not invalid just yet, going into the final corner now. Quite a difficult corner. Unfortunately losing 2/10, but this will be enough to try and get him up into about P4 if he can get this lap time materialised. He goes onto the straight here and goes up into P3. That just tells you how close these times here. That was about 2/10 within P8, I think that was, to P4. Nope. Got that on stream. I see everyone's starting to struggle here on the S's. Obviously the track's around quite good temperature for hot lapping, so it must be serpulated understeer or just trying to take too much time. As we do see the purple Ferrari that we were on board with earlier, just I think just maybe causing Curlin here to lose a tiny bit of time here going into the straight now. Doesn't improve on his lap time there. And then going across. Big Brain Racing team I do know, in a few leagues that I do commentate in. Very competitive drivers here, can probably improve to try and get within 9/10 here of pole position. So obviously that just tells you all the way into P23 now are all within around a second of pole, which just again is I'm just going to point out what chat said. Obviously the times have fluctuated a tiny bit since that was said, but earlier on 8/10 between the top 23, which just again it's quite mental to believe that. But obviously we do see obviously P23 all the way to P34 are all just about 5/10 within each other, which is also quite mental to believe, which just this is kind of like NASCAR in a way. I'm going to say just the times are very close between each other. Darryl Young here trying to narrow the gap there to the leader. 2/10 up of his best lap time here. Odd Things Racing obviously was on provisional pole earlier, down to P7 now. That just tells you how many cars have improved since that lap time. Just loses time there, unfortunately, going in to the final few corners there as he goes across the line. We will see a bit of an improvement. It's not going to be too much, Up into P4. Never mind, that was a humongous improvement. That just tells you again how close all of these cars are in the top 5. Ahmed Allo. Be able to gain that .1 that he did just lose. Now going across the line. Going across the line. Seeing he's going to be able to improve. Was it one position? Oh, fair enough. True. Oh, someone keeps ringing my ring doorbell. What do you want? Mute my phone. Priorities. CBSR car that we did see again in Silverstone battling with Untalented Motorsport. Carry 0.3 up. This will be enough for quite a big improvement here. Can possibly see a potential P38, P7, 37 if he can get this lap time validated, which just seems he goes up into P37 now, which my maths, obviously I'm such a math genius, just getting that position. But obviously we go into the final 4 minutes here of qualifying. Just stop there on track, goes back to pit. Is that going to be his final lap time, do we think, or is he going to come back out and pit? I assume he did, yeah, obviously does have a potential of doing one more lap time. Obviously the last 5 minutes are driver swaps, so that's why I keep saying 4 minutes instead of the entire 9 minutes. Why you apologise? Okay. Only 0.1 up, going very wide there, going into the SS, but manages to keep it. There, Big Brain Racing, the other car, currently in P14, 6/10 between him and pole position, about 0.1 up on his first lap time. Does he go a bit wide there? It seems it might still be a valid lap time, going across a lost the time, unfortunately, going into the final corner. Richard Pixley in chat. Good to see you, Mr. Richard. Saying let's go Wild Things Racing. Doing quite well. Obviously had provisional pole position earlier, but unfortunately lost. But now currently in P4, so still a very strong result so far from Wild Things Racing. Go on board now with Kevin in the left-hand racing. Wow, I'd love to see him doing the 26 now. Watching. Only 4 seconds up, but he goes across the line. Oh, no improvement. Uses Ackerman. What concerns me is it says left-hand racing, so I'm assuming he's only using one hand. Now that would be quite an interesting race to watch if he was only using one hand, but I don't think that's true. I mean, fair. How would you be able to do that? I guess you have my rim has a multi-switch pedal shifter, so like, yeah, I guess it's possible. That's really cool, you know. If you're still being able to sim race with obviously the disadvantage of not having accessibility to both hands, that's really cool, to be honest. Being able to see him still being a competitive driver. I don't think I know anyone who has disabilities of their arms without being able to use them. So it's quite cool to see that people actually do that. Last say though. Either, but there were some nice flames going out of the back of that car then. Obviously in P4 at the moment, but we don't see him for longer. But P13 now, Nick Stell currently in 0.1 to 1/10 up on his first lap time, but can improve quite significantly if he can get this lap time valid as he goes across the line now. To see him just improving one position between him and P13 there. Pixel unfortunately losing his position of P12 and now in the unlucky number of P13. Matt Redfern, no, the other big brain racing car. How far is he off on his dream time? Go on, 3 seconds up, it's going to be 2 second gap. Your ACC race control is going nuts. Well, this will be his final lap here. Obviously, 20 seconds to spare. Obviously, the last 5 minutes is spared. 2 driver swaps here. Is it possible to do this race solo, or is that max driving time? I see. We'll have to see how Team 4 and 6 does. I've been able to do a 6-hour race solo once, but that was a never again scenario. I also do think my new rims here as well. I think that's what my doorbell was going ballistic about. So hopefully that's not been dropped in a puddle or something. But no, an UPS. Can't trust them. Redfern here. Is he improving at all? Just 3 times up into this last lap time here. This will be enough for P19 if he can keep his lap time maintained. It does seem he's doing quite a good job here going into sector 2. I'm still on sector 1, but no, he's not. Actually, no, I'm just completely at the wrong part of the track here. Going through the final corner. He's still up on his lap time. Still 3 times up on his first lap time. Actually improving now, 0.4 on his first lap time. This will be a quite significant improvement going across the line now. You don't see it. It's an invalid lap time there, unfortunately for him. It does seem the car just absolutely really killed him there. That would have been an interesting scenario, as that is going to be a few final cars going on track here now, as we will see that last 3 minutes or so spare to driver swaps. That's why you'll see the names change in the car. Jeremy Cuss in the Funtech Racing Team, Ferrari 296. Going across for the final time. Any sort of improvement we'll see going across the line now. Doesn't improve, unfortunately, and this is going to be, I believe this might be our actual final driver standing here. We have a few more cars going out just after the driver swaps now, but this is the most sparse track we will see today, hopefully. And that orders up the end of qualifying here. To now just wait for the final 3-ish minutes, and then obviously the server switch around, and then we'll be in race mode here. Obviously quite a tight grid in qualifying here today, so hopefully that can be the same result here with the race. Obviously 6 hours, so a very long race. Only a quarter though of what the Nordschleife 24-hour could bring. Obviously the Nordschleife will be the weakest track for most people here, because I don't know how many people actually know the Nordschleife that well. Obviously ACC's not been able to bring it in the 4 years. But no, it's 6 years now of ACC, which is absolutely nuts to think. That means AC1's about 10 years old now, which is also quite nuts, I believe. And now we just see the server will be switching around soon, and this is where we'll see the race spec go under way here. Any chance I can just quickly go to my door and see if my package is in the puddle? Alright, I'll see you in 2 seconds. I'm back. But it does seem a few other people in chat here as we just wait again for the server. Switch over to CBSR. Esports, obviously. Very known team here in SSRI. Doing the popcorn emoji. Obviously, last time apparently they were intoxicated while doing this race, so I wonder if that's the same thing today. As Chris says, they normally are. That wasn't me who said that, so you can go harass Chris instead of me. Cheers. On wait time here for the server to tick over, so obviously a tiny bit more chatting time here. Obviously, anyone who's in the race and in the YouTube as well at the same time, good luck to you all who are racing. Obviously, keep it as clean as you can. No one likes to see incidents happen happening on track. As I've only just realised, actually, certain aspects of this map, is it just Google Maps? It does seem it, actually. And that means they've created the oh, that's cheeky, but actually that's quite smart at the same time. They have to use Google Maps layover. I'm quite geeky when it comes to that stuff, so I can appreciate how So all of the hills, as you can see, further in the distance, they are satellite viewed. Yeah. Stormed in, I'm sorry if I said your name. Correct. Also with the race car emoji, good luck to you if you're racing today. Obviously, around 2 to 3 driver teams here today. You could potentially see larger teams, and we do actually see a smaller team as well, of someone doing it solo, so good luck to that team. I think it was it the 141 car, did you say? 416, I don't know where I got 141 from, but we'll go with it. Yeah, you know what, fair. Oh. No. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. If I don't know their names, I'll just say the car. Oh, nice. Keep waffling them. Here now, just waiting for the session start time here. Obviously, we're on the track here for a little bit of a grid walk here. You see the top 2 cars of McLaren and Ferrari here of Rodriguez and Plus. Very different time difference between both of them. I think it's about just a tenth or over between both of them, followed there by Casininga, I think you say that as, and Skeen, followed there by the Wild Things Racing BMW of Daryl Young, followed then by, I think that's the Big Brain Racing Ferrari 296 of Tomlin, the number 95, followed there by Porter of the McLaren 104, followed there by the other SSRI branded car of another team of, I think that's McConnell, and then the other Ferrari of, oh my days, that's Muji? I think I said that wrong, I apologise. Followed there by the Porsche 416 of Shoops, followed then by Quirlinka in the 420 Ferrari 296, followed there by Stel in the purple Ferrari 296 28. A lot of 296 this year we can see. Followed there by Pixel in the 919 Ferrari 296. Followed there by Baton, the only Mercedes I think. I know there's a few Mercedes on this grid here. Followed then by Ziege there in the 199 Ferrari 296. Followed there by Brand as well in the 723 McLaren GT3. 720S Evo, too many numbers. Kazompel in the Porsche 202, followed there by Leibenstein. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. The 296-943, followed there by PL in the 555, followed there by the SSRI of Swanky Link there in the 74, followed by as well, covering up the top 21, shall I say, of Lansen on the Bentley. I think the only Bentley in this race. Followed there by Brodsessa I've probably said that wrong as well. I apologize. The BMW M4 556 followed there to top out the leaderboard there. Follow Oliveira and Anderson. Sorry if I said your name wrong. I do know you. It's the only other Mercedes in the grid as well, led by the Ferrari 296s. Morford de Burn and another Tom Curtin, and then the McLaren 720S Evo. Ricky Krebs. Tommy Van Schick in the Mercedes. Followed then by Dumas in the 296. Van de Kamp in the other 296. And de Linden in the Lamborghini GT3 Evo, I think it's called. Followed Gianna in the BMW M4, very good car in my opinion. Followed that Ruben Tank in the Lamborghini. Followed by Andrew Richardson in the BMW M4. Followed by the other BMW M4.
10 seconds.
Patrick Treffers. Followed by the Porsche of Tom Curtis, and then the 296 there. Russ, and then Porsche of Janbag, and then the CBSR Mercedes, Aaron Van Drunen, and the Aston Martin. As we yeah, don't worry. Yes, we're just gonna go for a little sightseeing of the sky. Yeah, now going on the formation lap here with the SSRI Lamborghini here of Link. You see someone in the track say, is there a prize for the most? I think he's supposed to say the prize for the most on track cuts. Bragging rights, I believe. To see every car. It seems between the first car and the last car, it's nearly a sector between them both. Just on the formation up there, as we do see the 77 car is going to be pretty slow, but it seems he's trying to catch up with the field once again. Obviously, track cuts are something that does happen around this track, as we were seeing Damon in track say about it. As we do see a car has actually returned to pits already. Not sure if that's intentional or not, but on board with the leader here, David Rodriguez. Quite a bit of pressure on him right now. Obviously starting the race for his team of BTL Racing. Fortunately in the carbon fiber livery, but we'll have to just keep going with it. Daniel Higgins, welcome into the Collins box.
Thank you. I think it looks like I've turned up just in time for the race start, which is lucky.
100%. Yeah, very lucky actually. So yeah, obviously it was quite a good qualification. You might not have seen it, but very tight between everyone on the track. Is the stream looking grey, or is that my PC? Looks fine for me.
Yeah, I did catch the back end of qualifying. It looked like it was incredibly close. I think there was a second between the top 23.
Yeah,
was what I spotted at the end, which is pretty insane.
The car managed to get 129, and then it got different, shall we say.
I did see the qualifying started at fast, but we are at optimum for race starts, so it'll be interesting to see how the cars react differently on a different track surface and with higher fuel.
Exactly that as well, and obviously you just don't want to crash. Obviously the dirty air as well can affect these cars quite badly. Obviously a lot of aero reliant corners, especially first corner. That is going to be where we might see incidents occur, as we do see a few cars unfortunately in pits, as we are about to go green here for round 2 of the SSRI endurance calendar here at Valencia, as the cars are just all lining up here ready to go green, a few meters away from it. So we see green in 3, 2, 1 now. It seems though David Rodriguez tries to get a bit of a run off. It doesn't seem to work though, as we do see the Porsche of Taran behind him just getting P2 there, as we do see I think that's the
That's the wild things, BMW making a move down the inside. I think that's Young, who's jumped from 5th to, it looks like 3rd through T1, and that is a bit of a send.
A very big send there from Daryl Young, but it does seem the Ferrari's going to try to get the switch back on him to going into sector 2. The next upcoming corners there. Does seem Daryl Young breaks a bit later, and there's going to be more contact between these two as the Ferrari 296 forces his way back by to try to get P3 back from himself. These two cars are going to be battling for quite a while, as it does seem Daryl Young is going to be forced down into the McLaren there. Seems the McLaren's going to try to go around the outside there, obviously getting his nose out, as we do see the Ferrari 296, the branded SSRI car as well, trying to get past as well. And it does seem it's starting to settle down a bit now, as we do see a huge send there from the McLaren. Doesn't seem to work as the Ferrari is also trying to get by as well, but it seems the 296 does lose a tiny bit of time there, and now has pressure from the BMW and the Ferrari behind him.
It's a great move though by Young to make up a couple of places. I don't think the timings on the left have quite updated yet, but it does look like he's in 4th place, so he has made up a position. I can only see 3 cars in front of him, so it's looking quite good. Yeah, I've just been informed it has just updated. There is not much between them, but Rodriguez already pulling a bit of a gap. A full second on lap 1 is pretty impressive, but it's definitely helping that these cars behind are starting to fight, especially to that tight and twisty sector 2. It's quite difficult to run side by side, but everybody manages to keep it clean, despite a little bit of rubbing in racing, but we don't mind that. We don't mind that.
We do see now, obviously, this is where the slipstream is. We see further back there, a few side by sides. Going obviously quite a big straight here. The slipstream can be quite a good tool here, as we do see Dal Young trying to go through the outside here, going through the turn 2, I think that is. Doesn't get it done just yet, but obviously that Ferrari is quite an aggressive driver, as we did see last lap him trying to get by at any move possible. He manages to get it done last lap, and now this is where we've got to see the battling for quite some time. Obviously you don't want to be battling too hard. Obviously collisions are something that does happen when that happens, and obviously tyre wear as well. Obviously, I think it's a 65-minute stint timer. Correct me if I'm wrong. 68. Why 68?
I think it's to line up with the real-life GT3 cars who have a similar stint time, if I remember correctly. But yeah, 68, I think, also stops cars like the Ferrari, which can probably run about 80 minutes on a stint time on a full tank of fuel, as opposed to cars like the Porsche, who have some slight fuel issues, especially if, like some Porsche drivers, myself included, like to run it in map. The quali map for the entire race, which does not help for fuel saving in the slightest, but is a lot of fun. But yeah, we're seeing Young and I think it's players make some really, really aggressive driving. These two are fighting really hard, but as they're doing so, the front two are starting to run away a bit, and they might just fall back into the lap of Hackler, Shops and Porter just behind, who I'm guessing hoping to lap up some of the difficulties between them. But there's 6 hours of this race. It's a long way to go, but it's not going to stop him having a look into turn 1. Takes the inside line, side by side, you can run all the way out, but that might be a bit far out. I'm not sure. That's probably a tactical track cut there. Oh, there's a contact, and he's around.
A few cars now. That's very unfortunate. Left Dal Young getting a tiny bit of a ACC bug there, as we know. Physics can be a bit difficult when it comes to contact with the car. Obviously, it does seem he lost about 3 positions there, which is very unfortunate for them. He's got to try gain that back. Obviously, still 5 hours and 56 minutes remaining of this race, so there's no point trying to be so aggressive at the start of this race. Obviously, it is only 6 hours compared to a 24-hour race, but you still got so much time to try get that done. Obviously, anything can happen. Penalties, obviously disconnects, and other driver bugs that we have seen in the past with ACC. But going on board now, David Rodriguez obviously seemed to be a very capable driver, managing to get a 1.8 second gap now between him and P2. So starting to see less and less pressure here for David Rodriguez. Let's just hope his teammates can start up with that. No, that's the car that's doing it on its own, isn't it? No, I keep getting this wrong. 160, yeah, again, numbers.
Oh, it's Dennis Shops running it on his own. That will be fun for him, I'm sure. Best of luck to him doing Valencia in the Porsche for 6 hours straight. As someone that's the longest race I think I've driven here was indeed in that 992 Porsche, and that was 45 minutes, and I was covered in sweat by the end of it. So I don't want to know what his seat is going to look like by the end of this race, but best of luck to him regardless. It looks like Young's still looking for those aggressive moves into T1. Wild Things car not holding back at all here.
The 6 hour race, you have to send it at every opportunity possible.
I mean, they do say in kind of modern GT3 racing, these machines are so reliable, obviously infinitely reliable in the sim. You're not going to have any mechanical issues. But also the traction control, the ABS, the fact that in ACC you can push these tyres for an entire stint and not really have to worry about it. I do expect some of these drivers to be driving a bit like it's a sprint race, just for 6 hours. It will definitely be interesting to see how that works out. As I think you've mentioned, you do have to be careful about making contact with other cars. There's plenty of time to kind of fish for a mistake. But yeah, we will be seeing people driving quite aggressively if they think they can get some time and maybe try and hang on to Rodriguez or Tarin, who are starting to run away a bit. If they think they're being held up, they're going to want to make a move sooner rather than later.
Exactly that. Even though the pace difference between P1 and P2, let's say to the top 8, were very close between them, but it does seem they managed to get a very good start, which has caused them, obviously, as we've seen, to be about around, should we say, half a straight between them both. Obviously, Taran might start trying to think of making moves now on the 141 of Rodriguez, but they're still too far behind to try and think of it yet. Obviously, down in P8, this is where we start to see the slipstream battles start to occur. Obviously, as we see a humongous train. Obviously, we're only into the 3rd lap, I think, of this race so far. And it does seem, though, the Simsports cars, we did see last lap, was just starting to plan and trying to get some moves done on shots there. Obviously, that is the car that is doing it solo, so that's going to be more interesting for the 992, as you were saying. Obviously, sweaty boy after this race, I guess.
Yeah, it's certainly not an easy car to drive. Hopefully he's got a setup that's a little bit more tame than the one I had when I did the sprint race around here. But that, as I say, was just a 45-minute sprint, so it was a little bit aggressive. But Dennis is a perfectly capable driver. Very obviously got a lot of pace, very strong, very respectful driver from what I've driven with him in the past. But it is quite interesting to see this pack break away so far. I mean, to the point where they're already starting to catch 2 back markers who are also fighting. I think that's the 934, and I can't see what the other car number is, unfortunately blocked by the map. But they are starting to come up against traffic already, which should be okay for these front 2 runners to just kind of side their way by. I mean, blue flag rules in GT racing and in SSRI. I mean, they don't have to immediately move out of the way. It is on the faster car to overtake safely. But I do expect them to... these cars will definitely be hoping to catch them on the straight and maybe make a move into T1, because it is very difficult to get round a car, especially these cars that are quite close in performance, even if the drivers are quite far apart in terms of skill level, which they might be in this case with the distance between them, or maybe these 2 have had an incident. It's still quite difficult to get around each other because these cars are very similar in power, very similar in downforce. It's not the easiest thing to get a move done, especially, as I say, in the twisty technical Sector 2 and Sector 3 here.
Obviously, yeah, I think just through the, as you said, the technical and twisty Sector 2 and Sector 3 parts, that's all down to suspension and tyres, really. The aero doesn't do too much because they're quite slow speed corners, some of them. Obviously, some of them are faster rate corner shirt, but we do see, though, coming down into P44 now, the one battling with 29 Ferrari there does seem to create a bit of a gap. I think it is P29, well, not P29, 29 Ferrari. Obviously, I have a feeling these were the 2 cars that did start from the pits. That's what's caused them to lose quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
Oh, some technical issues. Okay, yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier during, I think, the start of the stream. Obviously, technical issues is something that we have seen, unfortunately, with ACC. You don't usually see it in many other sims. Obviously, it's very... I think we can still say it's an experimental driver swap feature, because obviously there's still quite a few bugs in it, and hopefully when it comes into Nordschleife, hopefully there's some fixes for it. Obviously AC2 is scheduled to come out at the end of this year. Hopefully they come with all of the dream packages of driver swaps, as well as we do see Jonas, though, P5 again, the slipstream here of McLaren of Porter. Is this going to be a move to happen this lap? Might be able to. It does seem his pace is in favour a tiny bit here of Porter, but we also do see Daryl Young as well trying to get these positions as well. Maybe just trying to stay back a tiny bit and wait for these 2 to battle and try and leap at any time he can.
Yeah, it looks like this is the fight that's going to evolve as this race goes on, because the top 2 and 3 have started to have clocked out a bit. So we're definitely looking at the fight for 3rd place here. These guys are really close and slowly starting to pull the gap away from Dennis Shops behind, who's kind of leading the charge in the main pack. But it's impressive how close everyone still is, regardless of how long we are into this race. But yeah, expect Hackler to look for a move. He's definitely one of our quicker drivers, has been around for a while now, and we do expect those drivers to go some. I mean, we had the privilege of driving in the 2.4 with him recently, one of the other series SSRI runs, and can confirm he will send it on a slower class car safely, but still scary when you're the slower class car, as it always is when a GT3 catches you with like a 40km/h difference into the braking zone. But very confident driver, very comfortable in the car, and that Ferrari is infinitely stable, so I have no doubt that he'll be looking for an aggressive move if he thinks he's got the pace to get around. But the McLaren not a weak car either, so we'll see how this lays out. That bump looks terrifying out of 16. I've just been informed that they were last year's champions as well. I think that's Ben McConnell, Raggy, and Hackler in that car in the 169.
two cars, though, might start scheduling a bit of a battle here once again. Very close on pace between these two. Obviously, Daryl Young, unfortunately, losing a few positions. Just looking at the outside there. Maybe just trying to put a bit of pressure here on the Ferrari. Doesn't seem to be working just yet, but obviously still 5 hours and 48 minutes to go for. However, we do see him putting his nose out there. It's going to work, but there wasn't a lot of a gap there between both of them. That could have been ending in tears between those two, as he still has the inside line going into turn 3. Doesn't seem to work yet. Ferrari is safely still in the lead of this battle for the time being, but we'll just have to see Daryl Young trying to get past. Seeming to be a tiny bit impatient, if I'm being honest. Maybe just trying to catch up with the others, but obviously that gap is starting to increase between P3 and P5 now. That's probably why he's getting a bit impatient. We'll have to just carry out without seeing what the race comes with.
Yeah, he clearly thinks he has the pace to make a move, and he's being very aggressive about it. But as I mentioned, Hackler, very experienced, very seasoned driver, probably got a very nice call out to say, do not turn in. He's on your rear quarter, because that absolutely could have ended in tears. But very well driven by both of them to keep it side by side through that twisty sector. After turn 2, it's not easy to do, to keep cars side by side, especially here at Valencia. It's not the widest of tracks in the world. But yeah, Young looking very aggressive very early on this race. Let's see if that takes an impact on his tyres towards the back end of this stint, and if Hackler can hold him off for the duration of it, because he is closing in on those apexes. It seems they're taking two very different driving lines. Hackler seeming to be prioritising the exit a bit more, which you can do as the lead car. Obviously, you want to make sure they don't get a run on you on the straight. Young taking the more aggressive braking approach, maybe losing a little bit on the exit, but definitely gaining towards the apex, braking a little bit later or a little bit less, I'm not quite sure which, but definitely closing up in the middle of these corners and clearly feeling like he can look for a move soon.
These two cars are going absolutely nuts. Going into turn 1, I thought Young was going to try go for a dive bomb there. I'm glad he didn't, but it does seem these two cars are starting to close in with each other now. Might be able to get it by the end of this stint. But obviously, you just want to try to do it as safely as you possibly can. As I was mentioning earlier, there have been a bit of an impatient move here from Daryl Young. But we'll have to continue seeing what's happening. I reckon we give some other cars a tiny bit of broadcasting time, as it's been 14 minutes on this car now.
Yeah, if we hop back to the mid-pack, it looks like there is some like miniature gaps forming, some small fights. I think we're still a bit too bunched up to have some real fights, I say, as I'm sure there were two cars going too wide in the background back there, just as I say it, the classic commentator curse. But yeah, hopping on with Dan Linton, I think the only Bentley on the grid, definitely feeling the lack of LFM bop, I'm sure. Obviously not enabled for this race, but being reviewed by the admins on a race-by-race basis for this SSRI grid is my understanding. But Dan Linton does love a bit of a crap car. If we did race against him last season, in the I believe he was in the NSX. I had some good fights with him at Imola. While a fantastic driver, unfortunately that car was just not good at Imola. I think it got on the wrong side of the Kunos bop. So he does like a car that's unconventional, let's say. But still a very talented driver nonetheless. I'm sure he's having lots of fun with the bumps not existing for the Bentley.
Bentley, obviously, as you were saying, was a mega car, but might have a bit of risk here from Linden behind him in the 296, starting to close up on him. Not too much, but it's enough. But obviously in a few other leagues, Bentley seems all right. Now, obviously the new ACC bop that came in place a few weeks back now, starting to make a more diverse grid. We have seen the Lexuses and the Bentleys are starting to spike back up instead of all Ferraris and McLarens and Lambos, which is good to see. See the next gen cars is starting to become less and less competitive and more diverse in grids. But we do see now Dan is starting to lose quite a bit of time here. Does seem the 296 is going to try to go for a move here before the other 296. I think that's the big brain racing car as well in the background of this battle. Obviously he's going to try and get this move done as soon as he possibly can. He doesn't want to spend too long behind the Bentley. Obviously that Bentley seems to be doing quite a good job of defending at the moment. Obviously you can't get past him legally if he's doing the right things.
Yeah, and he, as I say, he's a bit of a seasoned veteran. Definitely knows what he's doing. Definitely knows how to park the car exactly where it needs to be in a given fight. If he doesn't want you to come past, it's going to make it not that easy for you. But it is early in the race, so we'll see how it develops. I imagine that, you know, outside of the top few, we're not going to see too much aggression from these drivers in the mid pack. There's just sort of no need this early on. 6 hours to go. You definitely don't want to be taking track cuts to make aggressive moves this early on in the race. You only have 3 before you get yourself a drive through. It's very easy to speed into the pit lane. Lots can happen. and I think they all know that. But it is interesting, as you say, it's nice to see the Bentley making a return. I'm personally a huge fan of the Lexus, so if that makes a return, I'm a very happy boy. But it's always nice to see a bit of grid diversity. I think we've got a decent amount here. Obviously, looking at the side, there's 4 Ferraris in a line, which is kind of breaking the immersion of that a bit. But yeah, it's nice to see some of the older cars making a comeback, and Lenton repping that Bentley is certainly a nice sight for us, and a beautiful livery too, if a bit bold on the underside.
Yeah, obviously, I'm a big fan of the Lexus as well. Very good car. Obviously, was kind of dead during the first part of 1.9. A tiny bit of 1.8 as well, as we do see now. Dan has to start going a bit defensive here. The 296 is trying to look for a move at any point possible. Trying to go side by side, just having his nose out, but the outside line, this very, very sharp angled hairpin, I guess you could say. It does seem Dan just keeps it for the time being. This is where I'm going to mention, this is where the pace difference starts to become between these three. As we do see the 296 Big Brain Racing car managing to try go side by side here, getting the inside line here for the S's. As the overspeed going to be happier in the 296 of the blue one's favourite. Does seem it's going to work for him, just lunging it there, as it does seem he's now under threat there from the Lamborghini as well. Vanya does seem he's going to try to go for the outside line, lunging it. There's going to be contact between all 3 of the drivers. It does seem the Ferrari 296 does get the benefit there. Manages to get both positions done there. Don't know if that's a legal overtake, but it does work for him for now. So now it does seem the Lamborghini does have the slipstream here of the 296. The 296 just trying to draft a tiny bit there. Goes for the outside line here, going into turn 1 to get the move done. Obviously, it's going to be in the benefit of the doubt of the 296, and doesn't get the move done just yet. Lamborghini just having to wait a tiny bit longer. The car, which has caused this pack to start to grow a tiny bit now.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm gritting my teeth through some of these corners. These two are very, very close. I think Lenson's got away with murder a bit, getting pulled out. How do they keep catching these cars after these contacts? I'm sure there'll be a steward who's some of these bumps, because he's just been firmly shown the outside by that Mercedes there. Just said, absolutely not. This is my corner. This is my line. I'm having it. But the ability of these drivers to just catch the car repeatedly is really impressive, regardless of how you feel about the actual contacts. As we say contacts, there's yet another one. The ability to hold the car on the line is really impressive. The fact that none of these people have been spearing into walls and writing off their races. Obviously, you can repair it. You can get back in the race. It's still a long time to go. It's not all over, which is just fantastic car control by everyone involved.
Does seem though the 296 going all over the bumper there of the Mercedes in front. Does seem the Mercedes manages to keep it for the time being, but the 296 all over the back of him, which is going to cause the blue 296 to also gain a tiny bit of time between these 3 drivers. Obviously, the slipstream is going to be quite a useful tool here going into this large straight. Now, it does seem the Ferrari 296 might start trying to think of going for a position gain here. Obviously, just about a car length between both of these cars, but it does seem the slipstream is going to help him too much. In fact, it does seem it's helping the 296 behind him more than him himself. But obviously, these 3 cars are quite similar paces we've seen. Obviously, the Mercedes is trying to not break under pressure, trying to defend as much as he can, while also trying to balance out how much he attacks and tries to gain on the, I think that's the other Ferrari of L in front of him as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can see down the straight, the Ferrari looked so planted out that last corner, but the Mercedes power just running away from it on the straight, slipstream or not, really doesn't seem to matter too much. It's definitely one of the weaknesses of this Ferrari is getting out of these corners. That low-speed acceleration is not what it's really known for, but it's so planted through this middle sector. So I'm sure Ziga, I think that is looking for any way past he can, because I'm not convinced that he's not losing a little bit of time behind Vermeeren here. But Vermeeren just on the straights, just leaving him for dead.
100% in that, but we do see now, obviously the Ferrari seems quite good through sector 2. I think that might just be a personal pace preference compared to the Mercedes. Obviously the Mercedes can take the bumps a lot more than the Ferrari. Obviously the Ferrari did have quite a dodgy suspension at the start of 1.9, but I don't know if it's fixed yet. I don't drive the Ferrari, I personally just don't like it. As we do see the Mercedes is going to go side by side there with L in front of him, gets the move done, as we do see the 296 of Zyger is going to try to get the move done as well, but doesn't seem, as he's now going to have to try be a bit more cautious here. Linden behind him starting to catch him up. This slipstream chain is going to start, as we do see a side by side here again with Zyger and the L, and does seem he does get the move done, as we do see the blue Ferrari is going to try that on Linden. It doesn't seem it's going to work. There's going to be contact between both of them, forcing L to go wide there, and it does seem he's going to lose 2 positions there. He's going to try gain it back here, going through the outside line of turn 2. Doesn't seem to work now. Also has the threat now of the BMW behind him as well. So that was all to happen just in a few corners there. That just tells you how close the pace is between all of these drivers and how aggressive everyone can be. So we do just see the 296 as well manages to get past the Mercedes finally for him.
Yeah, car 666 seeming to be having some kind of problem. Maybe they got poorly out of the last straight, I'm not sure, but they seem to be left for dead even by their competitors, perhaps running a higher wing or, as I say, maybe having an issue with traction out of the final corner. But it did look quite easy for multiple cars to get through until he was firmly shown the outside of T1, but still managed, again, to keep it on track, get back in the conversation, get back in for T2 and make it competitive, which we've seen a few times. I know track limits are very lenient at T1 here, but I'm not quite sure how far that extends out, but quite some way. But we're seeing them battle all over the place, going too wide into corners you just wouldn't expect. I mean, here, turn 16, we've seen a few times cars trying to make it too wide here, and this has never seemed like a too wide corner, in my opinion. It's a pretty dangerous one to go, because if you understeer out onto that bump on the outside is nasty and can easily unsettle even the highest of ride height cars. Can find yourself having a bit of a snap moment over that bump. It's quite a scary one to end up over, but you do have to try and keep your foot in it through, because it's important to get the run down into that tightening left-hander and obviously get as good an exit as you can out of that onto this long straight and carry all the speed all the way to T2. I mean, as we've been seeing, if you mess up that last corner or you don't get the perfect run out, you lose so much time all the way up to T2 that seemingly multiple cars can go through. And as we see the Mercedes going wide, I think that's Vernier taking advantage. And also the 943 Ferrari, I think that is, of Van der Linden taking advantage as well, and just showing car 16 the door and just going, this is my corner now, so I'll be coming through, thank you. So this fight's really developing into something quite special in the mid-pack. It's nice to see people fighting for every position like it's points, even if it's not points just yet.
It starts to show how if you just make a small mistake, it can even just be measly a second, how many positions you can lose. We did see the Mercedes make a tiny bit of a mistake earlier in the lap, which did cause him to lose that position. However, we do see Daryl Young trying to go side by side here into the final corner. Doesn't seem to work. A bit of door rubbing between those two. Obviously gets past Hakola, but obviously Hakola trying to go for a bit of a retaliation move here, trying to go for the outside line here. Doesn't seem to work though. Doesn't have the speed to try get side by side with him just yet. But this is where we're going to start seeing a tyre drop off, which means the pace is going to start being a bit better for the lower pack people who aren't battling as much compared to Daryl Young, who might start to see a tiny bit of a tyre drop off as we do see him trying to force himself going side by side there with the McLaren. Didn't seem to work yet, which is in favour of Porter. Porter just trying to maintain a tiny bit of a gap now. Doesn't seem to work, and now he's starting to just lose some time there and getting a Hakola all over the back of him once again.
Yeah, I think one of the noteworthy things here, if you look at the pack just behind as well, is that Dennis Shops has managed to hang on to the back of this pack, which is not necessarily true of car 93, which is leading the pack behind now that Dennis was leading earlier. So I wonder if Dennis is just taking a bit of a tactical move to just sit behind. But this pack, these four cars just fighting back and forth. Obviously, Young made his way past Hackler at some point. I think Hackler was in the lead the last time he viewed this pack. But getting all the way up on Porter is quite impressive. I mean, we're talking about tyre drop-off. That tends to happen in the middle of the stint, and then as the fuel load comes down, the pace sort of comes back to you a little bit if you've not completely shredded your tyres. So maybe we're seeing a bit of that dip, but the BMW seemingly not suffering from it at all, because he seems to have all the grip in the world. But we'll see how long that lasts. Maybe he's slightly overdriving the car, or perhaps the car is just very, very good on tyres. It's difficult to tell at this early stage, but we'll see as the stint evolves how his tyres end up. But right now, he's looking very aggressive on the back of this McLaren.
Doesn't seem he's going to try go for a move possibly this lap. This has happened before. He gets really close to the back of Porter. Doesn't always work though for him in his favour, as we did see a few laps trying to go side by side with him into turn 2. Didn't seem to work, but obviously we see that Ferrari again. He's trying to go side by side, trying to go for the switch back here on Porter. Does seem to work. Gets the inside line for turn 4 as he manages just to get the move done. Is it going to be a sort of late break there from Porter? It does seem it does work. Daryl Young losing a lot of the time. They're having to brake and retaliate to try and not cause an incident there, which has now led him back into the, I guess you say, into this endless circle. Getting ever so close there to Porter, losing that time, and now all over the back of a collar as well.
It looks like there's a time penalty just been applied for Porter as well. He's got a 5-second penalty. I'm not sure if that's the game or the stewards that have delivered that penalty. I've just seen something pop up in the notice board, so I'll take a quick look now. Yeah, it looks like there is indeed a 5-second penalty for completing a valid qualifying lap during the driver swap period. That's what the penalty for. 3 cars receiving that penalty. That's car 511, car 104, and car 225.
Now that's huge. 5 seconds can actually lead to quite a big time difference, especially in the starting point of this race. Obviously, I think you have to serve it during your pit stop.
That's correct.
Now, I'm very used to F1 rules now. I've been doing a lot of commentary on that. But it does just seem all the way down. He would maybe lose all of the position down to P8 possibly. So that's a lot of time lost just because of that 5 second penalty. Obviously, that will fluctuate a tiny bit going further and further into this race. Darryl Young, though, losing some time there to Porter, obviously after that little incident, but also gaining a tiny bit of time there on Hokola. This is where we will start to see. However, we did see Hokola just gain a lot of time there, just making the corner a bit better on the exit there from turn 3. Doesn't seem, though, he's going to try make any moves yet. There, every car's starting to settle down there, so we're starting to see on the track map the pace difference in different cars. This is where we're starting to see the qualifying order starting to take place. We do see chunks of cars and chunks of just sparsed out cars there, which usually means this is where we start settling into the race a bit, but obviously we've still got quite a few battles on track, which is good for us at on comms box. That's what starts to happen further into races, especially in endurance races themselves.
Yeah, that Ferrari just looks so planted through the apex of some of these corners. The BMW having to kind of take more of a V-shaped line as part of what you'd expect from the engine shape difference. Obviously, the BMW being a front-engine car, the Ferrari having it more towards the middle of the engine. As I'm sure if you told a Ferrari mechanic to put the engine in the front, they would probably scream at you. It's not something that they particularly like doing. But it's definitely the difference in line showing as we see another go for the move. Is he going to get enough of an exit to push him out wide? It looks like it keeps it clean and fair, but they're still side by side. And I wonder who's going to end up on top into T1. Obviously, you do want the inside line into T1 ideally. Lets you just kind of push people on. But it looks like the BMW is just clean gone. I don't know if that was a lift from Porter. Maybe he decided it wasn't worth fighting with a 5 second penalty, or whether that's just a sheer pace difference. But finally, Young gets the move done. Now the question is, can he get after P3? Can he even get after P2, P1? Was he being held up by these other cars? Or was he just being very aggressive for this position? We see really late braking by Porter. Maybe to avoid a move from Hackler, but still gets it pulled up somehow. So these drivers really pushing the edge of the car, even when they're so close together.
I wonder if that was a mistake instead of an intentional dive bomb, because that could have ended in catastrophe.
Absolutely.
Catastrophe. Oh my days, my brain's going already. But we do see, obviously, Porter starting to lose time to Darryl Young. That just tells you the pace difference between both of them. However, we do see Ferrari 296 of Hokola trying to put his nose through the inside of these series of corners now, going into sector 3. It doesn't seem it's going to work for him yet. Obviously, if he just tries to stay close to him, very well, as close as he can get towards the end of the straight, maybe the slipstream can help him out a tiny bit more. Try to go side by side, but it doesn't seem he's losing a bit of time there. However, we do see the solo driver car of the Porsche 416 behind him as well, trying to gain a few positions if he can. Obviously, Hokola battling quite a bit, which has lost him some time, and obviously Porter as well, which has led here to Dennis to be able to catch up a tiny bit. Is this going to be some sort of position change here for Hokola, or is it going to be just a tiny bit of a one-off time, or we could have to see that further into the race? Obviously, we do see this pack is about maybe half a sector off the lead now. That just tells you the pace difference now further into this race. Obviously, when we do see the driver changes as well, obviously you're supposed to have the faster driver in for this first stint, so we might see again a fluctuation in positions, just in case of how different the pace is between driver 1, driver 2, and potentially driver 3 if you have a driver 3 in your team.
Yeah, I expect at the sharp end of this pack, a lot of these drivers will be tagging in for similar pace drivers. Hackler is an absolute one-lap wonder in qualifying from time to time, but Ben McConnell, his teammate, not a slouch either. Absolutely able to get a shift on. But that move from Jonas is kind of very typical of him. He does like to just, show the nose, remind you that he's there, maybe spook you a bit. As we see Dennis Young already closing in on P3. That's not a high gap anymore at all. He definitely does have some pace in hand. I wonder if that BMW is just preserving its tyres better than every other car on the grid, because he's just got pace for days. And Dennis hanging on to the back of this pack. As I say, very good effort from Dennis. We'll see if he can hold it up for 6 hours. I certainly couldn't, but we'll see how he manages.
Valencia's a very, I guess you could say, Marmite track if you're from the UK. Some people love it, some people hate it. I'm personally kind of on the dislike side of the track. I just don't tend to like these kind of technical tracks, especially if you're doing it for endurance races. Because there's a few endurance races I'm participating in further in this race. There's 24 hours of Brands Hatch that I'm actually going to try and attend to, which just seems more of a punishment than a joy, right? But
yeah, I'm not quite sure why you've done that one to yourself, but I mean, we've got the 2.4 hour in SSRI as well, and some of the tracks on that are also a bit Marmite. I think Valencia definitely falls in that category. You know, tight, twisty, difficult to make moves. I think that tends to be what causes that Marmiteness. For sim races, Brands Hatch in particular is a track that I absolutely love to drive until there's another car on track with me, and then I hate to drive it because there's just not enough room to get around each other. But you know, on the 2.4 calendar, I think we've also got Zandvoort on there, which is another one of those tracks that could be a bit hit or miss. I'm not sure what's on the endurance calendar off the top of my head actually, but
Nordschleife is supposedly next.
Oh, is it not?
Wait, no,
next?
Yeah, I think brain's going blank.
Let me have a look.
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah, it is indeed Spa next, and then Nordschleife after that, subject to DLC availability. But then,
just see though.
Ooh, took my eyes away for a second. I'm not quite sure what happened.
Oh, would you just see the porter behind him just get loose there, and that's going to lose him so many positions and possibly even a lot more tyre wear there as he's going all the way down. As we can see on the track map, he's still having to wait for a safe place to rejoin, and he's all the way at the back of that pack now. That's going to lose him so many positions down in P7 right now. P15, sorry, that hasn't updated yet. That just shows you how close the pack still is, even though it's only 33 minutes into this race, which is, again, it's still very young into this race so far, but maybe he can gain those positions back. This is obviously what happened to Darryl Young, but more severe. But Darryl Young has managed to gain back into his qualifying position and trying to put some pressure there on Plus as well.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we've seen a car properly lose it, and you can see the punishment immediately of just not managing to hang on to the car. I mean, obviously sometimes with these cars, they're heavy electronics, they are just heavy cars in general. If you get past a certain amount of angle, there is no way you are catching the car. It's just completely out of your control. The traction control kicks in, means you've got no power at all to try and save the car. It might have just been one of those situations. It does happen. I'm sure he's frustrated at the moment, but you've got to clear your head. He's obviously got a 5-second penalty, but there's 5.5 hours left. There's plenty of time. He's shown he's got the pace. It's absolutely not over. Lots of quick drivers in front of him, but lots of time to make it up again. I think we're going to get an instant replay, and we're just going to see. So this is Young up front. I think this is Porter, the car behind in the McLaren. Goes through the tight, gets over the bump. All looks well here. Oh, and the car in front just gets loose, and then just the door gets shut. And yeah, it looks like, I think that's Jonas just didn't see the car checking up, and unfortunately makes some contact. But yeah, staying around the edge of that, just trying to find a safe place to rejoin is not easy. As we come back to the action, they're still looking for moves. Young refusing to give up, and that's very wide, very slidey. Young should have this place, I would think, from Players. Players finally making an error that lets him through, but back down the inside he goes, says, no thank you, I'm going to hold my place. Fantastic driving from the two of these.
That all happened very quickly there, just after the replay happened. Obviously went very wide. That is going to be a track cut for him. Obviously losing a lot of time as well, though, but almost left Darryl Young into I think it would have been P2. Actually, well, he actually gained a position there. I forgot because of the incident that happened there. But now he has lost a bit of time from that little battle there. We do see the Porsche of Dennis as well behind him.
Yeah, that is a good point. Where has Rodriguez gone?
Rodriguez seems to have an issue. I don't know if it's technical.
Apparently we're missing 2 cars from the track. So let me check pit wall quickly, because I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
He checks pit wall, though. We'll just continue going with this. Oh, that is starting to occur again. Obviously, this is that circle and loop I was talking about earlier. Sometimes just gets closer to the car. He can even be in front, but unfortunately loses the position sometimes. Darryl Young, but just slowly starting to gain in the podium position now. It's the first half an hour-ish of this race. We'll start seeing pit stops in around 24 to 28 minutes, depending on how much fuel they use. But obviously the driver's stint is the one that will cause them a 68-minute driving. As we do see him going side by side here, going into turn 1. It does seem that he just gets a move done there. Plus does just lift off a tiny bit, but it does seem he's going all over the back of that car there. Obviously not going so wide this time. It's going to try to go side by side once again into turn 3, goes to the outside line, but has the overspeed, but does seem Daryl Young obviously having the inside line into that very, very tight turn 3. Just stays in into P3 now, but it does seem Daryl Young did get past, obviously, as we saw earlier, but now he's up into P2, but has to try to defend his position here from Plus going into Sector 2, but it does seem now Plus is starting to make a few mistakes here, now going side by side here with Dennis for P3 here, and it does seem, as I was saying earlier, the smallest of mistakes can just lead to him losing so much time there, as it does seem now, Dennis just gets by. Can he start closing the gap there for the 296 not to get by? It does seem he does it successfully, but loses 2 positions in the meantime. Could be free here, as it does he go for a tiny bit of a lunge there. The collar just starting to try go for a move here. Doesn't seem to be working yet for him, as we do see him lunge very late going as the yeses of turn 16. Doesn't seem to work though, as it does seem he goes very loose here. They both get contact.
What a catch.
Goes into the back of Collar now just safe from any sort of position to happen there. That was very unfortunate for Plus, and now all the way down into P15. Again, that's the second time we've seen that. Porter unfortunately catching up as well. That is the 2 remaining victims of these 2 incidents that have happened, and they're now down into P15 and 14.
I mean, we talked about it before. It's a very, very Jonas Hackler move to just put your nose in where maybe it shouldn't go, but just to spook you. But it works for him there, and he manages to hang on to the car, which is really impressive. Plus clearly taking the pit lane. I'd just like to confirm that on the pit wall, Rodriguez is just falling down the order. I don't know where he's gone. We do have a retirement in the form of car 28, which was Nick Stale at the time. That car is gone completely. It's no longer on pit wall. Rodriguez is just losing place after place after place. So seemingly the car is just gone. Whether they've disconnected, I'm not sure. But it really opens up the lead of the race. I think that might be Young, if not leading the race, and very close. I think 239's just had an off as well. I just saw the yellow flag pop up. Not quite sure what's happened there. But yeah, Tarin now leading the race. 10 seconds on Young. So I'm not sure what happened. But clearly this Porsche now is the new favourite and starting to run away with it.
That just tells you how many unexpected turns can happen during this race. Obviously the disconnects are something that does happen. Unfortunately, it's something like QNOS hasn't seemed to fix yet. If it's going to be fixed, that's another question. But obviously, Tarrant leading in the race, they're probably very lucky that all happened. Obviously, you can't commentators curse people with that. That's a bit mean. But Tarrant now in the lead, only by about, I think I'm going to say 9-ish seconds or so between him and Daryl Young, which is still quite a big gap there. But Daryl Young now trying to get past traffic now. Obviously, we're starting to see the traffic, which is going to cause either some blue flag incidents or just slowing down of pace here. Daryl Young trying to just gain as much time, trying to hot lap until he can try catch up with Taryn. We'll have to see, but he does have obviously the 416 of Dennis behind him as well, so he has to try and defend more than he can attack at the moment. So that's to increase the gap between Tarrant and Young even more.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at pit wall, it looked like Dennis Young pulled 6/10 off Tarrant last lap, but maybe that was the traffic that his car 73 just behind him now. So I wonder if that's what was involved. But I'll keep an eye on it and let you know if the lap times start to develop in a way that's favourable for Young. Maybe we will get a fight towards the end of this race.
We go further down the backfield here. Big Brain Racing of Luca here down in P12, but further down in the train here, but can gain quite a few positions here if he is able to. I don't know if any of this is traffic here. I have a feeling this is all cars for position now, looking at the leaderboard. So that's going to lead to this huge train forming as we've seen. That's usually because the leader of this train is a bit slower than the rest of the cars in the pack, but is doing a good job defending his positions. But obviously, is it worth losing so much time? Obviously, you're so far in, well, not even that far into the endurance race. You just have to try and balance out, is it worth defending for that long, making yourself even more, like, losing so much more energy into this race for defending the positions, or do you just let it go and try to spike back with it later on into the race? But this train is starting to form quite large here. It does seem the Ferrari 296, the leader of this pack, does keep the position for the time being. This huge battle back down here in P12, P13 and P11. Does seem though, don't know who that car is actually. I think that's Brand in the 723 McLaren 720S Evo, trying to just go on the inside there, going into turn 3. Doesn't work. He's trying to put his nose out, going into turn 4. does seem that Luca is just going to break a tiny bit later, going into turn 5 now, and has created and trying to maintain a bit of a gap between those two. But it does seem Brandt is starting to cut down on that gap a tiny bit, but it's just preferences of sectors now. Obviously, they're going to be faster in certain sectors, either from a car setup perspective or a driver perspective. So we'll just have to keep an eye out with these two. Obviously, very similar in pace, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the time schedules at the top, it does look like Taryn's starting to drop some pace to that pack behind. Young, Shops, and Hackler all doing a 31.9 last lap. Taryn doing a 32 dead. So there's not much in it, but he is slowly being pulled in, which is interesting. I think that from my experience driving the Porsche, it is a car that tends to shred its tyres a little bit, especially if, as we talked about earlier, it ends up in that qualifying lap, which I'm sure it is. Because with this stint time, there is no way you would run in the race map. If you can run the quali map, you do run the quali map, is generally the way that that car works. But yeah, this pack behind, I think this is all behind P8. I think this is Pixel leading this pack in the 296 car 919. And then there's another couple of cars up ahead. P7, 6, and 5 have formed a bit of a pack. You can just see them in the distance there. And then there's quite a large gap of about 4 seconds to the pack of 4, 3, and 2. So we're starting to spread out a bit, starting to find some pace, and as that happens, I imagine that the lap times will come down. And talking of lap times, Taryn's just pulled 3/10 on Young over the last lap, so I think I might have cursed the pack behind.
See, anything could happen, but I'm going to say this now. I'm sorry for the stitch of feeling, Daniel. I hate the Porsche. I've never gone along with it. Never have. I don't think I ever will. I was supposedly going to do an endurance race in the Porsche, but I just could never get along with it. It's just a bit too aggressive for me. I usually drive the 720S Evo or the Lexus or the Mercedes, so I'm quite a diverse driver when it comes to cars, but I won't pick that Porsche to save my life.
I have had the joy of driving the last endurance season with Snack and Sons here at SSRI, and we were in an Aston Martin. I did try to convince my teammates to drive the Porsche, but turns out I'm the only one that loves the Porsche, which is fine. It's okay. It is very much when I get people into this game and I introduce people to the game, I say just pick any car you want, pick the car you like, because all of them, at sort of amateur driver level, they're all pretty even. You can drive whatever you like, except Porsche, because the Porsche will not teach you to drive a GT3 car. It will teach you to drive the Porsche. It's a very unique car. It's one of those. We talked about Marmite tracks before. Porsche is a Marmite car. You either absolutely adore it or you absolutely hate it. There is no middle ground with that car.
The Porsche is a car that I reckon it just has to have its own class of driver skill. You have Pro-Am, obviously you have Silver, and then you have Porsche drivers.
It's not as bad with the 992 Porsche as it was with the 991. The 991 in particular has actual GP2 engine in it, no straight line speed at all, but you can carry so much speed through the corners, it's absolutely ridiculous. The 992's a bit more balanced, a bit more tame, which is nice, but yes, definitely not an easy car to drive by any stretch of the imagination.
As we do just see this gap of Porter, who's unfortunately had that incident further in the race, trying to gain back as many positions as he can. Gaining about 6 positions now from his original P15 after the incident. Now trying to put some pressure on Pixel here to try gain P8, but there's still about 3/10 gap there, and after he gets P8 done, it does seem though Dan and Kazombel are both trying to go. We do see a McLaren there. I think that's Porter trying to do a move there.
I think that's Brand.
Sorry, trying to make a move there on. I think there was who is that? That
was Amaral in the 95 Ferrari that Brand moved down the inside of there, but it looked like a pretty clean move, and he's already pulled a bit of a gap. Valencia and Zompel already getting on the back. So I wonder if, as that Ferrari goes wide again, I wonder if that's struggling with tyres, because that looked a bit unsteady. There you go, straight into the pit lane. So yeah, I wonder if that was either maybe he's picked up damage somewhere or his tyres have just gone off, as we see Dan Lenson looking for the move. I did say that the 992 was better in a straight line than the 991, but it's got nothing on the Bentley, as it just goes screaming through like he was standing still. That is that is one of those Porsche driver moments where you're like, why did I pick this car again? But
I love the Bentley, I'll be honest. It's the car I started with. I was a very slow driver when I started ACC. Still slow, but I'm not as slow as I was. It's a car that people say is good for beginners, but this is when I don't think the second generation of Bentley came out. So yeah, I've played this game for a while now, but it's just a car that again, it's a Marmite car, but I feel like it's less of a Marmite car than the Porsche.
I fall on the other end of the spectrum for the Bentley. The steering wheel's just on the wrong side. And I'm a Brit and I'm saying that, but it's on the wrong side for GT racing. It just irks me the wrong way. The car can drive beautifully. It's a monster in a straight line. It's a monster over the bumps, but it's just on the wrong side. It just is.
You sound like Brits when they're driving on the wrong side of the road in Europe.
Yeah, except the Bentley's on the correct side for me. But it's the same with the Ginetta. I can't drive the Ginetta GT4. I know Dennis shops in the Porsche at the moment. He's a lover of the Ginetta. Partially because it's on the wrong side. Also partially because I think that thing tops out at about 240 kilometers an hour, which will be interesting when Dennis is driving that at Bathurst later. But yeah, I've offered to bump draft him down the straight during the Bathurst 2.4 hour because that car is not quick at all down the straights. But yeah, the Bentley, as you say, absolute Marmite car. So seeing the two Marmite cars do a bit of battle, hopefully we can see the strengths and weaknesses, because they are quite different between these two cars. These two cars really are on sort of two ends of the extreme. The Bentley, an absolute monster in a straight line. It's not bad through high-speed corners, but the Porsche is almost unmatched in slow-speed corners. It's just so agile, so sharp. That's both its strength and its weakness, because it's sort of so sharp in this slow-speed stuff and these mid-speed corners. It's fantastic in those, but it's sharp to the point where you ask it to turn and it goes, okay, to the barrier? We like the barrier.
It's just the oversteer or the understeer that can happen with this car. Obviously, I kind of zoned out during that conversation, I'll be honest. I've not had much sleep at all. But what's it called? The Bentley, I've always got along with it. Obviously, I still agree with you with it being on the wrong side, even though we're Brits. So it's technically on the right side, but it's still on the wrong side for GT racing. It does limit your view a bit more when trying to find other cars, but I don't think it's that bad, to be honest. That's the only weakness of the Bentley, but obviously if you drive different cams, like bonnet cams, we do see him like down, go very loose there, going through turn 16. Now into turn 17, does seem he loses a tiny bit of time there, because on belt, it's not going to be too much time there. So we have just seen, I think that was a few laps ago, Lucas has been rewarded a drive-through penalty, not a drive-through, a 5-second penalty. Don't know why I said drive-through then. I just used to saying it by now, but it does seem that
that's back for the same incident as Porter, just to confirm. That was for completing a valid qualifying lap during the driver swap period for car 511.
I see. I feel like that's the only two cars that were a bit naughty then.
There were three. There's also car 104, 511, and 225, who I don't think we can see. I'm guessing they're further back in the pack.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame there for him.
Car 225 is somewhere. I'll find them for you.
We'll find it at some point, I guess. Do just see now a bit of drone footage here. I think Chris is starting to be a bit adventurous here with the camera shots. I agree with them. Okay, I do see this now.
Yeah, so I don't know if the stream can hear Chris. I don't think they can. Chris just confirming that the Bentley livery is shaped to be a shipping container. So that's why we're getting such a beautiful view of it as it goes through turn 16, I think that was, with the big bump. But yeah, beautiful livery. I mean, I said the livery was nice before. I was just looking at the colours. I didn't even see the roof. A lovely, lovely livery for Team Rocket. Oh, Team Rocket always have great liveries. They had fantastic ones last season as well. Always an enjoyer of a Team Rocket livery for sure. Beautiful, beautiful car. It's a shame it's driving on the wrong side.
I'm like a Brexit person now.
It's just in GT racing, it just feels wrong. We see the Porsche closing the gap though. I mean, we talked before about the differences in these cars. I would imagine the Porsche is losing a bit of pace on the Bentley. My understanding is the Bentley is quite good on its tyres. Can confirm the Porsche is not. But definitely closing in this middle sector. So we'll see how that pans out. This fight maybe starting to settle down. We should be seeing a round of pit stops sort of soon, within kind of the next 10-15 minutes. I would imagine. I'm not sure if the driver stint timer starts on the formation lap or as we go green. Off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure. But there we see a car going wide, and that will be them being eaten alive. I'm not sure if that's a back marker or not.
That will not be.
I don't think it is.
That's the IDC, I think, of the Ferrari 296. Get another position lost there to the Porsche. And I think that is Bell there. So just trying to get the position done. And it does seem, I think that might be a tyre-related issue. We're not scheduled for a pit stop for the next 9 minutes. Obviously, some cars will struggle a tiny bit more on fuel, but I think all of them are capable of doing 68 minutes.
Yeah.
This is where the tyres will start to drop off. It's only 31-degree track. Well, obviously, the first hour you will start seeing the decrease in tyre life here, as we do see the Boatley tries to go side by side here with the Aston Martin. This is a back marker though, so hopefully he just lets him by quickly, as it does seem he managed to without losing too much time there. Obviously the easiest way is just short shifting a tiny bit. Don't lose too much time, but you do let the car pass successfully as well.
Yeah, the Aston, a bit of a monster in a straight line too, so you do have to tend to find you have to lift for most cars to let them through, because once it gets up to speed, that thing just moves forever. But massive whacking turbo in it. I'm sure it's not going to have a great time in these slower speed sections. This is not a track I've enjoyed driving in the Aston historically, because you need to have it right in the rev limiter, or you just have nothing at all. It kind of sucks out of slow speed corners. It sort of sucks in slow speed corners, but down that straight, yeah, he's probably going to have to either lift or, as you say, short shift to let these cars pie, because it's not a slow car in a straight line at all. As we see, very deep on the brakes. I think that was Pixel behind, very deep on the brakes. Still gets it pulled up, still gets it around. I think this fight is starting to develop, and that's Sam Spenkelink in the background in a Lamborghini, which I didn't think I'd see before. I'm very used to seeing that man in a BMW. Looking maybe just optimistically, seeing if a fight breaks out, maybe you can make advantage of it. He's not a slow driver by any means. I think all of these guys at the top are shifting at some pace though, so just being fast is not going to be enough to win this race unless you are Tarin, who is still got a 10-second gap on everybody else, just hot lapping in peace, just vibing at the front. And yeah, we talked before about the fuel consumption of these cars. If we don't see Tarin come in early, I think the Porsche is probably the only car that might struggle with a 68-minute stint, and I think it'll probably be okay. 68 is nice and short. If we were pushing up to kind of 75-minute stint timers, then we would absolutely see the Porsche, maybe the Lamborghini, the BMW pitting well before the Ferrari, which just doesn't seem to use fuel at all. I think it can do a full stint on about 100 litres around here, so I would need to double check that. But yes, a very, very fuel efficient car. So these stint timers being a bit shorter should mean we're seeing people pit soon, but also that we shouldn't be seeing people pit off cycle if they're not having issues with tyres damage or some kind of strategy call.
Obviously, agreeing with your point there. Well, that wasn't really a point, it was true facts. But we should see about, I'm going to say 5 pit stops, well, scheduled pit stops this race, as we do see the BMW going wide there. I believe that is a back marker there. Obviously, we do see, once again, a collar. A driver who we've seen quite a few times during this race now, going into the first hour now. Battling now with the 416, who will not have a break during this race, it seems. Obviously, in the new 992 Porsche. Doing it solo, as you probably heard already, so a bit of a psycho doing it in the Porsche 992 for 6 hours. Murderers get less, people would say.
I mean, Dennis is the man that helps develop the LFM bop, so I'm sure some people would say it's deserved, but I'm sure some others would disagree. Dennis, an active member in our community for sure, and Jonas has been around for a while as well, so I'm sure these two are going to have a great fight as this develops. Just confirming that over a 6-hour race with 68-minute stints, that's 5.29 stints. So it will indeed be 5 pit stops with a shorter one at the end, you would imagine. So yeah, I don't think there's going to be a strategy call where you can go earlier or later that's really going to make a big difference. As long as your stint is over 60 minutes, you are going to have to do exactly 5 stops. Obviously, this is not accounting for damage or any issues that you might have. Penalties, etc., etc. But yeah, the ideal strategy is probably 5 stops with a bit of a splash at the end.
And that, hopefully, though, the pit stops won't see. Obviously, we can see speeding in the pit lanes, and hopefully, people have obviously practiced the pit entry, because it's quite an unexpected pit entry, and we might actually see if someone's cruel enough or has a bit of an accident in pit. Could see the brake marker, well, the brake marker / the pit boards. Be removed accidentally. We have seen it in further races before. It's a very, what's the word? Punishing. Oh no, I'm just chatting now. But it's just not something you should do. I'm starting to feel tiredness already. This is going great.
Yeah, you might need to get yourself a can of Monster or Red Bull or something for sure. But yeah, it's a tricky pit lane here for sure. I was going to say I don't imagine anyone's going to knock the board out, but we've seen crazier things in SSRI. I know the first race of last season at Laguna Seca, someone entered the pit lane backwards at 100 kilometers an hour and got immediately disqualified. So we've seen crazy things happen in the pit lane before, and yeah, just to confirm, that was not deliberate. That was a punt into the pit lane. But yeah, I, as a proud Snack and Sons driver for SSRI, am well known to have a few pit stop issues. So I'm expecting we'll see one or two from people. It wouldn't be an SSRI race if someone did not speed into the pit lane, for sure. So do watch out. I don't think it'll be the first pit stop cycle, but I'm sure I've just cast a curse to somebody. But as the race goes on, as people start to get more tired, I expect we'll see a handful of pit lane penalties. It's just the way these races go. Just had a confirmation from Chris that David Rodriguez did DC and is, I think, attempting to reconnect now. That's very unfortunate for them because they had a good lead, but hopefully they can get back in the race. And they couldn't reconnect at all, so apologies to the team. So they are out, completely out. The front runners P1. So sorry to them. Unfortunately, that is just part of this online sim racing hobby we all have. Technical issues happen, and it's not crazy, but it is tragic to fall out of the lead of the race in such an unfortunate way. It looks like we've got 3 cars out of the race at this point. So Rodriguez obviously still on lap 22. Whereas our slowest car is on lap 34 currently, and then we've had a retirement on lap 6 and someone that did not start the race at all. So 3 retirements already, only an hour into the race.
So that's the stats that are a bit scary there, I would say. 3 people already disconnecting, and we haven't actually seen anyone, I don't think, driver swapping yet. We might have seen a few cars. How many? Yeah, I think it might be about 2 or 3 cars might have been able to driver swap, but it's quite buggy still, I think, driver swap, because I tried doing a 6 hours of Alton Park and GT4s earlier in the year, I think, or was it December, one of the two, but my teammate just couldn't drive at all. It's just every time he tried getting in the car, it's just he had no control, I had no control, so we would have to reconnect and I'd have to do another stint, to the point where I did 3 stints and I just didn't want to do another stint, and he couldn't do any more, so it's very unfortunate when it happens.
Yeah, it's not terribly uncommon, but it's a complicated system, of course. But yeah, it could do with some work, but it's never something you want to see. A flat disconnect out of P1 is unfortunate for sure. I think we've got some penalties that will be applied soon, so I'll keep my eye on the notice board for you for that, but they'll be applied at 13:31 GMT. So in about 13 minutes, unless they are appealed. We'll see if they come through from our stewards shortly, but expect to see some penalties within the next 10 minutes or so as these pit lanes start to go through. So just be cautious if you see a drive-through or a stop-go. It might not be speeding in the pit lane. It might be a genuine penalty.
I'll have to see what happens to that. I think there might be a few penalties due to a few little incidents that we did see earlier, but I think it's been clean so far. Well, clean on stream anyway. I haven't seen anything in the back, but obviously there is usually that 1 or 2 incidents that do happen. I'm actually doing about 3 endurance races today, so it's going to be hectic, and I did see the start of one of the races already. Unfortunately, it was red flagged instantly because over 20% of the cars did unfortunately have a bit of an incident, but it seems to be up and running all well there. But we do see, I don't know if that was a back marker there, but now colour all over the back once again of Dennis. Again, Dennis not having a break, only doing it on his own. So this is where we do see some interesting starts here of battles here. This is obviously for the podium, so there's a big deal here for this race. Obviously it's an endurance championship, so there is a championship on the line here as well. But obviously I haven't seen Dennis before, so I don't know if this is first time, as it seems Dennis does go into the pit for his first pit stop of the race.
Yeah, I think Dennis should have driven before for R2E, I imagine. I didn't watch the first race of this endurance championship, unfortunately. I was on a holiday. But does drive in the 2.4 hour, so definitely a regular driver in SSRI somewhere or other, so I'm sure you'll come across the name a few times. But yeah, I wonder how much of that was a scheduled pit stop for the Porsche, and how much of that was, I'm just going to get out of Hackler's way and going to take my own pit, find a nice bit of gap, and just continue to hot lap, because there is space on track. Not a lot of it, but there is space on track. So if you can time your pit stop well, it'll do you some big favours for sure. Trying to get out into some clean air and just hot lap. As we say, it's a long race, so the more clean air you can get, absolutely the better. That should be the goal for you when you pit, to try and find a nice spot of clean air. We're seeing a couple of cars come out the pits now. I think that was Untalented Motorsports coming out. So just confirming, there are a few penalties that have come through. So there's a 5-second time penalty for car 81, a 10-second penalty for car 212, 5 seconds for 549, and 5 seconds for car 71. We'll see how they map out over time. Of course, they can still be appealed at this time if you think you have a valid appeal. But we'll see if those come through in about 15 minutes' time. And that was Untalented Motorsports coming out of the pits, and it looks like the driver swap from Geese over to Ollie Anderson. I think Ollie did. Don't think Ollie. Oh, sorry, it is now Geese. I think updated for me. I think Ollie did the first stint, and it's now Geese in the car.
100%. Hopefully everything goes well with those two drivers, as we do see obviously Untalented Motorsports trying to put a bit of pressure there on GL here. This is obviously 4 position. It's P33, old Max Verstappen number, and if you actually watch F1, hopefully you do. But this is not for position. Everything I just said was a complete and utter lie. Don't listen to me. No, obviously just getting past back marker there. That just means there's quite a few segments of back markers here now. I think a few cars might be a few laps down now, because obviously it seems that the Aston Martin, unless he's up, is he in front of him? Or was that a overtake 4 on lapping? I won't actually
Just to
know.
confirm, there are only 12 cars on the lead lap. Oh no,
12.
sorry, it's coming through on pit lane live now. There are quite a few on the lead lap, but there are at least P35 downward are not on the lead lap. At least P35 downward.
What to say? Only 12 people on the lead lap already. That's going to make us some interesting.
Pit War lied to me. It lied to me. I take no responsibility for the tech.
Let's just see. This is where we'll start to see drop-offs in battles here. Obviously, you can't have a battle for 6 hours straight. It would be great to see that. Obviously, that's going to help with my voice and obviously yours as well, Daniel. But obviously, we do see these two cars. Half-4 position here. This is one of the battles, the most close battle on track, I believe. It does seem, though, BMW going all over the track there, trying to just defend his position as much as he can here. But the McLaren, obviously, being quite good with the aero, being able to take higher speeds into corners. It does seem that the BMW is just trying to block him as much as he can there. But obviously, this is where we'll start to see if these two cars, one of them has pitted and one hasn't. I don't know yet. But this is E1 Simsport against the number 11 BMW M4 that I used to call the target with BMW, because I really don't know the name of the team. Mode 11
Esports? Mode 11. Yeah, Richardson showing some racecraft there. I think he was champion in GT4 championship last season. Yeah, just had that confirmed. So again, someone else that's been driving here a while, definitely knows his way around a car. Not sure if he's as quick in a GT3 as he is in a GT4, but I'm sure he's going to try and disprove me on that over the course of this race. As we see, there's definitely some pit lanes come through, because the car in front of Andrew Richardson is actually Dennis Shops.
Dennis Shops, again, not having any sort of break during this race at all. I don't think he will have a break for at least another hour. Very close on pace with the top 5. Obviously, he did do a pit, so he's a bit further down in the order now. But obviously, he'll probably get the undercut on the other cars if he can maintain a suitable gap. As we do see the BMW of Mode 11 Esports trying to go side by side here with E1 Esports. He just lets him through there, but we do see the door still open for the Mercedes as well of Betten. Doesn't seem that Betten Mercedes was able to get by just yet, as we do see the BMW is trying to just attack a bit more, but does seem E1 Simsports McLaren has gotten by safely and maintained a bit of a gap now. So we do see the BMW here of Richardson just trying to show again racecraft, as we have seen these 3 cars are starting to battle. Obviously, this battle is starting to lead Funky in the 555 McLaren to get closer as well. This is where we'll start to see the battle start to maintain a bit of grip, but this is where we can see the drivers starting to probably get a bit more tired now. This is where we could start to see some silly errors starting to occur. Obviously, we start to see pit stops here, so I don't know if any of these cars have pitted yet. I don't think they have. We do see Mercedes going for the inside line here, going into turn, I think that's turn 8. Just getting the move done though, and it does seem they've got to go side by side here. obviously going through the S. Actually, no, this is turn 16. It does get the move done. Mode 11 car does just get a bit of contact there from Funky behind him. Obviously, now that's let the Mercedes get quite a reasonable gap between them both, but this battle is not done yet. Richardson all over with pressure here from Funky in the 555, just trying to close the door. Doesn't have enough time to close the door now, going side by side here. Will Funky have the overspeed? Doesn't seem he does have the speed yet to try go side by side. Just goes back in the slipstream for the time being. We'll have to see what happens with these two. Obviously, Funky was a bit further behind earlier, but obviously the battling that him and Betten had earlier caused Funky to regain here, as we do see him going into turn 2 now. Is he going to try break a bit later? He does break later again, the inside line. And it does seem, he does get the inside line, but is it going to work? Obviously, Model Evan Richardson still has the inside line going into turn 5. Doesn't seem to work yet for him. And there's going to be contact between those. Funky has just gone by, and it does seem the McLaren does get in between them as well. Funky just, unfortunately...
Oh, Funky's in the red car, so who's in the black McLaren?
I reckon that's
a car. We're trying to work it out. We're trying to work it out, but yeah, we're not quite sure. Oh, there you go. So it was a back marker by the looks of things. That looks like Krillin, who might be a couple of laps down, actually.
Wasted my voice.
Which is not great, but, you know, that would explain why Richardson was being so aggressive. I mean, he's perfectly entitled to unlap himself if he thinks he's got the pace to do so, but we'll see if maybe the stewards are going to take a dim view of that if he was a back marker causing an incident. I'm sure we will see. As I say, perfectly entitled to unlap himself if he feels he has the pace. He clearly looked like he had the pace on our screen, but yeah, it just ends up being a bit of an incident, unfortunately, with Richardson getting involved in there. But it was some fantastic driving through turn 15, turn 16 between Betten and Richardson. It's the kind of battling we love to see. Showing your nose down the inside of 15 is very brave, and trying to go too wide into turn 16, we talked about before, is a very brave adventure. There are very few corners in the game where I'm more scared of going too wide. Maybe Skyline and Eau Rouge take the cake on that one, but not by much.
Magnus and Beckett, I'll have to add that as well. Never seen a successful side-by-side in Magnus and Beckett.
Oh, I've been side-by-side at Magnus and Beckett's before. But not for very long. Usually one of us ends up in the grass.
And point proven.
But I think Magnus and Beckett's is doable. But Eau Rouge I would absolutely not want to go too high through. And the Skyline is an absolute no-go. Absolutely no way you're going too wide over the mountain there. But yeah, turn 16 can be a bit of a spooky one. As we said, there's a massive bump on the outside of that corner that can be nice and scary. As I think Kroll's going past, I think that's a back marker Aston Martin, doing a really good job of losing the absolute minimum amount of time out of that corner, while also still letting the leaders through to have this fight between Kroll and De Zon's car 33 and car 549, making sure they use all of the track on the outside there. I wonder how many people have picked up track cuts there, because it is very generous with how wide you can go, but of course in ACC to get a track cut, you get 3 and then you get a drive-through penalty. And you do have to gain time when cutting the track in order to be penalised for it. So I wonder how many people have gone wide and, you know, just lift a little bit. In the dry, you can get away with it. In the wet, not so much. But in the dry, you lift the throttle a bit, you might not get punished for it. So I wonder how many people have picked up track cuts there. Oh yeah, Pete, that's a good point. Chris just pointed out that car 65, that's Vida, has got a drive-through. And that will be for track limits or speeding in the pit lane. I'm not quite sure which one, but it's not a steward-enforced penalty. As far as I can see, it is a game-enforced penalty. As is the car in the middle of the track. What has happened there? But that's let Kroll through on Dizon as well, who's taken advantage of the chaos to make a move and made it stick.
Ooh. That's something forward to, I'll be honest.
Yeah. So it looks like the race continues. Rodriguez, as mentioned earlier, disconnected from P1. A real shame. Real shame. But the race goes on and continues without them, which is unfortunate. It looks like there's lots of place changes for the lead, so I think people are starting to come into the pit lane now. I imagine they should have done that about 3 minutes ago. So Hackle are starting to lose places now, and it does look like a driver swap for car 169, Ben McConnell, Raggy in the car. So I wonder now if we're going to see it start to even out again. That car 911, I think, was the leader before, so that'll be a driver swap for that car. 911 holding their lead now with a 16-second gap according to Pitwall Live to Dennis Shops, who's in P2. And Ben McConnell has come out behind Dennis Shops with a 2-second gap. And then car 79, I'm not sure who that was before.
In chat, though, we have seen Jan Barth. I forgot what car they are in. I think they're in the 934 Porsche. Yeah, I thought so. 934 Porsche had a hardware issue in the beginning. I took over the car from the start. Now Fabian Kahner is in the car. That's an unscheduled pit stop. Obviously, that's going to lead to more pit stops having to be due, most likely, as we do see, though. Mode 11 BMW behind him, obviously a back marker at this point. Getting a bit of pressure there from the Ferrari behind him. I don't know if that's the position. I think it might be.
To confirm, that's not a back marker. That's not a back marker. That is actually P4. That is crossing that car. That was Richardson's car, Mode 11. And they have made some progress. So maybe they took an early pit stop, which is why we saw them as low as they were. But you can see, I think that's Axelin in the 93, McLaren behind, and John Betton in the Mercedes as well. They've closed up some way to this leading pack. And yeah, just to confirm that Porsche that's taken an unscheduled pit stop, that's car 934. They're all the way down in P41 now, and they are at least 2 laps off the lead lap. So that's very unfortunate.
Do you just see those? We did see, obviously, Cross wasn't a back marker, and obviously in P4 now, which is very good to see, as we do see, obviously, the Wild Thing car of Cross now trying to get...
Oh! That was, yeah.
That was. I was about to say maybe that was a back marker, actually.
Yes, it was, I think. I think that was the Mode 11 car. I'm not sure what number the Mode 11 car is. Is it 556? The Mode 11 car?
I can't see that one.
Oh, of course, it's 111.
As we do see, though. Oh, how do I say that? Bit of LP, how do I say that first name? Because I'm going to be saying that a lot, I feel.
Which first name is that, sorry? Which car?
the current one on stream, Wild Things Ray. Ariane. Okay.
I'm not even going to try.
Is not my friend.
Sorry. I'm not going to butcher your name, friend.
Orion Cross now in P4, taking over from Daryl Young, who did a miraculous job getting back up into P2, I think it was. At the start, obviously had a bit of an incident which lost him quite a few positions going down into P8, but now back up into P4 after the pit stop. Obviously, teams the top 3 haven't done pit stops yet. Actually, now I feel like P3 has done a pit stop.
All of them have.
All of them have done a pit stop.
All of the cars in the top 4 at least have taken pit stops, because they've all taken driver swaps except Dennis, who we watched go into the pits. So the top 4 have taken their pit stops now.
So that just means, though, I think they just lost a tiny bit of time there. Maybe they were just a bit of an incident going into pits or something. Maybe, unfortunately, again, repositioned on the stands. That's obviously quite a killer in time. It can lead up to like 5 seconds, I think it is. Which is just not great, obviously, because 5 seconds is a lot, especially during the start of an endurance races. We're now actually an hour and 14 minutes into this race, which is actually quite nuts to think. And my voice hasn't gone yet, which is good. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Yeah, good luck with the keeping it going for the next 4 hours and 45 minutes. We're starting to go, and then you say you've got other races to do later on in the day. That's the 934 car that we mentioned before that had some issues with one of their drivers, and someone had to take over. So that's Connor in that car. 3 laps down, according to the timing information on the left. Pitwall Live lying to me again, telling me they're 4, but they've got quite a way to climb back up. It's absolutely not impossible. I've seen crazier things before. I myself have gone from P30 odd to points before in an SSRI race, although I think it was a bit longer than this.
Sorry to interrupt, but obviously we're now scheduled to see the penalties being applied here. Obviously it's past 13:51 now, which GMT time to be precise. So we were supposed to see the penalties starting to be applied now. So this is where we can see who's been naughty or not with penalties.
Yeah, I think we'll see them come through one by one. I'm just looking over the report now to see if there's anyone that's penalised that we're expecting up in the top front runners, but I don't think so. From an initial view, it looks like most of the penalties are going to the mid-pack, unfortunately, which is somewhat expected because they've been battling pretty hard throughout. But some people are picking up quite a few license points. I'm not sure if that's going to make a difference. I'm not sure what the ruling is on license points at the moment. I know there is a harsher penalty if you hit a certain number of license points, but I'm not sure what that number is. But yeah, we should hopefully see those penalties being applied shortly, unless, of course, they have been appealed, and those appeals are in progress. Our stewards might be looking at them as we speak. Oh, as it looks like car 943 going a bit wide somewhere. I think that's in turn 16. Quite easy done through that right-hander to just lose the back of the car, and it just spit you out onto the grass. As we said before, often that's to the bump, but you really mess it up, you're going to be even wider than that. So that will have lost them a few places. That's unfortunate. And that's car number 6 backwards as well. Not quite sure what's happened there.
I have a feeling it might have been a loose car or possibly contact. If you could probably get a replay on that soon. But obviously for now, we'll just have to try and make predictions. Obviously the Sim Racing Holland car saw them quite a bit during Silverstone. Very capable drivers. Just unfortunately losing quite a few positions, it seems, just due to that little spin that happened. Now down into P37. I think they were originally in P35 or P36. So it's still quite close in between the pace of the bottom runners, but it still seems there's still potential of a recovery from these cars. Obviously all the way down to P34 are not 2 laps down, and P34 onwards are 2 laps down so far on time with the leader so far. So it's just obviously the pace difference is quite large, you could say, from the leader from last place. But it's obviously just because some drivers will be more capable, and some people might be doing their first ever endurance races during this, obviously SSRI. But obviously you will have to start somewhere, and obviously the unluckiness as well has played out with, like, let's say for the 934 example, 3 laps down, unfortunately. Well, we have seen in chat from Jambarth saying they had hardware issues. That's what's caused them to be so far down so far. But hopefully they can try and make some sort of recovery. Still 4 hours and 42 minutes left of the race. So still a long time. So we can definitely see some recovery to happen.
Yeah, just confirming drive-through for car 71 in position 35, and these penalties are starting to be applied now. So we can see 10-second penalty for car 212 in P33. There's a bit of a fight going on as I'm saying this, as is the standard caster curse. As soon as I start to mention something somewhere else on the track, there's a big fight. It looks to go around the outside. Can he hang it there for car 96? Doesn't seem to make it stick. There's a Porsche closing in on the back at the same time. I'm not sure who that Porsche is, actually, off the top of my head. I can't quite see the car number, but that... yeah, I believe that's one of the leaders interfering with this battle, as they're more than entitled to do so, to make some progress. But that will bring a halt to this battle for a while, so I can go back to talking about penalties. P21, that's car 81 receiving a 5-second penalty, and also Dyson in the 549 Porsche received the 5-second penalty. I don't think there's any further up than that. I think there are only 3 or 4 penalties applied. Car 71 seemingly serving their drive-through as they're in the pits now. But yeah, can confirm that no cars in the top 20 currently have a penalty to serve, and we've seen driver swaps for a lot of cars now. So it will be certainly back into the race now, and we'll be seeing where we get to with these new drivers. It's of course always a question: are they as quick? And we're just going to replay the incident for Sim Racing Holland. What happened here then? It looks like all fine out of that corner. It's the next corner where we had a problem just through the kink. Flat out. Did he tap the curb? Or did they get tapped? Oh, they get tapped.
Behind him, just not braking. Just taking out the car.
Yeah, just missed his braking zone clearly. It's easy to do to get drawn into the car in front. You've got to remember to mark your brake markers with your peripheral vision. It's really important not to just stare at the back of the car in front. That's how incidents like that happen, as you just forget your braking marker exists. But yeah, I'm sure the stewards will be taking a look at that, because I would not be happy if I was in the Sim Racing Holland car, and we'll see what the stewards say. Obviously not our decision in the comms booth to say what is right or what is wrong, but let's see if the stewards take a look at it, and maybe we'll find out more information on the next round of penalties on what the stewards think of that one.
We do see that as a flag. I think that's... whoa, I don't know that flag. Not good geography, it seems. Duali? Sorry if I'm saying that right.
I have no idea.
I don't think that's Malaysia.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's a cool flag. I'll give them that. I don't know where it's from, but it's cool.
Is it Egypt? No, it's not Egypt, is it? No.
I'm not sure. I'm going to look up the flag of Malaysia quickly. Keep talking.
Oh, the Japanese.
It is the Malaysian flag. It is the Malaysian flag.
One up to you.
Chris got that right on the camera. He's very content about it.
Oh, that's trivia done.
Yeah, commentator trivia with SSRI. New series coming to you. Maybe we don't take part in that one, Alex. Maybe we sit that one out.
Flags are my worst nightmare. Right.
Oh, is the YouTube that informed you, Chris? Oh, number of years. Okay, sorry. I thought you said viewers. I was like,
YouTube.
Did you cheat? Apologies. Just getting Chris in our ear. Yes. Number of years, clearly age and wisdom winning out over youth and, I guess, ignorance for naming flags. Let's just go with age, says Chris. Regardless, we can talk about the racing instead of flags, but yeah, maybe don't test our general trivia further. Malaysian flag, very cool, as we learned today. Sorry for not knowing the flag of the country. Yeah, let's stick to liveries and racing, and maybe don't talk about flags.
I think this is for position here. Dormer in the P18. I think that's. I can't read that writing. And then that car that Chris said that I'm not even going to try pronounce it.
Van Scheik, I believe it's pronounced.
Van Scheik, I think. Was it that?
I don't know if it's. Yeah, close enough.
God, European.
I'm sure we'll get a correction after the broadcast, as we tend to do.
Big launch. I think that is because of Sim Racing Holland is a backmarket car there, as we do see now the Mercedes is going to try to go side by side here, going into the final corners of Sector 2, I believe. But does seem, though, he's still holding his nose out there in the 296, and they're going to go side by side here. Who's going to have the better exit here? Exit speed is always crucial. It seems the Mercedes will have the better exit speed to try close this gap, but it's going to be all down to late braking here. It does seem the door is still open there for Dormer to try go for a move there. Doesn't seem to work yet for him. And it now seems the Mercedes still in the lead of this battle for the time being. Obviously, it does seem Dormer is the faster car at the moment. Obviously, it's starting to lead the other cars as well to bring it as well. We do see 239 out with a game crash. So that's another technical difficulty issue that has happened during this race. That is very unfortunate there for you. I apologise. I don't know why I'm apologising. I'm sorry for what happened there. But as it does seem, another stint, one with big damage due to a scent error. Nice.
Oh, that's Sem that's complaining about damage. Jeez for send. Well, I'm sure we'll see what the stewards think. Sem, I believe one of our admins at SSRI. Regardless, very common in our races. Yeah, we'll see how the stewards take a view of that. It's unfortunate to get sent. It does seem like lots of people are taking different lines here at Valencia. People braking very late, some people not braking very early. I think that is Nard Cox in the car 74. That's Sem's teammate there. Yeah, in this SSRI racing car. And the car doesn't look particularly happy. There's quite a bit of damage on that car. Hopefully it's been repaired. But the front paintwork, a little bit chipped. Just a little bit chipped.
It's all part of the abstracts of the car.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Chris mentioned that. I'm sure we can buff it out. I'm sure we can. That's one of those where you're like, oh, we got dented. Bring out the hammer. Just hit it until it's fixed.
Cover it with
Don't worry about the paperwork. Don't worry about the paperwork.
It does seem though. I don't know if this is not for position, is it, or is it not?
I think it might be.
And there's the Malaysian flag car that we now know. Just getting past there of, I think that is Broadessa. Yeah, go with that. Okay, that means I've said it extremely wrong. But how you say it? I thought you knew. I thought you were just taking the mick out of me.
I think we need to go with our usual thing that I was saying last season when I was commentating more often, which is if we do mispronounce your name, please tell us. It's extremely helpful if you tell us how to pronounce your name correctly, because myself and Alex, and I think Chris in the broadcast as well, we're all British, so we don't speak any language other than English, and therefore our pronunciation of words that are not English is absolutely terrible. So if we are mispronouncing your name, We apologise. We're not doing it on purpose.
Yeah, any names that are past 2 syllables is not good for a dyslexic person. Just know that.
Yeah, it's all just far too hard. If I already know you and I pronounce your name wrong, then it's probably deliberate. But other than that, it's not.
He's usually quite over the line with offensive jokes, so I wonder how that went. Uh-oh. I think I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, we were just having Ollie's beautiful commentary relayed to us and how he pronounces people's names. So we're not that bad. We're doing better than that, Alex, between us. I think.
Come on, we've done something.
We've tried our best.
The incorrect flags, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, no, we got it right in the end.
Oh,
It wasn't incorrect. We were just taking initial guesses.
Observational learning.
Flags and racing here at SSRI, but at least ooh, that's quite late on the brakes. There is contact between the two of them. But yeah, no, it looks like they managed to both get straight, which is great. That's Valenduc in the Bentley, who I'm sure will not be taking counter to that, and indeed just goes, right, that's my apex. I'll have that out of my way, and wins the place back immediately. It's great driving for Valenduc to have the confidence on the brakes to go that late. We've seen these two cars fighting for a while, I think. We had the conversation with them about these two cars earlier and their different strengths and weaknesses, which is clearly turning into a great fight between the 202 and the 321. That's Team Rocket Gazoo and MSR Esports, these two cars. But they are getting closed in, I think, by Zahali, I think that is. I think that's the Malaysian car, the 199 Ferrari, who should be getting involved with this fight soon as well. So we can, I guess, commentate on that as it develops. But maybe starting to settle out as the Bentley's starting to pull a bit of a gap. I imagine that the Porsche's not going to catch too much in this last sector unless there is some driver heroism or driver mistakes. Just based on the strength of the cars, I expect the Bentley to pull away a little bit over the straights. And we'll see how this fight develops. But that 296, every time we look at a 296, it just looks so planted over these curbs. And then we come out of the corners and the car in front just disappears. Even the Porsche, but now the slipstream's starting to take effect. I wonder if that's enough to pull them into contention for T2, or if I got deceived a bit by the camera zooming out, which I also might have done. But yeah, that 296 just looks incredibly planted through these corners. So stable, such a steady car, really closing in on this Porsche now. Porsche taking a very deep braking line, a bit of an earlier apex than the car behind in the Ferrari. And it's a fantastic view over the rear spoiler of the Porsche. Probably one of the best features of the Porsche, actually, in my opinion, that rear spoiler. Porsche without a spoiler is just wrong. And yeah, fantastic view shot. You can see the car starting to close up, but the Porsche in the slow speed corners pulling a gap again. This kind of pull and push over and over again of these cars going back and forward and back and forward. It's exactly what you like to see. We talked before about how GT3 cars are... It's pretty difficult to overtake in a GT3 car. They are balanced powered. They are meant to be pretty even in terms of speed, but they naturally have different characteristics. Whether that's that they're front-engined and therefore the weight's over the front. In the case of the Porsche, the weight is all the way over the back, over the rear tyres, and I think the fuel tank's in the front as well, so the characteristics of that car change quite dramatically on different fuel levels. So that's one of the reasons it's so difficult to drive. But you can see from the onboard of this 296 just how planted it is. Even through turn 16, we've talked about it over and over again during this cast. Turn 16 can be very, very scary, but it just takes all of that curve and more, and just looks incredibly planted. But you can see in the acceleration zone, the Porsche starting to pull away, and then as the slipstream comes back to it, Ferrari starting to catch up again. It's a fantastic view from on board this Ferrari. You can really see what we're talking about when we say it's just so planted over these curbs. Really pulls a big gap through that. I wonder if he's going to look for a move. I think they are side by side. It's difficult to tell. No, the Ferrari is clean through.
That was an impressive move there by the Ferrari 296 there. It's good to see that he had the balls of steel to try and get past there as quickly as possible, but he managed to get it done. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation there from the 992 Porsche? But I'm going to say I'm going to be in a tiny bit of a break, so I'll see you guys in about, 15 minutes or so. So good luck.
I will wear my voice out in your honour, Alex.
Cheers, mate.
As he takes a short break, I'll try and keep the commentary going as best as I can. I'm sure I'll get some witty, humorous joke from Chris along the way about the next flag that we see, whatever we find an interesting one. I don't think we're going to find a more interesting flag than Malaysia. But yeah, that is the 199 Ferrari making moves. I mean, looks so steady. I think that is the back marker Aston that we've come across a few times, making room for the other cars. Porsche having to take a little bit of a dodgy line, but again, this Aston, you know, it is a back marker car, but we have to give credit where credit is due. It's doing a fantastic job of not interfering with the race overly. I think it really is a skill to be a good back marker. It's not easy at all. It is Van der Linden in that car, in car 73. That's THRC. Yeah, it is impressive to manage to navigate traffic as a back marker in such a way, especially as we've talked about in cars that are so close together. And he's not last because he has at least the 934 car behind due to some technical issues. And I'm sure he's chasing Van Horn up the road in car number 18. Yeah, just had it come from THRC was Shokvavat's cars who had that, unfortunately had a stroke, or a miniature stroke, while driving was in another event. Has he recovered now, Chris, or is he on his route to recovery? Yeah, he's on his road to recovery, and we all obviously wish him the best. I remember reading about that. So yeah, best hopes to him, and it's good to see the team keeping on driving. So I think we've got a stop-go 30 come in for car 77, who's currently in the pits, speeding in the pit lane. Speeding by quite a bit if they've got a stop-go 30. It is a bit of a specialisation of my teammates to get stop-go 30s by driving in the pit lane, but so we don't know too much about that. But you do have to go quite a bit over the speed limit to get a stop-go 30. I believe there are 2 or 3 different speed differences. If you're slightly over, it's a drive-through. If you're quite a bit over, it's a stop-go 30. And if you're just pinning the throttle, it's an instant disqualification. I think it's over 120 kilometers an hour, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Yeah, it's a tricky pit lane. We talked about it before. It's very easy to mess up this pit lane. I think that's the car there, just trundling through, but stop-go 30 will be absolutely catastrophic for their race. But still 4.5 hours left to go. Still plenty of time as you see people side by side into T2. I think the car on the outside might be a back marker. It's car 69. So do a good job of staying out of the way of Valenduc in the Boatley, who's making some good progress. I think the last time we sat on board with him in stint 1, they were sort of in the middle teens position. Now in P11, pushing for what will be a Formula 1 points, but of course, I think we get points from P20 upwards in the SSRI Championship, so firmly in the points. And there is the SSRI car. That's Nard Cox in car 74. I know, Sam, that you said it's repaired, but there's still definitely paintwork damage to the front of that car. All my streams a bit blurry. One of the two. Regardless, it does look like it's been in the wars a bit. And that's closing down. I think that's Bredessa in car 556. So hopefully this fight evolves. I'm sure Nard and Sam. What a move! That is deep. Bredessa maybe getting him on the switchback. Indeed, he is. That was a heck of a dive, but well held by both of them to keep that side by side and not have any contact, because it would have been very easy for them to come together there. It's a fantastic job by both drivers to avoid contact, but the places remain the same. And that's the THRC car again, the Aston Martin. Just going wide at that corner again, another good way to get out of the way. We expect him to probably short shift to let Nard through here. Nard will be trying to get the draft as much as he can, I'm sure. There you go, yeah, dives out of the way to get past. Good short shift by the THRC guys to stay out of the way of this evolving battle. I think car 14 is just ahead of this as well, not far. That black Ferrari, I think, is car 14. So it's going to be nice and tight up front. It looks like car 199 has lost position to the Porsche as well, somehow. But yeah, car 14 leading this pack of 3 as they battle. These fights in the midfield really developing over the course of this race, really sticking together. The fight at the front looking pretty steady. They're starting to pull a gap from each other now. Quite a significant gap from each other. And the 911, the 416 and the 169 leading the field. So it's starting to even out there, but not so much in the midfield, which continues to be a bit of a war zone in the best kind of way. That's what we love to see as broadcasters and commentators. We love to watch a good fight. But they're definitely starting to settle down a bit in terms of the packs, starting to spread out, but into these small packs. It just looks like Nard has so much more speed there through T15. And the Bredessa clearly comfortable on the rest of the track. And I think that's a back marker. just losing it on the bump. Nard taking advantage down the inside of Bredessa. This is a slowly tightening left-hander. Can he keep it to the apex? Yes, he can. Is he going to get enough of an exit to get a run on the car in front, maybe? All the way over the curb. Lamborghini just looked a lot more settled. Clearly, Nard taking advantage of the chaos, not letting off the throttle, keeping his foot pinned, and making the move stick. That is where the experience shows. As we've talked about it before, you don't have to be aggressive in these endurance races. You can just wait for the mistake. And sometimes the mistake is just catching a back marker. Back markers giveth and back markers taketh away. It's part of the fun and excitement of endurance racing. Traffic does play a huge role, even in these same class events. As we said before, if you're for some reason new to SSRI, this is our GT3 only endurance season, but we of course have our multi-class 2.4 hour, which I think is in 2 weeks' time, which is GT2, GT3 and GT4, and that of course causes some absolute carnage with the traffic, as I would well know, driving in this slower class of car myself for those events. But Nard taking advantage of that traffic, starting to pull a gap now from Bredessa, who's I think looking a bit uncomfortable through this middle section compared to Nard. Whether that's Bredessa struggling with his confidence, his tyres, or whether Nard's just driving a fantastic drive, it is impossible to say from this off-point view. But clearly Nard looking a bit stronger through the middle section at the moment. I mean, turn 15 is pretty tricky, to say the least. Turn 16, of course, this turn coming up, also very tricky. To carry as much speed as you can without being absolutely eaten alive by that bump on the edge. You can see it just dropping the left-hand side of the car. But we'll see how this battle continues to develop. Can he get onto the back of the Burin in car 14? I'm not sure, but there is another big pack ahead. There's also a car coming out of the pit lane as we speak. That'll be Funky, car 555. That is a bit early to be coming into the pits, so I wonder if that is an issue. Whether they've got a problem with the technology or they've got a slightly different pit stop strategy. They might be able to pull that back on a 5-stop strategy, but it is quite early to be coming into the pits. Perhaps they're on a 6-stop strategy for one reason or another. But that will mean a place for these cars as they go through past car 555. Once the timing updates, we'll let you know where they... Well, obviously the timing will not update. There you go. They're starting to drop down the order now. The timing will not update until they cross a line, but they do seem to be stationary in the pits for quite a while. So changing tyres, seemingly, that's a proper pit stop. Maybe even a driver change. I'm sure we'll see. And I'm just looking for the leader on the race map. I'm not sure I can see where they are. Thank you for that. There they are, coming out of turn 2. This is 3. Yeah. So they'll be catching more back markers. They've got a 16-second gap to Dennis behind. I mean, Dennis earlier in the race, he's obviously running the race on his own. Brave, bold, stupid, one of the above. Running a 6-hour race on your own definitely takes some bravery, especially so in the Porsche. Was struggling for pace at the start of the race. Seems to have found his groove and he's holding off Ben quite nicely. But it does look like Ben's quite close behind him. So hopefully car 911 definitely thinking about taking advantage of trying to pull a gap. That gap at the end of stint 1 I think was 9 seconds. Now 16, so they're just slowly extending their lead over the course of the race. Hoping to keep it clean. If they can keep this pace, they're on for a good run. Obviously we had their primary competitor disconnect, unfortunately. So won't be hearing from them. So Kasianga and the 911 crew, I'm sure very content to just running some clean air out front. And it looks like we're getting back to this fight between Zahali and Valenduc. Oberin, in the 202 car. Just behind them, Pixel running P9 a fair bit of the road, I think, but he was holding that P8 position for a while. Porter was one of our early front runners just ahead of him, who had an incident and also received a 5-second penalty, which is unfortunate, but seeming to make up his space again and starting to push back towards the front, which is what we like to see. Obviously, pace over the course of these races is very, very important, and they will slowly but surely grind their way back up if they do indeed have the pace over the cars in front. Plenty of time to do so. I'm expecting we might start to see a few pit stops in the next kind of 10-15 minutes. Some of the ones on later strategies might be more closer to the 3-hour 50-minute, might still have half an hour in the tank. Also, obviously stint timer is going to be the main gate for quite a few of these cars. We did mention earlier, don't think any of these are going to be running out of fuel anytime soon, especially not the Ferraris, but stint timer is very much playing a part. 68 minutes on your stint timer. If you go over that, you will be penalised, and it's very easy to run over the stint timer. And of course, they can't run exactly 68 minutes because they have to get to the pits again. unless you decide to just drive through the pits and reset your timer. Jumping back to P22, this is Pancrats in the 511, and the 27 car behind looks quite close, but also the 549 of Dyson, who has a 5-second penalty they'll have to be serving in the pit lane. But just a second separating these, and the Mode 11 car in the 111 Mode 11 car just behind them, I think a second back now. Probably hoping they start to fight so we can get onto the back of this fight. That will be De Chiesa. Please tell me how to pronounce that name. If you watch this back on the broadcast, I would love to know. De Kaiser is what Chris has told me. Please let me know if that's right. As I say, I'm not deliberately mispronouncing any names. I'm just British, and I am sorry for that. But fantastic fight developing between these. They seem to be holding quite nicely for now, but of course, as these cars seem to get closer and closer, it's very easy to just be looking in your rear view mirror, miss a break point by, a meter or two, going a bit deep, losing a bit of pace, maybe losing the tail of the car. It's very, very easy. You've got to keep a calm head, especially in these long races. It really is a credit to the drivers that not only can they drive for this long, but also being able to drive under increasing amounts of pressure. It's not easy to do. And I know if you're the chasing driver, you want to apply as much pressure as possible, but it's even harder when there's a car behind you, because if you go for a move and it doesn't work out, you're going to find yourself in trouble. So Pancrats going to have to play this really carefully if he wants to make a move on Dizon. If not, you might just want to sit behind, and if he thinks the pace is good to try and get onto the back of Packham, maybe they can do that. Packham not far up the road, but it does look like he's going wide, so he's definitely pushing. And Diana just taking a look, showing the nose, reminding him he's there, over that nice big bump into the final corner, and it looks like there's a lot of slip angle into that final corner. I mean, obviously these cars are slowing down. It's kind of a long turning braking zone. It's very technical, very difficult. Watching these cars slide is one of the most joyous things about these GT3 cars. Just a tiny little bit of slip angle you don't get when you watch open wheelers. Maybe if you only watch Formula 1, you're not quite as accustomed to watching cars slide about as they do through here, but it's one of the most satisfying feelings when you drive these cars in sim yourself, just getting a little bit of a slip on, but not too much, because then the electronics will tell you you're being an idiot and call your power. But there we go through T2, this fight steadying out. Just looking at the timing sheet on the side, there's quite a few fights developing, actually. I think David Geese is catching up on Ambrosio, and also Nard Cox catching up on P11. But yeah, this fight for position there, David Geese has got past by the looks of things. Not quite sure when that's happened, but he is indeed through. That is the Untalented Motorsports in bright red up front, so clearly made a move happen. And up into P25, so chasing down those points, chasing down that pack that we've just been sitting on board with. As I say, I believe point scoring in this SSRI Championship is from P20 upwards, so that will inevitably be their goal. David Geese and Oliver Anderson, not slow drivers by any margin of the imagination, so I'm sure chasing down some points. Definitely not the lead Mercedes at the moment, but pushing up for it as quickly as they can get away with. And this is a fight between Dyna and Pancrats, really close, down the inside, into the last corner. Can he hold it on the apex? They're still side by side. Dyna just creeps ahead. Pancrats maybe going to look for a better exit, but can't get it. Is the draft going to be enough, or was the exit of Dyna enough to keep Pancrats away? We're going to find out as we go into turn 1. It's usually turn 2 the overtakes happen. Maybe don't go too aggressive into T1. Make sure you carry the speed as much as you can. Doesn't look like carrying enough, though. Maybe not enough of that curve on the inside to really carry all the speed through. Not maybe using as much of the track as they'd like, but later on the brakes, taking a nice wide early apex. And then I think that was a fantastic move by Diana, though. Through that, we talked about it before, that tightening technical left-hander at the end of the track is not the easiest place to go for an overtake, but makes it stick. Plenty of car control to do that. Very, very impressive driving from the BMW Car 27. Good effort. And then we'll see if they can get onto the back of Dizon in P21. And if he can get within 5 seconds of Packham, maybe they can pick up some points. Obviously, it's not over until it's over, but we'll see. And there's another drive-through penalty for car 420. Not sure if that was track limits or speeding in the pit lane, but they have picked up a drive-through penalty and they are just serving it as we speak. And that's very unfortunate. It looks like they are taking a pit stop now, so I imagine that it was speeding in the pit lane that they were penalised for, but it's never what you want to see. you definitely don't want to be getting pit lane penalties. You know, you can be a bit slower into the pits, you can lose a couple of tenths, but you can lose an awful lot of time if you get yourself a drive-through penalty, or even worse, a stop-go 30, or end up going backwards through the pit lane, hitting the brake board and being disqualified. But I feel like that one might have been a one-off, regardless. Not seen anything from the stewards at this time, just looking at pit wall live. It looks like the gap's pretty steady up front, nothing crazy going on. Ben McConnell holding steady behind Dennis Shops, who's doing a fantastic job of just holding it there. Looking through, doesn't look as anyone in any crazy battles. Looks like people are down a lap from P19. So the people on the lead lap are P18 and upwards. And then we're 2 laps down from P35 and 3 laps down from P39. And still going, indeed, still going. 3 laps down is the most I think we've got. I think that's R18 in last place at the moment, and the car in front of them is the 934 that had some technical issues and had to change driver. And yeah, sticking it out is always very impressive. I mean, it's impressive to win these races, of course, but it's equally impressive to finish these races. 6 hours is a long time. It takes a lot of commitment from these drivers. You know, they've been practicing a lot. They've got to nail the setup, strategy. You've got to get multiple people in the same virtual space at the same time. We really do. Obviously, respects to SSRI for organising these events and allowing them to run them, but also respect to the drivers for turning up and making these grids as amusing, engaging, and exciting as they often are. And this fight for P4 looks like it's starting to develop into his excellent car 93 of E1 Simsport, and that's the Wild Things racing car 79, the BMW, that we've seen a few times. Dennis Young giving us some action early on in the race in Stint 1 with some aggressive moves, making those stick for the most part. The Wild Things drivers, certainly a speedy bunch, and Axon looking to give them a run for their money in the E1 Simsport car. That McLaren, definitely a speedy car, definitely very strong on this base bop, as we've probably spoke about before. SSRI not running the elephant bop for this, just running the standard Kunos bop, and that's under review on a race-by-race basis. But that McLaren definitely feeling like one of the stronger cars because of that. But the BMW not a weak car either. And of course, at the end of the day, the driver makes all the difference. You know, there are some really, really, really quick drivers in here. These guys running in the top 5 to 10, absolutely speedy guys. But we are not Dare McCormack, so there's still pace on the table. And let's see if they can find it as they're starting to chase down the Wild Things car, because there will be pace in there somewhere, as long as you don't make an error. But trying to get as close as you can, force an error out of the Wild Things driver if you can. See if you can make a move. Wild Things, of course, hoping that doesn't happen and that they can keep their lead. That is I think that's the Simsport Holland car just ahead of them, which is a back marker, of course. So maybe that will introduce some spice to it, but not for a while, because it will take them a while to catch up. I say that as I think the Simsport car might have made a slight mistake in turn 16 and is going to be closed down on quite quickly. But if they manage to pass him on the straight, then which it looks like they're going to be able to, then it'll cause minimum force to this battle, and this battle will continue. As I say, this is for P4, and they are currently waiting for them to go over the line so I can see how far. They're 11 seconds behind the podium, so it's still all to play for. 11 seconds with 4 hours to go. Over 4 hours to go. It's not a crazy ask. It's very, very doable, especially if you end up in a situation where one of you has damage, or it ends up with a quicker driver in the car at any one given time. We mentioned before, obviously, Dennis not stopping at all, just doing the full 6 hours on his own, but Ben McConnell and Hackler, Jonas Hackler, not slow drivers, either of them, so I don't know how much pace fluctuation we'll see in the top 3, but equally, Wild Things not known for weak drivers either. So we might see some pace variation between driver to driver, but I'm not expecting it to be too much. And there we see that's the Simsport car. No, not Simsport car, it's Sim Racing Holland. Just kindly getting out of the way of this battle and allowing it to continue. Trying to lose as the minimum amount of time as they possibly can, which they do a fantastic job at. And allow us to continue watching this brilliant battle. But Axeland just can't seem to close in. It does seem to close in over the apexes. Maybe apexing a bit earlier than the Wild Things car. Whether that's car difference or driver preference, it's difficult to say. Both lines clearly working because both these guys are going very, very quickly. But at different stages of the corner, seeming to kind of push and pull back and forth. The early apex is belonging to the McLaren, but the exit's absolutely belonging to the BMW at the moment. See how long that lasts. Looks like there is yet more tow for this BMW to steal from car 415, who is yet again another back marker that they're catching up to. I'm sure Axelin's just praying that these back markers either cause some carnage for Cross in the Wild Things car, or stop giving him draft down this big long straight that we've got here at Valencia, because it's certainly very advantageous if you're the one with draft and your opponent does not. But for now, Cross quite happy to just take the draft down the straight, hoping to catch the back marker somewhere where it's nice and favourable to pass. It's not the easiest to find a place around here, especially, as we've talked about, with these GT3 cars being bopped. They have very, very similar speeds, but Axelin really close on the back of him now, looking for an opportunity. Will this back marker give him space to pass? Will he make an opportunity to pass? It's all to play for. You can see closing in these braking zones, taking more of kind of a U shape through these hairpins than the BMW, a bit more of a V, bit further away from the apex, almost double apexing on some of these hairpins, but getting a much better exit because of it. And this is probably where the engine's placed in the cars that's causing this. It might be driver preference, as I said, but it's likely the engine's being in two different places and these cars just liking to find time in different ways. How are they going to navigate this back marker? Back marker just kindly moves out of the way and says, I'm not having any of that. No, thank you, sir. Now, will the Wild Things car have draft? Doesn't look like it. Will Axelin's draft be enough for them to get on the back? They're quite a way back going through the final corner, but it is a long straight, and carrying the speed through T1 is everything. The McLaren, very good in high-speed corners. Is it going to be good enough to close in? It's closing in a bit, but I don't think it's enough to make a move into T2. Indeed, it's not, but you can see from this great over-the-rear wing cam just how much that McLaren closes in on the brakes, just how close it's getting, and then just losing out on the exit. Bit of a concertina effect, but also just the difference in these two cars. Really apparent from this viewpoint. You can see him closing in. I'm sure Axelin's sat behind going, come on, let me through, let me through. Find a gap. But Cross just sticking to his line. Not moving, not panicking, not overreacting. It's exactly what you've got to do. You've got to just keep it as steady as you can. Try and ignore that someone's in your rearview mirrors until they make a move. You don't want to know they're there until they are really there alongside you. Otherwise, you just got to stick to your line. Take the fastest possible line all the time. It's on the guy behind you to make a move. Force him to make that move. And you can see it here, actually, the BMW almost taking a narrower line in. Not using quite as much of the track on entry, and then taking a bit of a later apex. You can really see it from on board this McLaren, who just jumps over that bump at T16. We've been talking about it the whole time, but we've not really been able to see it from on board. But it's a rather scary bump. It really is. But yeah, the BMW just seeming to take a bit of a wider line, avoid a bit more of the curb. Quite interesting to see. But clearly working for them because they're getting much, much better exits. That BMW, not a weak car here at all. Really holding its own with what's supposed to be the very OP car of the McLaren. I mean, we said before, but just to reiterate that these guys are at the front not because of the car they're in, but because they're very, very good drivers, and they absolutely deserve to be there. I mean, we're looking at two Porsches leading the field, so two Porsches, a Ferrari, a BMW, a McLaren, and then a Mercedes in order for the top six. So it's all to play for here still. And that McLaren dangerously close, might be looking for a move, thinking about it, just showing his nose, reminding the Wild Things car, look, I'm here. Just reminding you, I'm here. But Wild Things seemingly unfazed, just holding the racing line, saying, all right, go on then. Either a lot of faith that they won't make a move, or a lot of faith in the spot to tell them. But a tap of that brake, just through that hairpin, just to nudge the car with the nose in, won't be doing them any favours for carrying speed. You want to be getting to the middle of that hairpin, and then just transitioning from the brake to the throttle nice and smoothly. But sometimes you just got to tuck the nose in so you can get a good exit. It seems the BMW has to do that quite a bit. We're seeing a lot of on and off the brakes from this BMW, so whether they're struggling with understeer, maybe the tyres are starting to go off. We are approaching the end of the stint. These drivers will have to start thinking about how they manage their tyres. Maybe this is part of the way this BMW is managing to do so. But they're looking like they're just holding the gap steady. I mean, this fight is close. The drivers right on top of each other, but neither of them really making any major mistakes. And that was very close to a car coming out of the pit lane there. Balls of steel to hold it on the outside line, but you've got to open the corner up as much as you can. Lenient track limits at T1, but not lenient enough. So you need to make sure you're using as much of the track, a bit of a snap of oversteer from the McLaren 3-2 through T2 as it chases this BMW down. But just not finding the error, not finding the opening. Long time to go in this race, but it must be very frustrating sitting behind. Dirty air does affect these cars. These cars do feel it. There is enough aero with these GT3s that you will notice that you are following another car. So it's difficult to do, but equally it's difficult to be the car in front. You've got to keep your mentality steady. And yeah, Wilding's car doing a fantastic job of that so far. And through these hairpins, sweeping to the left and then try and stay out wide for the right. Use as much of the track on the way as you think you can get away with. It's kind of the thing with the Valencia is sort of braking in not quite a straight line. You'll see it in the last corner, but also in these hairpins. You do have to kind of apply the brakes while turning the car, which is generally not what we advise to new sim races or new races in general. You kind of want to get your braking done and then start to bleed off the brake as you apply steering lock. But Valencia says, maybe not. And you do find you have to take weird angles on the way in. You'll see the McLaren trying to keep their wheel straight, even as the car's turning. You start to get the rotation going for that left-hander before you apply the brakes and try and keep the wheel as straight as you can to ensure you've got maximum braking force. You can brake as late as possible and get the car turned in. But these two just not making mistakes at all. Ahead of them, looks like the gap has opened up between Ben McConnell and Dennis Shops. It's up to 3 seconds now. That was within a second earlier. But Dennis starting to pull a bit of a gap away, which is good. Hopefully you can keep that pace up as he starts to get increasingly tired. And we'll see how it goes, as I think Alex has just rejoined me in the booth, which is nice. As we continue to watch the fight develop between these mid-pack markers. This was the fight we saw earlier between Diana and Pankratz, who seems to have lost a bit of pace and is falling into the arms of Geese now. The Untalented Motorsports car has pulled onto the back of these. But Diana's still looking for a opening on Dyson, who's also trying to get on the back of Packham. Both of these with a 5-second penalty. I think that's Packham in the blue Ferrari up ahead. And if that's true, which it is, then Diana's currently an effective P19 after the pit stops go through, because both of those will have to stop and serve their 5-second time penalty. Oh, it's Jonas. Hello.
Hello there. I heard you thought someone else joined, so I thought, well, this is awkward.
Yeah, I thought it was Alex joining again. Apologies, Jonas. Apologies.
No worries.
We've been watching quite a bit of your race.
Really?
To the first couple of laps. Your first stint was quite exciting.
Yeah, many things happened there. We made quite a few places in the first lap, so that was pretty good. I was very bummed out about qualifying because I had that 2 tenths there that I needed for, well, effectively P2 qualifying, but I just couldn't string it together. I don't know. The car felt somehow slippery in a way that I hadn't noticed before, and I just felt different, and I just couldn't string it together. But yeah, we're now up to P3, which I find to be pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it looks like the leaders sort of checked out. I mean, obviously, we lost one of the 2 leaders that was really running away. They had a disconnect, unfortunately. But then the number 1 car really has just clocked out. But it looked like you were going to give Dennis a good fight at the start of this stint. Ben's going some in that Ferrari.
Yeah, he needs to. He's having trouble with back markers from time to time. But he just needs to get on with it. I do believe we have the pace, and I believe Ben has the pace as well to challenge Dennis there for position. But he just needs to get going, so to speak.
Just get good is what I'm hearing from you. Sure, I'd love to hear that back on the broadcast.
Your words, not mine.
Well, he's cast a curse me at races before, so I think I'm allowed to be a bit cheeky every now and then.
It's all fair. Yeah, we did have some incidents along the way as well. I think the Ferrari, who was in P3 at some point, it was weird going into the corner, the fast right-hander with the stupid curb on the exit.
T16.
Yeah, exactly. I was sort of prepared to not really go for the move, but he broke so early it even surprised me a bit that I made the corner in front of him. Then somehow he just kept up the speed and went off the track and then hit me in the rear and almost spun me around. And I don't know how I caught the car there, to be honest. But
it was quite an impressive catch. We did catch that one on stream. It was It was a good catch. We've seen quite a few people catching cars actually. Maybe it's the advantage of this track, like having a lot of runoff. But we've not seen many people really lose the car in a big way.
Yeah, I think I've seen one who was parked on an exit of a corner at some point, like properly spun, but otherwise it seems pretty good. And I haven't checked what the entire lap 1 looked like for the entire field, but it took a very long time, I felt, to start lapping anybody.
Yeah, the pack was really close during your first stint. It was kind of the top two just clocked out and ran away, and then there was sort of your pack with the Wild Things car. I think it was Dennis Young in the car at the time. There was M. Porter, who's now up to P6, who ended up all the way down in P15 after having an incident. And obviously Dennis was hanging on to the back of that pack as well, but you guys were all really close. I mean, we saw you go for some, I'm going to call them optimistic and brave moves, showing your nose in a couple of hairpins. But we saw that from Dennis as well. There's been some quite aggressive driving at the front. Yeah,
I mean, with Young, when he was behind me, I did notice that he has the pace on me, and he did like once or twice make a move that I decided to defend, wasting a bit of time there. But I thought, I'll still try. I think I can still get myself in a pace where he can't challenge me into corners. But the third time he did that, I just thought, I'll just tuck in behind then, because I can't get the front to work right now.
I've just seen the Simsport Holland car just turned round. Not sure if they've had an incident or if they just kind of lost that car on their own, but it did look quite tricky to get it off the grass there. Sorry to interrupt. But it looked like you have some fantastic fights. I saw you showing your nose. I think it was in T15, the kind of right-hand hairpin before the really nasty right. I was saying on broadcast, it's quite like you. You know, if you see an opening to put your nose in, you do quite like to stick your nose in.
I will have a look. I will always as well just give myself the reserve to pull out of the move if I see that the driver ahead is not going to yield.
Yeah.
But I do like to show my nose a bit here and there, remind him that look, I'm here as well. I do want to get past, just so you know. So at some point, if I get the opportunity, I'm gonna do it. And sometimes, for example, with the Ferrari that almost pit maneuvered me the corner before, I got into that situation exactly by doing that as well, into the right-hand hairpin. I just had a look on the inside there. Is there space here? Oh.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of an incident between De Jong, and I'm guessing that's Bendel and the 93 McLaren that's got turned around. I'm just looking. No, it's 212 that's moving slowly. I'm not quite sure where they are in the field. Oh, it's Plus. They were running right up at the front early on, so they must have had quite a few incidents to end up all the way down there.
Oh dear.
MSR Esports have had a couple of issues, clearly. I think they did get involved in an accident, but maybe they've picked up a penalty somewhere or other, because that's quite far down the field for a car that at one point I think was running P3. I think they were in front of you, Jonas, for a while.
Yeah, that's exactly the guy actually who I was talking about, Plus. Into the right-hander, I had a look, as I usually do, as we've established. Had a look on the inside there, and I then saw that, okay, he's gonna go wide on the exit, so I can just go here, and then we were side by side going into the next one, and he broke early, so got the move done.
Yeah.
I mean, on a track like this in the Ferrari, I will say that overtaking is not very easy, with the acceleration not being the strongest in that car. Cornering is pretty good, but dirty air affects it quite a bit around here, I noticed.
Yeah.
Even behind Dennis when we were driving, we would catch up to him to within like 3/10 or something, and then we lose it all in sector 3 because the front end just starts sliding because of the dirty air, and it's very difficult.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit on the cast. I haven't driven here much myself. I've only really done sprint races, and the Ferrari is not a car that I find myself in often. But from the off-board, and even from the onboard of a few of the cars we've managed to watch, it looks really, really planted, especially through sector 2. You know, both the Ferrari and the McLaren are finding time on people in braking zones, but you'd seem to have to take a very tight line through a lot of these hairpins, and then just kind of lose on the exits. Some of these front-engine cars. The Mercedes in particular is kind of a monster down that straight by the looks of things. So yeah, is that kind of... I mean, Valencia is a difficult track to overtake out anyway, but is that how you're like thinking about approaching battles? Is that you're going to have to brake later to make moves on some of these cars?
We definitely have to rely on some mistakes, which of course on Valencia as well is very possible. It's a bit treacherous, many corners with the curbs, trying to upset the car going through there, and we have seen some tiny mistakes from many drivers so far today, us included as well.
Yeah, lots of people going wide in the hairpin, the first of the left-hand hairpin, and that seems like quite a tricky one. Obviously, we've talked about the bump at T16 being a bit of a nasty one, and it's very easy to carry too much speed into like T2, for example. So we've seen a lot of small mistakes, and obviously when you're right at the front of the field like you guys are, fighting for those kind of bleeding edge positions, it's just the smallest mistakes that you guys need to take advantage of. But clearly having some struggle forcing those mistakes because you just haven't got the pace in a straight line to pressure.
Yeah, precisely. And what I noticed, biggest problem for us was exactly fighting a BMW, because that car eats curbs for breakfast, and he's very quick through sector 3 in total, so he's already pretty close going through the final corner, and then add the straight line speed to it, and he's very close to in turn 2 always. But overall through the lap, I think we have very good pace, but it's just a matter of trying to get past people as well.
I mean, clearly you have the pace. Clearly you have the pace because you're leading the race. So.
Well, yeah. For now, I think we're about to pit soon as well. I did notice. I am wondering, are other cars having trouble with fuel or something this race? Because many cars pit way before the stint timer ran out. We noticed.
Yeah, I would be interested with that. Obviously, the Ferrari is a bit of a beast when it comes to fuel, in that it might as well be running on a battery.
Yeah.
But the leaders in the Porsche haven't been pitting too early, so if the Porsche's not struggling, it's unlikely the other cars are struggling. So I am a bit curious as to why some of these people are pitting early. I agree, it's been interesting, but most of them look like they should still make. It should be a 5-stop strategy. We think you're on. It's like 5 and a splash at the end, right?
Yeah, if all goes well, it's impossible to really shave off a full stop with this short race, but we're still just trying to give us the breathing room by using up all the stint timer whenever possible. I think at the end of my stint I had like 15 seconds left in it when I boxed. So I wasn't really nervous, but I thought that if I bin it now on this in lap here, I'm not gonna have time to make the pitch. But all was fine. I had one back marker to pass there during the final lap, so it was all okay.
The last lap is always the scariest. I think the last time I had to box from a stint timer, I had 4 seconds on the timer, and I was having a heart attack on the way into the pits. But yeah, I mean,
imagine.
Out of interest, how much fuel are you guys having to run to do a 68? It's a 68-minute driver stint, right?
Yeah, we did. To do the entire stint, we calculated we need 100 liters. But I find that we can get away with less, probably. We use around 2 liters 15, 2.15 liters per lap, and I think I had about 6 or 5 liters left in the tank when I boxed, so about 100 liters makes us go safe at least.
The Ferrari really is cheating in terms of fuel usage.
Yeah, it's not very thirsty, that's one thing that I like, and that made it very advantageous as well last season when it was 75 minutes stints.
Mm-hmm.
So we could always, compared to many cars with smaller tanks, we could run for like 10 or 15 minutes longer each stint.
Yeah, I think I noticed that last endurance season when the Ferrari was just like you'd watch a Porsche pit like 20 minutes earlier than a Ferrari. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah. So in that sense, I think this season it's made it way more even that it's only 68 minutes now on the timer. You don't get that extra 7 minutes of lapping as the Ferrari anymore. But yeah. Just have to overtake on track or during pitch, as we hope to do today.
Yeah, all the classic endurance strategies. No cheating on the fuel. Just got to have the pace to go faster. Great. Well, I'm going to have to get off. I'm going to hand back over to Alex now, who's back.
I have been back.
You've been back for a while, and I've just been non-stop talking at you, Jonas. So sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry. I mean, I wasn't complaining. Less voice usage for me.
Rest your voice for a bit for the next 3.5 hours. You're going to have to do.
Oh,
but yeah, thank you for having me. I hope the rest of your race goes well, Jonas. And
yep, thank you, and thank you both for broadcasting. It's been, from what I've been watching, it's been a very good stream so far. So keep it up.
Thank you. I will leave you, Alex and Chris, to continue the broadcast. I hope everyone has a good race and everyone that's viewing enjoys the rest of it. I'll try and catch up in a bit.
Daniel Higgins, the legend who took over for me when I just had my break. There was a bit of a longer break than I interpreted I was going to take. That wasn't my intention. I was thinking of a 15 minutes break. But I had to quickly go and do some stuff. But we are back here now on split cam here. Obviously, we see the wild things. BMW obviously done another driver swap. That means I've been gone for a while. I apologise. CBS are also trying to make a lunge there on the McLaren of E1 Simsport. Seems to get it done for the time being, but is there going to be any sort of retaliation from the E1 Esports? Moment. They have just unlapped themselves, as I heard Chris say in the background there. So that's impressive. That means their pace is showing some good, strong potential there. So they might be able to, in the next 3 hours and 47 minutes and 46 seconds we have left of this race, to potentially make some more positions. Obviously, not from the best start of the races for them, I assume, but obviously their pace is looking. What's it called? Promising, awesome. Yeah, that's it. I just got distracted then. UCR. Hi. Yep. Good evening or morning, Dominic. Welcome into the Comms Box.
Hello.
How do you think your race has gone so far then for yourself and your team?
Yeah, it's a mixed feeling. Like in the first stint, we gone wide in turn 1 and got crashed out there and lost a lot of positions. And in the first stint as well, we got crashed out by a back marker which crashed into the rear of us and spun us around. All in all, it resulted in 10 seconds of damage. And we were back in the field. But I think in the second stint, we managed to have a really strong pace and gained like 10 positions or so. So now we are trying to aiming to the top 20 until the end of the race, and be happy with that.
I mean, it's been a very good recovery from you so far. Obviously, your team in Untalented Motorsports did a really good job last time during Silverstone, battling against CBSR. I still remember that very well. Between you guys, unseparable for most of that race there. It's good to see that you're back in the race. Same with CBSR, both in different positions though. They're not battling as much as we've seen before. Obviously, you said your goal was for a top 20. Do you think you'll be able to achieve that position by the end of this race, or do you think you can go higher or lower?
Yeah, our aim was top 15 at the start of the race. But we said now after the first stint we want to finish in the top 20, and only the time will tell where we end up.
Obviously, anything can happen during the race. Penalties, obviously disconnects. We've unfortunately had to see a variety of disconnects happen during this race. A few technical issues and a few just other issues that have been occurred during this race. Obviously, your team have done SSRI for quite a few races now. Obviously, I've only been here for 2. This is my second race. Commentating for them, guys, so I don't know your team very much. Do you want to give a brief description about your team and what you've done, accomplished, and other stuff like that?
Yeah, the team Untalented Motorsport, like you know it now, it's been there for 2 seasons. So last season it was our first season, but before there was the Whip 101 team, and I don't know the other name. I think it was R2E or something like that. I'm not sure. They merged and become Untalented Motorsport. But I'm not that smart about that, because I joined the team actually last season due to things happened in my last team, where I said I want to change team. And now we are trying to aim good results. And I think we're doing it great for our performance. We are not the fastest guys in the field, but I think we are very strong overall.
You've shown very good potential recently through the Silverstone, 10 hours it was. What were your previous accomplishments, either your personal goals in endurance racing or team goals that you would also like to achieve in the future with Untalented Motorsport?
Yeah, we were very close to a top 5 finish last season. We were trying to aim to it to finish top 5. And I don't know if you know about our livery, but it's a German low-speed train livery. And we said if we are finishing in top 5 or even in a good position overall, then we wanna change to a high-speed rail livery. And that's like our aim for the season.
That's fact. So you're trying to just basically incorporate different designs to where you finished with your liveries. Just something I haven't seen many people do before. I reckon it's probably a more inside thing that I think a lot of your teammates will probably understand a lot more than me and some of the viewers might do. But if there's anything else you would like to say about the race or other races that's coming up with you?
Yeah, I'm hoping we are continuing a good season. Also looking forward to the 24 hours at the Nürburgring. It will be an amazing race there. And I hope just we're getting the result in we want.
That's completely fair, yeah. It's been very good to have you on the commentary box. I wish you well for the rest of this race and what brings to the future with your team of Untalented Motorsport, and hopefully that name doesn't live up and you become top 5 victories. Very good to see you.
Thank you, have a good one.
You too. That was Dominic Geese with the Untalented Motorsport, one of the drivers for that car. Obviously had a bit of a rough start to the race, but managing to make some sort of recovery now. Trying to go for a top 20 position finish, which I reckon they can do. Obviously having a better second stint than they did first stint, and we are now continuing with the race however it was. Chris, have you done livery drones yet? Oh yeah. I reckon we do that in a bit. Let's see though. This is for position. I think I said that really weirdly, but Verhoeven. Is this for? Yeah, this is for position, isn't it? Verhoeven and Lecent both battling once again. We've seen a lot of what is now what I know the shipping container Bentley livery against the Mercedes. The Mercedes also having not much of a breakthrough this race, as we're close to approaching the halfway mark of this race today. Obviously, so far it's been quite a good potential, as we have just seen 2 drive-throughs being awarded. I don't know how many laps ago that was, but P23 and P25 both being given drive-through penalties. And I did see another car as well. I think it was further up in the grid or down, also again as a drive-through penalty. If that's for track cuts or if that's for speeding in the pit lane, we won't know, as I heard Daniel Higgins say that earlier. However, we do see now down all over the back of Verhoeven now for the rest of this. Obviously, his pace seems to be better here, and if he can just stay within a car length here, obviously now I've seen the Ferrari 296. He's going to go for a lunge. They're going in the final corner. It's going to be contacting them. Both go flying there, and it seems that Dan does not manage to recover the car, and he has lost the position there to the Verhoeven, and I feel like Verhoeven did get away with that just in time, as now he has slow cars. Now he's going to lose another position there, and we could see Zyger also. I don't think Zyger's close enough, unfortunately, to him. It does seem Justin de Jong is carrying quite a bit of damage to that front end of that Mercedes. I think I did see the incident happen on stream, but he's carrying a lot of damage. I don't think it's worth carrying that amount of damage for an entire stint, because you're going to lose more time than you would. The 2-1-2 drive-through was awarded by the steward. Okay, I should probably actually look at the steward informs, because Daniel Higgins is not here to do it for me now. Oh, that's a shame. But what we do see, though, is he isn't catching up with any of the cars just yet. Obviously, the damage isn't doing him too badly, but I reckon it is actually affecting him quite a bit, though, because I reckon he could be further up in the grid if he wasn't carrying that damage. But I have seen recently, I don't know if this is the case in this situation, that damage like this could be a graphical bug, and they do not have damage on their side, and it's an actual third-party viewing, I guess you could say that is, side. And I've seen that before. I haven't seen it many times. I don't know if it's been fixed, but if that's the case, he is still doing decent times. I think he did a 1:31.8 last lap. I think I had a glimpse of the timing board there. But he's still doing promising times, and he is still catching up there to P7. Around 7.5 second gap between him and P7. So we'll have to keep an eye out for what these two cars are doing. However, we do see Hunneman starting to catch Dennis a tiny bit. It's not too big of a gap now. Dennis, obviously, as I've said quite a few times now, doing it solo. Around a 2-second gap between Hunneman and Dennis there. Obviously, the 169 car, I'm pretty sure, is... oh, who's that car again? I've gone mind blank. It was the first interview. That's him. Team RNE, that's it. Thank you very much, Chris. They must have had a fair bit of damage after the shunt in the heaven. I assume that is probably what it is, actually, because... Okay. While Chris in the background looks for a replay. I don't think I saw the incident now. I'm starting to doubt myself that I didn't see the incident, as we get a replay here on board with Jajong, and he still has the damage there. So it does seem he was carrying damage in the first place as well, going side by side there with the McLaren. I think that's Brand, and it does seem they just have a tiny bit of a contact there. It causes him to spin. Doesn't get hit anymore. That is not how the damage occurred, it seems. Yeah, it seems he was just carrying damage before that, unless it is obviously a graphics bug, but it does seem that is quite a fair bit of damage. I reckon he should go and pit for it soon, depending on how long he has left on the stint timer, because obviously he could have had to improvise his pit stop schedule, which will definitely vary the pit stops of people doing it. So they've got to be a bit off schedule here and there with a few of the other drivers. But we do see, though, Anderson in the 101 Mercedes there, 7 tenths between him and Mr. Brown there in the 549 Porsche. If we can try to get a camera angle on that, Chris, that'd be nice. Anderson, 101. Starting to catch up now. Him, it seems they're on the straight then. Not too big of a gap between both of them. Obviously, the untalented motorsport driver car that we were just on board with in comms. So it does seem he's getting closer there to the back of the Porsche there. Just a few tenths between them both. Starting to extend the gap a tiny bit after a bit of a mistake going into turn 2. This is the Dijon damage, and it seems they both went going on. He's now backwards, and it seems he's now basically in the firing line of cars as he goes straight into the front of the Ferrari there. That seems where he got the damage there. So that it's not a graphical bug of damage, that is the actual damage. So he's carrying a lot of damage there between there. But we go back on board with Anderson here against Brown here. These two drivers have quite similar pace, it seems. It's What lap's it now? So apparently, De Jong incident. Oh, so it was only that's still quite far back. So he's been carrying the damage for around 13 laps, because the replay that you've just seen on screen there was about 13 laps ago. So it was lap 18 now. It's about 93, 94 now. So it's definitely something that has happened quite a while back. So he's starting to lose time. Obviously, he had that other put of contact as we saw earlier as well, which is definitely going to increase his total damage time there. But he's still going to continue going with the damage. I don't know if that's the right call, but we'll have to find out further into the ratios. We do see Anderson is all over the back there of Brown. We'll have to see if he can catch up going into Sector 2. Sector 2 seems where he falls off a tiny bit on pace, because obviously the Porsche is probably better because of the aero, and it's obviously a mid-engine to back engine car compared to Oliver in the front-engine Mercedes. So that's going to be an advantage there for the Porsche, but we'll have to see. As I keep saying that, but it's true. We just have to see what happens with these two cars. We can't predict the future just yet. Obviously, we do have pit stops. Roughly, I'm going to say in 33 to 38 minutes or so. But it's going to change a lot because there's been a few incidents, disconnects, and other sort of issues that have happened. Obviously, we have seen a Herzog being awarded a 15-second penalty there. Not sure what that's for, but I'll go find out what that is for now as I go into the incident thingy, if I can find it. Say that again, sorry. Oh, no, it's sport. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think what car number is that? Number 420. So if we go look back, seems causing a car with car 11 on lap 35 is the... No, it's not. But he also gets... No, that is the penalty that he's been giving, but he's also been given a warning for ignoring yellow flags on lap 24, which was the penultimate penalty that has been given during the second or third wave of penalties yet. It seems the gaps are starting to die down here, but there's still close battles happening on track, obviously. We're actually nearly 3 hours into this race here, 2 hours and 28 minutes. To be precise, obviously we do see the Wild Things car trying to lap these cars as quickly as he can, as we throw him in the horizon there. You see, I'm going to continue what I'm presuming Daniel Higgins said. If you do want mid-race interviews, obviously just hop in the interview waiting room chat in the Discord. It would definitely save my voice a bit more. Obviously, anyone feel free to do it, any position. You could be last, you could be first, you could be whatever position. It doesn't matter at all, as long as you're in the race. You could be watching on YouTube. Could have, yeah, viewers could join if they wanted to, but I feel like a lot of... Say that again, sorry? Viewers could even join, as Chris said, so you should that here. If you're even just watching the stream, you can come hop in for a bit. Save my voice some doings. I understand though, just losing a tiny bit of time though. What happened in the background, Chris? No, I was talking about your voice. Oh. That's a peculiar coughing noise, I'll be honest. Don't worry. I think it might be time for, unless Anderson can try gain back all of his time in that time. What? Sorry, I keep getting distracted. My phone keeps going off. But on Do Not Disturb. If Anderson can try and gain back a tiny bit of time here to Brown, could obviously see a battle, but he's too far behind to make the slipstream work here. Obviously, it's a long straight, but it's not long enough to make some sort of effect gains a tiny bit of time. It's not going to be too much time though. Still quite a few car lengths between him and Mr. Brown. We try to do some livery wash, I guess. Try and park all the time. I see. Doesn't seem Anderson's getting enough time to try to think of making a move anytime soon. Seems Brown's doing quite a good job under pressure and just trying to extend the gap as much as he can. Obviously, he can't defend forever. Obviously, still 3 hours and 29 minutes. So still quite a while here as we go into livery cam here on the first car of this new judgment. Here with the Mercedes on board with livery cam here, obviously the car that was fighting here with Mr. Brown and Talented Motorsport, the car that he's, if I remember him saying it, Dominic saying it right. What was it again? Yeah, the slow train, and then if they get P5 or above, they go fast train. I see. My memory's starting to go. As we do see, the track temperature as well is also slowly creeping up, but that will start to go down as well when we get further in the race. We should be ending at around 6 PM in game time. Seem though. And Talented Motorsport, what would you rank that livery out of 10, Chris? Because I'll do it after what you say. Chris gives it a 7. I'm going to give it a 6.5. Because I've seen some good liveries in this, and I kind of want to keep the expectations as low as I can for the time. Well, actually, as high as I can for the time being. But yeah, solid 6. Well, we'll say 6.75 to average it out a tiny bit between me and Chris. Because my averaging skills are absolutely amazing, so that's going to be wrong. We can get some interesting shots here now. God, look at that branding. Just give them. May as well just put an entire advert of them on stream here. Good to see them though on track. Obviously their second race, and luckily they now have 100% attendance ratio for now, as this is only the second round, and there's obviously 6 or 7 rounds calendar. I think it's a 6-round calendar. Yes, it is a 6-round calendar, because we've got Spa, Nordschleife, Indy, and then what's last? Indy. Oh, I'm trying to remember. They're over. That's my awesome brain always remembers this, and I totally haven't gone on my Twitter. Zandvoort, yeah, Zandvoort, 6 hours in June time, so this goes all the way out until about the halfway point of the year. And then, as Chris says, there will be another championship after that, which is going to be great. And in my opinion, summertime commentary is way better than wintertime commentary, because I can actually do it in a different room. But hopefully I'll have my new PC parts and my new commentary set up for that, which would be nice. But only time can tell. It seems though Anderson is losing a tiny bit of time now towards Brown. I'm starting to see, I can't tell, is that Richardson behind him in the Mode 11? Okay, that is not, that is actually the Wild Things BMW. Just trying to catch up to try. What position are Wild Things in right now? Are they still in P4 or have they gone up a few positions? Still in P4, trying to catch up as quickly as they can to try and get a podium, because obviously they were in second for a good part of this race, but it seemed pit stops didn't do them too well. Unfortunately went back down to P4, and then they're just trying on pace to catch them as quickly as they can As we do see though, Brown is starting to catch up. I think that is Van der Kram in the 296. Have to see. It seems Anderson's pace is starting to fall off a tiny bit. Yeah, Van der Kram. So it does seem this is going to be a battle for position. If they battle too long here, those two as we go board here with Dennis, the second livery review of the day. See Dennis doing it on his own, so that's already a bonus point for being able to do this on his own. It wasn't his intention to do it, and obviously a nice gradient from purple to blue there as we see him inside the car. What would you give that livery out of 10? If you continue, as he does his very thorough examination of the car. See, what does it say on the back of the car there? It's too pixelated. Oh no, Arwagi. So he is the. Is he still part of the Kunos team? Now, there's two words that last word can mean. Well, I'm hoping that's just where. Okay, good. I mean, if that pixel wasn't there, it's going to look like another word. But, the car, obviously, the cars are starting to get a bit more dirty now because we're now in the 3-ish hour mark of this race. You see now a full review of that. I really do like the gold trims. You say that's gold or brass, one of the two, on the mirror. Oh, and on the aero ducts, I think they're called. I think I'm going to give this livery a solid 8.5 out of 10. Okay, does that say vroom vroom? How immature are you guys? I like that on the bonnet there. Obviously, it goes from the black on the racing stripe to the gradient print. Yeah, I'm going to give that a solid 8.5 out of 10. Fair enough. Done something right. And it's not the Malaysian flag this time. Back on board with Anderson here now. It seems though we have seen L unfortunately get a drive-through penalty that I assume that is going to be in-game penalty, but I will just quickly check on the notice board. The notice board has not been updated, so I'm going to say that is unfortunately either track limit or a pit lane incident there. It's starting to lose a tiny bit of time there. However, we do see C. Brown and Van der Kram starting to gain the pace up on each other there. These two cars seeming to battle a bit after Anderson unfortunately dropped off a tiny bit of pace, or Brown just managed to gain the pace back, and now all over the back of Van der Kram. His brakes a bit late there, and it's gained the time down a tiny bit there. It's about a 2 or 3 car length gap between both of them now. So just see what these two cars do here. The seam Chris Brown does have the advantage in pace, is just seeing how much he is actually gaining through sector 2 here. Seam though, you might see if he can just maintain a close enough gap around maybe a car or 2 car lengths between them both. This is where we could start seeing some position change here between these two cars. They might be battling it out because obviously that straight, as I always mention it, is such a long straight that we could just see the slipstream helping out Chris Brown so much as he goes for a very, very short line there going into the final corner. Now about 2 car lengths between them both, as we could see now. These two cars are starting to battle with it, as I can't tell by the camera angle if he's gaining or not, as now he pulls out to the inside line, but he's not got too much speed there, just going in his mirrors to tell him he's there, trying to put pressure on them. He loses a tiny bit of time by doing that. Both of them are going to get track cuts for that, and it does seem Van der Kram does get awarded a drive-through penalty because of that, going wide out onto turn 1, as we also see the Wild Things car behind him wanting to try to get past these two back markers as quickly as he can. But obviously that can interfere with this battle, but Van der Kram is not going to be happy with what he's just done. He could lose he can go all the way down to P22, lose 4 positions because of that incident that he's just done, going too wide there. But unfortunately, that's going to be, I think it's our 5th victim of track cuts today. Now it does seem Chris Brown is losing a tiny bit of time there now. But he has nothing to worry about now, because in the next 2 laps he needs to serve this drive-through penalty, so he can just get past, obviously having to do an extra pit stop. Not something you want to be doing. But that's just a bit unfortunate there for Van der Kramp. As I can't see, oh, there we go. Nice close up there of Sim Racing Holland in currently in P27, the 65 Lamborghini here. Different variations of colours from lights to darks. I should have paid attention in art class. I could actually use some fancy words. Sim Racing Holland, obviously, a team that we did see in Silverstone as well. Last month, I think it was. And is also in the pit lane, so that's going to lead Chris Brown to take that position for now. It does seem now, obviously, that I think he's using. Alright, this is where I'm going to get geeky with liveries. I can't tell if he's using 1 or 2 textures on that. I think he's using 2, because I have a feeling the orange is chrome and the rest is glossy. I can't tell though, actually. But if it's not, that's a very good attention to detail, using different material properties on liveries. Obviously I did liveries for quite a while. Still do liveries, I don't commission them though, because it's just effort. Obviously, just giving it a bit of more branding of the Lamborghini there. Does seem though, side by side with the Ferrari or close there. This is actually 4th position, as we do see both these cars are very close. Obviously, Plus was very high up in the order, so this might be an easy enough position here for him. But obviously, it's a bit of a damaged Ferrari there as he goes a bit wide there. As does seem now, Plus will have the outside line, trying to go for the switchback on the inside line here. It might seem Linden might just let him go by, as they both break a bit late, and Linden breaks later, but now has the better line and the better exit going onto the straight here. This is where he'll have the slipstream, but he's not going to take any of the slipstream. That is not the greatest decision in my opinion. Go back in the slipstream, try to keep your speed as close as possible. Obviously getting very close there, but it does seem Linden just breaks a bit later going into turn 1, as we also do see it's that's another battle of Diana as well, trying to get involved with this battle, as well as we do see there might be a 4-way car battle here as well. There is actually the Ferrari in the background as well. This is all for position now, as we do see Linden. So much pressure here from Plus as he tries to go for a bit of a late bomb into turn 6, gets a bit loose there. He's got to maintain a bit of a gap there, Linden. Now he has to just try focus getting away here, as now Plus is being pushed back into Diana and Von. Ooh, that's a name I can't say, but he's Liebenstein. Okay, I'm glad you can say it. I'm glad someone paid attention in reading class. You see, Diana though is just now losing position. A lot of time here now to Liebenstein. So now it actually goes wide here, which opens the door there to Liebenstein to try go side by side with him. It doesn't seem to work just yet. So now just seeing here, Plus is also just trying to get closer. Not working for Plus either, but it's back on board with Liebenstein, or trying to get all over the back there of Diana. Doesn't seem to be working yet. He's going to be the later breaker here as we go back on board with Plus and the Sim Racing Holland car. It does seem it's not going to work so far in Plus's favour, but obviously that slipstream can be quite effective here, especially on such a long straight like Valencia. He's going to pull out, trying to get the inside line. Is he going to break later than Linden? No, he's not. He's going to go back, and it does seem Diana's also going to try to get involved with this incident, as it does seem like Plus just goes a bit wide there, but they're still in track limits for the time being. But it does seem now he's just being pushed off into Diana. He's now pushing way too hard, which has led to the other 2 cars behind him gaining time here. This is what's going to cause quite a big battle here, as it seems he's going to try going the outside there of Linden. Isn't going to work though, and now he's going to lose a bit of time there. So we do see Diana in the background going with Liebenstein there. Liebenstein getting the outside line, but seems to be getting a bit better. Can't see him there, but they will go side by side, as you can see. So still going side by side, as it's now the inside line there for Liebenstein. It does seem Liebenstein gets the move done for the time being. It's not going to be any sort of retaliation here from Diana going into the end part of Sector 2 here. It does seem still a tiny bit of a gap between both of them, so this could still lead to a retaliation at the end of this lap, but it seems so Liebenstein does have the pace advantage here compared to Diana, and that's going to be the end of that battle there for the time being. But it does seem Diana's trying to persevere through this and try to get closer and closer. But it's not going to work, as it seems like it's going to be about, I'm going to say it's about 10 yards between them both. Actually, no, it's 50 yards. I play golf, trust me. That does seem, though, Sim Racing Holland car and police both starting to maintain a bit of a gap between each other. So it does seem DOR in chat, number 93, got a puncture, MFD glitch, last pit stop, and put us onto worn tyres. So we were trying to nurse them through an extra stint. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That has happened to me actually before, and it's not great when that happens. Adam Izalovic, I know you from Positive Perception. Welcome on in. I don't know if you're racing actually. I haven't seen you. You're a very quick driver as well, though. You are. Does seem though. Van der Linden is starting to be the leader of this package. So now Police is going to try go on the inside here, going into the end part of Sector 2. He's going to have the overspeed here, getting the Bexar exit, and has the inside line. Does he brake later though? They both brake a bit at the same time. It does seem the gap's going to be open there for... wow, what just happened there? Limberstein just hits the back there. The Sim Racing Holland car, they both spin out there. That's going to cause them to lose so many positions. As you can see, another 3 cars, but obviously a few of those will be a lap above there. That's very unfortunate there for both Franz der Linden and Liebenstein, both involved with that incident. Obviously a bit of a late break from Liebenstein, which caused that to happen, but it seems they both go, and it does seem Liebenstein's going to do the right thing, give the position back. That's very, very good there from Liebenstein. I applaud that, but you won't be able to hear me clap because I've got noise suppression on. Does seem though, has been given a 15-second penalty. I think we saw that before. However, Pearliant getting a 15-second, and then Tang getting a 5-second. It's, I think, new. Or they might not. I don't know. It does seem Liebenstein's going to try to start battle again with Van der Linden, but it just doesn't seem to work just yet. Just trying to not... Obviously, both of their confidence is going to be knocked down a tiny bit more after that little incident that happened. But obviously, their tyres are also going to be a bit overheated for the time being. So we'll have to see what these two drivers have to do with it. Oh, I've run out of breath. Nah, it's fine. Just wait for anything to happen. Oh, don't start thunderstorming here now, please. If I lose power, I'm going to cry. I shouldn't, but just a heads up. True. Let's see, Liebenstein is starting to gain back the time that he did lose there to Van der Linden. Still quite a big gap between them both, but obviously it does seem Liebenstein has the pace advantage here going into turn 16 now. Gains a lot of time there, all over the back there of Linden here. So he's going to try go for a later break there going into the final corner. Doesn't seem to do it. Actually loses time there, but it does seem he gets the better exit there. They're going to be all over the back there. Is he going to try go? No, it does seem Linden's going to go into the pit, which leads Liebenstein to go into the lead of this battle for now. And if he can nail the pit stop, he will have taken P30 for the time being, which would have been, I think, P15. Fortunately, lost all of those positions due to the incident that happened. It's an interesting little battle from those two. Unfortunately, did end up in tears, but we do see Van der Kraan, another driver who was battling there with Betten up in P20 and P21. Trying to break the gap a tiny bit between both of those, about 9/10 between each other. But can Van der Kraan start to decrease that gap? On board with them now. It's still quite a big gap there, so we do also see the McLaren as well behind. I don't know if that's a back marker or if it's not, but it does seem there is a 93 McLaren behind them. 2 seconds, so I actually do think that is going to be a back marker or an in front marker. I don't know what you call colours in front of you. the faster car. And then I think it's the E1 esports car that they're also battling with. He's just trying to catch a tiny bit of time there, I think. Or is that... No, that must be them, actually. Well, I'm just trying to figure out this mystery in my head. You know what I'm saying out loud. Oh, there is. Cody Besselink as well. Does seem to start to lose a tiny bit of time though to Hep as well. Those 3 Ferraris might start battling again soon, as we do see Diana has unfortunately been given a drive-through penalty as well. Well, has to sit down the next 2 or so laps. Does seem though. Been on car, obviously the E1 esports car was just trying to catch up a bit there. As we do see Plus down into P27. Did he just pit? I think he did just pit. That's why he's went down a few positions now, going all over the back of Hep here. Just seeing that the door is still open there by Hep, but wasn't close enough to try and make the move. But they are so close here. Yeah, it's not going to be very good here for Plus, but he's going to try to go with the inside lunges it going into turn 15. Does seem to, team 13, but gets the move done here. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation here from Hep? It doesn't seem so far. In fact, there is going to be a bit of a lunge there going into turn 16. Doesn't seem to work there for him. And it does seem Plus goes up into P26 provisionally for now. Now just has to try and catch up with Cody Besselink as fast as he can as well. So we do see going back down, Herzik is starting to battle with Diana again. These two both having penalties here, but it does seem Diana's penalty is more severe than the plus 15, but it seems they both went into the pit, so that was a wrong time to change cameras, unfortunately. But it does seem that these two cars again battling at it again. It does seem Tang, and that's going to be these team orders, I bet. It does seem, yeah, the 2 Sim Racing Holland cars, Zwerink. Oh gosh, that's going to be a name to try and remember. And Tank both being in the same team but in different cars. As we also do see CBSR as well trying to get closer to this battle as well. Obviously down on P35 for the time being, trying to gain positions as they can. Gaps starting to widen between the 2 Sim Racing Holland cars, which has led to Horst in the CBSR car to start to catch up, as well as I think that's actually another car, another Ferrari that's probably further up in the grid trying to get past these cars as well. That's probably interrupt this battle as well, but still about, I'm going to say 4 or 5 car lengths between these 2 cars. CBSR going to try gaining the slipstream. Obviously the Lamborghini has the slower top end speed compared to the Mercedes, but it's not going to do too much favour here for the CBSR car. We are now at around the halfway point of this race. This is where we're going to see CBSR car trying to go inside, opens the door there, which leads the Sim Racing Holland car to go side by side once again here, going into turn 4. Now it does seem the inside line does not help the Mercedes there, and it does seem there's going to be a lunge there from the Ferrari as well. That's going to be a blue flag car, which just forces CBSR off the track a tiny bit, trying to get through these cars as quickly as he can, not trying to lose time, which has caused this battle to be widened quite a bit here, which is going to cause CBSR not to be too happy about that, I think. Unfortunately, that's what happens, as it does get a bit loose there on the AstroTurf, and now there's quite a big gap between the CBSR car and the Sim Racing Holland car of Ruben Tang here. However, we do see the Ferrari just trying to get past him as quickly as it can. Doesn't want to lose too much time. I don't know who that car is. That is a pretty nice camera angle here. Where's my phone going off? Uh-oh. Hopefully, just very wide there. Braking a bit too late. That's why we saw him get very close to the Ferrari, but loses a lot of time there. Feeling this battle is going to be over pretty soon. He's starting to lose time there, unfortunately, to the Sim Racing Holland car of Ruben Tang, but will he be able to gain that back? However, we do see in P22 and P21 a battle starting to formulate here Might be a three-way battle actually as well. Does seem that McLaren 93 coming in P22, about 3/10 next to Van der Kran. Van der Kran not getting much of a break at all. If you can try, there we go. Nice. I shouldn't say anything. Bernard's just trying to get closer. Obviously having the slipstream here on Van der Kran, it's going to help him quite a bit here. Going on to the main straight here, it does seem though he's going to try go for a bit of a lunge. No, it didn't seem like he was going to go for one. Just thought better of it. Gaining a lot of time. They're going to turn one. It's still going to be open here for Bernard to try get a move done. However, we do see a purple McLaren as well behind, putting a lot of pressure there. So that's going to be, I think that's a blue flag car. Trying to gain back time. Actually, no, it seems, yeah, the E1 Esports car is the blue flag in this total here. I have a feeling that might be, no, Funky is the red McLaren. So that's going to be at least the top 10 cars. We do see a side-by-side there. I don't know if that's for position. I don't think it is. I think that's for here. We do see Bernard go side-by-side here going into turn 8. Doesn't seem to work. He does have the inside line now, and it seems Van der Kran goes very wide there, caused him to lose the position. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation here from Bernard at the moment? It doesn't. Well, Bernard managed to get past, but there's not going to be any sort of retaliation here from Van der Kran just yet. Obviously, this is about a four-way battle. I don't know how many of these cars are on the same lap as each other, but at the moment, I think that is Diana. Diana is not on the same lap. They are further behind us. We do see that McLaren going all over the back there of Van der Kran. Van der Kran not letting the blue flag car by just yet. Might just wait, as it seems he breaks a lot later than nearly contact between Van der Kran and the McLaren behind, which is not going to be great there, as it seems no one does go in the pits yet. These two cars are battling for position, it does seem. Wait, no, are they? Oh, so this is a blue flag car that's actually... Yeah, 77. So 77 seems to not be from P33 to P11, so it has to be... Oh, right. So this is actually kind of a battle then, you could say. Battle to one lap. It does seem... So you said, what's the name of the McLaren? Ricky Krebs, currently down in P37, trying to redeem himself to get past Van der Kran to try. How many laps down are they? It's going to be over 4 laps down. Find out. Yeah, I'm going to say 5 laps down. So trying to redeem themselves. Obviously, still 3 hours to go. Obviously, their pace seems pretty strong if they're keeping up with P22. At the moment, almost trying to get past Van der Kran. Let's see, no, Diane is also trying to... I think Diane is actually going for position here with Ricky. However, we do see Van der Kran almost like opening the door there for Ricky to go through. It doesn't work there, but I think Diane is actually caught up to Ricky here in the McLarens. Seeing though the gap does increase quite a bit between those two, and it does seem trying to get past Van der Kran as quickly as he can, so it's kind of like a bit of a shield between him and Diane to try and formulate a tiny bit. Can't even know. Never mind then, I guess. I thought that was the position. It must be. Oh, it's Colm. Hi, Colm. What's my favourite kind of sandwich? Good joke. What did you say? Alright, Chris is that weird person who likes crisps in a sandwich, so he said a crisp butty. And he's also from the north, I presume, because he says butty, so... Yeah, that's 2 unlucky incidents there. I don't even know, to be honest. What is my favourite sandwich? I don't usually eat sandwiches, I don't eat bread often. 'Cause I'm weird. Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, egg sandwich then, you know, because I'm weird. Oh, someone will hate me for that. That's good protein. Exactly that, I agree with that. I think Chris is too classy. You would be caviar and wine. From the north, I don't know about that. Do you support football team? Of course. Local or just... Well, fair enough. I support a team that's nowhere near me. And they're also terrible, so that's weird. Team CBSR car at the next livery review. I'm just gonna have to say straight up 10 already. I'm not biased at all, actually. Before people start saying that's just biased, but I know I actually like the color gradient they're using. Obviously, the pattern they're using as well. Obviously, Colm as well, who's in chat, also is a livery designer, so you can appreciate work like this. And it's just very sleek livery. The way they've incorporated the logo into the design also just looks very good and stands out well without trying to ruin the pattern at all. Obviously, the logos they've used as sponsors on the car as well also blends in with it very well. Obviously, on the you could say on the front it's almost like a zebra kind of pattern, which I feel like has quite a bit of inspiration from as well. And there we go. There's the plug-in. See the YouTube channel of CBSR. I don't know if they're streaming this. They are streaming it. Obviously, go watch them if you want. Wow. Whoa, yeah, actually don't. Well, you're the one pointing them at the logo. It's up to you. It's either you like Chris and want to support Chris, or you hate Chris, so you go to CBSR. So it's up to you. Is it a programmer vote? Yeah, of course. Dennis now. Obviously, how we have rated, that was an 8.5. And then obviously, CBSR car was a 10. Well, actually, we didn't get your input on that. What was your input on that, Chris? Alright, so we'll do 9.75 again, because we're tricky. Like that. Drive through 4. Yeah, 165. And it also... Oh, no, I thought... Taran also had one, but that's a 5-second penalty. But that's going to cause a big leap there. That is... I think... Oh, I keep forgetting the name of the car. I know he was in it, but... Already, that's it. Unfortunately, get a drive-through penalty. That's not going to be good for them. Obviously, sorting it out, and it doesn't seem they lost too many positions. We'll have to see until the end of sector to see if it updates. But at the moment, it doesn't seem they've lost position. But it does seem the times between him and P4 are too close, and it does seem goes all the way down to. Well, where are they? Oh no, they've only just lost the position. Only one position, so not too bad. But 90 seconds, we did see what's happened there? Team's car 96, I believe that was, just having a bit of a spin going into sector 3 there. Hopefully the car isn't too damaged for them. So we're now past the halfway point of this race here. So far, race has been pretty good, I'll be honest. I thought it would be. 9. So yeah, there must have been some sort of CB. Never mind. Good commentate curses them without being on the mic. Impressive. But actually, no, you're an admin. You used your admin power for that. So that's a joke. But by the way, before people start taking that seriously, because something happened yesterday in F1 that wasn't very fun. I won't get into that though. CBSR though, cover did go a bit wide. Are they still past the Sim Racing Holland car? Did they go into the pit Sim Racing Holland? I think they did. Yeah. That's the not right part there, but very difficult. Zwerink? Zwerink. Gosh, there's so many letters. Not enough brain power. These two cars are just starting. I don't know if this is for position, isn't it? Yes, this is 919 against obviously the SSRI car of Sam, who was in the chat, who did seem to have damage, but recovering the car quite well here. Up into P6. Currently, but under pressure here from Hillebrand. And obviously behind as well is that, I have a feeling that's a 202 Porsche. It is the 202 Porsche. Could be a freeway battle here. If obviously Zompel. Oh my days. I would say my English is terrible, but I don't think that's an English name. So that's my excuse. Yeah, I know, right? Spanky Link, obviously in the lead of this battle, but is under a lot of pressure there from Hillebrand. I like that last name, Hillebrand. That's a nice name, mainly because it's easy to say. As well, Zombel as well, just further back, but trying to gain some time there on Hillebrand. It's not going to be working just yet for them. Obviously, for the next, just a bit of weather update here. Doesn't seem it's going to be raining for the next half an hour. Don't know if it's going to rain during this race. Chris says there's a chance, so it could either mean there's going to be stormy weather in the next hour, or there's going to be no rain at all. We've still got an hour and 20 minutes to find, well, 2 hours and 20 minutes to find out if there'll be any rain at all. Seem like this. Yeah, I was about to say that. It seems that is Funk there. In this battle as well. It does seem this is Andrews in the Mode 11 car. A lot of big battle here going into turn 16. This is going to be 3 wide going into the final corner. This is something not happened yet before here, but it seems the McLaren does just get by there. Funk in the Optimum Motorsport car trying to get past as well. Doesn't seem to do. It gets past Diana, though. Diana obviously not in this battle yet. But it seems it's going to be a slipstream way here. Brand, Brodessa and Funky all trying to go past this. We do see side by side there. Diana, I don't know if that's for position now. Further back, but focusing on these 3 cars here, obviously all for position here, I think. Does seem now. Funky just goes a tiny bit wide there. And that wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't. That was for position, it wasn't. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's. Is it still Diana in the car, or is it changed driver? That's my question. Okay, as there's been contact there, it seems the Sim Racing Holland car just gets a bit of a tag there from Redfern. That's not going to be very good for them. Does seem they're not getting past yet. They're going to lose so many positions here, down in P34 now. But I feel like they're going to lose a few more positions. It seems out they managed to recover the car just fine. That's going to be a bit of an effect on tyre wear there for that Sim Racing Holland car. They're not going to be too pleased with that little contact. Happens very late break. Unfortunately, they have lost a few positions there. Hopefully, they can gain it back. Obviously, 2 hours and 51 minutes, still a long way. Try and think of getting a move done. And hopefully, they can get further and further up in the order here. Cody Bestlink, a car we haven't seen today, but I have mentioned here today. Again, it doesn't seem that's 4th position, but Cody Bestlink just trying to drive at his own pace. Obviously, we do see the E1 Esports car behind, but I think that is either a back marker or an in-front marker. I have a feeling he is. Yeah. That's yeah. So this is an in-front marker trying to get past Cody Bestlink here. Slipstream. He doesn't want to lose too much time, Cody Bestlink, because he's wanting to try catch up. Even though it's quite a big gap here between him and Mr. Kroll. Obviously, trying to gain 26 seconds is quite a bit of time here. But obviously, if he's got the pace to do it, he still has plenty of time to try and get the move done. However, if we go up into P16, we do see there is a very big battle happening again. About a 10th between Tomlin. There's actually going to be an incident, and if we could get a replay on that, that would be quite nice. As it seems Tomlin, Betten, and another car was unfortunately spun off on the gravel trap there. I have a feeling all 3 of those cars, and obviously Brodessa was all unfortunately part of that. Remember one thing I do see there is another person in the interview waiting room. Get to them as soon as we can. We do see here this battle is starting to go past as we get the replay here. What happened between those three cars? It does seem there might have been a bit of a yes, that's exactly what I predicted. Run out of room there, and I just feel like the sim race is that the McLaren just wanted to be part of that. I don't think he knew where to go at that point because it was so very unpredictable. It seems we've lost the interviewer. Long gone. It seems Andre's brother. Oh my days, Brodesser. That's it, Brodesser and Cooper Trent. No, that's not. That's that would be Dennis in P3. Is Dennis in now? I'm presuming just on his pit stop as it seems there's going to be a lunge there, but that's not going to be for position as well. SSRI. Oh, Dennis is trying to just maintain or carry the gap out between him and Spinklink in the SSRI Lamborghini, but all he's trying to do is try and gain a bit of time there between him and the Lambo, but the Lambo just trying to just keep up. Obviously he doesn't have the slipstream yet. It's about a 9/10 gap between both of them, but obviously can change and will most likely change either for the good or the bad for Dennis. So we'll have to see what happens between these two, as we do see a lot of cars in the same proximity of each other, all on different laps. But one thing I'm going to say is on the track map, I don't know what they mean by, I know on the qualifying, the blue dots and the grey dots and the dark grey dots, but what does that mean during the race? Oh, is it just the same, or I thought it was going to be on the same lap as the leader? I'll find that out soon. I see. What is happening? Out on my street. I live in such a weird area, I'll be honest. It was car 6. I'm trying to recap for what that meant. It was car 6 in chat. I can't remember to save my life. So we've got a fellow person here, Oliver Anderson. Welcome on in.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
How's it going?
And some yelling in the back of my ears. It's like something's going madly wrong. Can people hear you, Chris, this time?
No.
That's a weird question. And people think that I'm talking with myself now.
I've done it all day, mate. You're fine.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So I haven't seen much of the actual racing going on except for where we were on track. So can you fill me in a little bit for a little half race rundown?
Half race rundown. All right. So what we have seen recently is obviously the Wild Things car was up into, I think it was P4, but unfortunately had a bit of an incident leading them down into P8, starting to get further and further up in the grid. And I think they're currently now in P2, provisionally, obviously. And then we did see further down the grid recently a bit of an incident between the Sim Racing Holland cars, and I think it was Mode 11 car had a bit of an incident into the gravel, but we did see obviously the disconnect of the old leader of what was his name again, Dominic Rodriguez, yes, who unfortunately disconnected in pole position and hasn't been able to log back into the race, which means he is fully out of the race now. And we have seen a few other technical difficulties for other teams, which has led them to have a tiny bit of a disadvantage in positions. And we have seen just here and there a few incidents, but all in all, there's still been quite a bit of racing, and we're just into the halfway point of this race now.
Yeah, it looks like the gaps have not formed that big on the track at the minute, honestly, in this race compared to expectations. Of course, it's a big grid that we see on a small track this time around, so a little bit of argy-bargy is expected in a race like this, but it looks like these guys are really, really at it. Schrøve, and what's that? Hollerman and Schrøve actually makes a move that looked like... Is that Hollerman behind?
That's going to be Dennis, and that's going to be... Yeah, that will be Hollerman as well. Those two cars, and it does seem Dennis just regains... not pole position, podium position of P3 for the time being. But obviously there is quite...
It's not Hollerman, no, that must have been a back marker then. Oh yeah, we're following scripts. It's Hollerman and Tarin that's battling at the minute. I thought we were watching that that thing going on. That Porsche confused me. We just saw a Porsche.
It's happened a lot.
Yeah, but he's the guy with Sim close behind. It looks like Mr. Spinkling himself. The original OG alien of the community. And it's good to see that 74 car haven't had too many issues with internet connections this time around, as that seemed to be following them around just as much as it followed the 221 car last season. A bit unfortunate there. Ooh. I just thought that was really close, but very nicely done there from Sim, getting through the traffic, of course, which seems to be one of the bigger things today, honestly, from the faster guys. When the tires start to wear out, the back markers, if they're out on fresh tires, the pace difference is not that big, but for the front guys, it's still how to get through the traffic the most efficient can be really crucial in a race like this. Especially on a track with so many tidy points and corners, as the master, the grandpa himself, Chris Hill, informing me in the background that I don't think that we've seen the 911 in the pits recently. I don't have any telemetry open, so I cannot confirm that. Maybe Alex have a better recollection of what's actually happened to that car, but it's actually getting pretty close up there. Hollerman and Turin now down to 2.4. They were much closer not that long ago, honestly.
Now, I think what happened with the R&E car, they were on pole, and I think they got a drive-through penalty, if I remember correctly, which had caused them to lose the lead, but they are now trying to get it back from Tarin here. Tarin was comfortably in the lead starting of this race, obviously due to the disconnect of Dominic, which has now led to these two cars becoming closer and closer in gap share, because they have no worries from behind yet. Dennis is 12 seconds behind, nearly 13 seconds, but can Dennis, obviously doing this solo, just keep up with the pace? Obviously he's going to get a lot more tired than the other drivers. Obviously his legs are going to feel it when braking as well, so I feel like his pace can either drop off or continue going up, depending on how trained he is with doing solo endurance races.
Yeah, well, it's a big challenge going the longer races. I've done 6-hour races myself earlier, and I must say that the last hour or two of those races, if you're not really in close battling and it's just a matter of pacing, then it's a concentration thing. It's not that much the physical part, even though that it can be obviously challenging turning these direct drive wheels that almost everyone are using in these days, and the spring-loaded pedals, and the 919 car just got drive through, it looks like. That can be hard, but it's the mental part of keeping focused for so long that can be extremely difficult in a race like this. And again, the drive-throughs will obviously also become a big thing later in this race, as we just saw Red Farm there going a little bit sideways out of that corner, as this is a track that's famously known for being a little bit strict on the track limits. Especially turn 1 have been an issue for some teams, I know.
No, you just had...
It's not the only one on the track there where you can get the cuts easily here, but that one is definitely one of the bigger sinners.
And you just had your last stint. How did it go for you? Because I did see your track in the Untalented Motorsport car currently down in P20. Doing quite a good job though, as that was your goal position. As I was speaking to one of your teammate Dominic, who's now currently in the car. So how was your last stint?
That was much better than the first one, I can tell you that much. The first one was a complete shite, to be perfectly honest. But last stint went well. I've one minor mistake that sort of put Van der Kran out of battling reach for me, and then I just let the Porsche, if I can't remember who it was, I think it was a Brown, by, and just paced myself behind him for quite a while there, and focused on keeping the tires alive and trying not to get any more track cuts. But obviously on the final lap of the stint I got one just for the sake of it. And to annoy my good teammate and friend Dominic.
I mean, you're both doing well though. You're currently in P20, so that is your goal. Now you're in P20. Obviously, you haven't pitted yet, but also some of the other.
Well, we pitted 20 minutes ago, but yeah.
Oh, never mind then. You have pitted. Oh yeah, because yeah, I'm stupid. Never mind. So what's your now? Are you gonna stick back to your original goal of P15, or what's your goal now with trying?
It's just maintaining that P20. I know a lot of things can still happen in the race, and I do believe that we'll get the Mode 11 car on pit sequence, and I think one of the other cars ahead of us also will be overtaken on pit sequence. But truth be told, just keeping within the top 20 will be a big thing for us this race. After the incidents in the first stint, and maintaining the top 20, yeah, that's a big thing, especially with the competitiveness of the SSRI endurance grid at the moment. We saw that on Silverstone as well, how quick all these drivers are. It's become much more competitive, and even though it is some bigger grids this season than last season, of course, but the drivers that have come in, they are not really like grid fillers. They are most of them are actual challengers for the top 10. So it's a really interesting place to be and be competing in these endurance events at the minute. I would even say a lot of the cars that are behind us, they could maybe beat us on pure pace, but they have been unlucky in this race. And yeah, it's just good. I saw someone spin out there in the background in turn 2.
I think that's car number 77.
That looked like a Fuller.
Yeah, the purple McLaren seemed he had very good potential with pace earlier, keeping up with Van der Krant earlier. As we also see, but I don't know what team that
racing team. That's the racing team, Eric Guayi.
You did a better job than I would have ever pronounced.
That's definitely not a good rejoin. That looks like is that some Spinkeling's car?
That's a Sim Racing Holland.
That's a Sim Racing Holland car. That doesn't make it any better, of course. That's a swearing.
Seems he's not trying to go. There we go. I think he just stalled the car as well, which loses him so many more positions there. Bart now down into P34, obviously, just behind the Wild Things car. Obviously up in P4, I think they are currently in, which isn't great there from the BMW that happened to unsafe rejoin between those two cars. But it's good to see they're still running, and there'll probably be quite a bit of damage to the front end of that Lamborghini.
Oh, I definitely think there's quite a bit of damage on the front end of that Lamborghini now. That was a big impact. And not the greatest of rejoin. That also gives the stewards one more thing to do in this race, as it haven't been a quiet room per se in the stewarding room. A lot of things have come in there, and they have been quite busy for most of the race so far. And good job of those who managed to keep that going in a race like this. It's such a demanding job. We are lucky though that we have 4 stewards who are not racing this time around, so that helps it being a little bit more under control there with keeping tracks of everything.
Tim Grohl here trying to go with Chris Brown here, very close between them both, 5/10 or around, I'm going to say 3 car lengths between them both. Fluctuating gap, but it does seem Tim Grohl has a bit more of the pace advantage going into Sector 1. Lost a bit of time going into Sector 2 to Chris Brown. Going into Sector 3 now, turn 15, 16, 17 and 18, all of the leftover things yet. Obviously you want to try and maintain a shorter gap between these two cars to try and get the slipstream between going into the straight here. Does seem he's going to maintain a shorter gap, but is it going to be enough to try and get a stronger slipstream here? It does seem he had a bit of an overseer moment going on the curb there, gets a bit less power than Chris Brown. It does seem there's going to be still a wide gap between them both, which isn't going to help. Tim Kroll tried to get past this car anytime soon, and it's not going to happen just yet.
We saw these 2 cars swap places in the last stint. Obviously now it's a new driver in the 33. Also both cars got a drive through there, so they must be clean on warnings almost, at least. That 549 car seems to be one of the quicker this time around, but Kroll is not a driver that's that easy to shake. Very experienced driver in this community and in endurance racing as well. He knows what he's doing behind the wheel of any car actually. I think he used to race Mercedes earlier in the years, and even the Lexus at some point have been raced by him. That's a car that I personally think that I'll bring back to racing next sprint season. Keep your eyes out for that. But yeah, Kroll is one of those drivers. You can't really shake him, but he will also not go for those more silly moves. If he's going to go through Chris Brown, then it's going to be Brown, who might have to make a little bit of a mistake somewhere, or Kroll just getting a super exit and some slipstream to help him through. With that, I don't think that Tim Kroll will try an overtake into turn 1, for example, if he is not entirely sure that he can be at least ahead before the braking zone. At least of previous, so that's the Bentley got a drive-through penalty up in P11. That is interesting. But yeah, guys, I'm going to leave you to it as I need to get ready and prepare for my next stint. I hope that I softened the blow on your beautiful voice, Alex, for just a little bit of time here, as it can be really challenging doing long commentator stints, of course. And great respect to you for doing all the hard work in the booth, keeping everyone updated, all the spotters out there, of course, watching the race, and friends and family of the drivers as well in the chats.
Thank you very much, Oliver. It's good to see you again. That is Oliver, obviously an admin here at SSRI. I do know him from other leagues, especially the one that Colm does as well. It's good to see him on track with the Untalented Motorsport. Currently in P20, I believe they are in P19 now, the 101 Mercedes, but we do stay on board here with Tim Kroll. Time being, these two cars have been at it for the past, I'm going to say 10 minutes. Both of these cars very close between each other, not too many car lengths between each other. I'm going to say about 1 or 2, and this is where we're going to have to see, will Tim Kroll be able to maintain this gap and try to keep the slipstream going onto the straight? And it does seem he is starting to lose the gap a tiny bit there. Chris Brown trying to pick up the pace as much as he can going into the final few corners of Sector 3. Obviously, that Porsche isn't the greatest when it comes to top end speed, but it's definitely better than the 911 that we did see earlier into 1.8. But obviously now seeing them go past here, it doesn't seem the slipstream's going to be too good here for Tim Kroll. So we'll wait to see what happens with these two cars. Obviously goes a bit wide there, but that's all legal there. And obviously it didn't seem Chris took any of it. It does seem the door just gets wide open there between them both. Tim Kroll just gets through cleanly there. I think that might have been a bit of a strategic move there from Chris Brown, not trying to lose as much time. Obviously there's cars behind, but there's not that big of a gap, but it's still quite a big gap of 22 seconds between them. So I don't know why he's done that. I think that might have been more a mistake than anything. It just tells you how little of a mistake he did, just going a tiny bit wide going into turn 2, lost him the position going Tim Kroll up into P21 and Chris Brown into P22 for the time being. So I think this is still the fastest closest on track. I keep getting DM'd every 5 seconds, so I have to kind of use DMing me and seeing if it's actually important. Usually it's not. Let's see now. Hakola back on stream again, who has been on stream quite a bit here again with Funky in the Optimum Motorsport ACC livery. Obviously a nice livery there, but that's a kudos livery, so it's cheating. These two cars being close. It's not too close yet to try to think this is about to happen. Still, I'm going to say about 5 or 6 car lengths between them both. But it's starting to decrease in size here going into turn 1. That's going to be a track cut there from Funky there going into turn 2, as the door's going to be wide open here for going into turn 2 for Hakola. They're going to go side by side here going into the corner. It does seem just Hakola just gets by before turn 5, and he just stays in the lead of this battle for the time being. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation here from Funky? I don't think so. I feel like he is a lot faster than Funky at the moment. Hakola in the R&E Esports Cup. I wonder if there's any. We do see. It's not too close of a battle yet, but the Lamborghini of Cox and the McLaren 723 of Brandt getting quite close to each other. Just the position up, actually. So it's actually just a few seconds up the road here. Obviously, the Sim Racing Holland. No, that's not. That's the SSRI car. I keep getting those two mixed up. Lamborghini against F. Brandt in the. Still think, is that the Big Brain Racing? McLaren. I think it is, yeah. Racing. Two both battling at it once again. Is Cox going to be able to get the slipstream here going onto the straight? At the moment, it doesn't seem he's going to have enough. A bit of a swerve there from Florian to try break the draft as much as he can. Does seem to be quite effective though. There's still quite a few car lengths between each other here. Try not to get a track cut going onto there as we go in the background, and we did see quite a close move there, and it does seem the doors open for a bit. And it does seem Cox tried to go for the position, didn't seem to work for him just yet. Cox gaining quite a bit of time there on Florian after the little mistake going into turn 2 there. The door was still open there. It does seem Cox hesitated, tried to go for the move and then backed out instantly. It does seem he's gaining a lot of time here into sector 2. It does seem he is stronger in sector 2 than Florian. But at the moment, we'll just have to see what happens between these two. It does seem that Cox is just getting ever so closer here, but now obviously he got a worse exit there on this mini straight going into sector 3 soon, as it seems he does break quite late there. Gains a bit of time there. A very good line there through turn, I think it was turn 10. See if he gets closer. It's not close enough yet to think of a move there, as we can use the wing of the McLaren as a little difference point on what can happen with the slipstream if it's any good here going into the S's of turn 16. Does seem Florian gets the better drive here, but all he needs to do is maintain a bit of a gap here. Cox going into the final corner, gains a bit of time there. Is he going to get the better line, bit of traction here? This is what he's going to need. Very close gap between both of them. We can use the wing once again to observe how strong the slipstream is for him. At the moment, it's not being too strong of a slipstream for him, not gaining too much time at all, but now this is where the slipstream starts happening. It's not too much of a gap. He goes pull out a tiny bit, doesn't think of going for the move yet. I think it was a bit of a duke to try keep Florian off there, as that seems to be very well there. I think that's still in on track limits. They're going to go side by side here going into turn 2. Is there going to be a switcheroo here from Cox? There is going to be a switcheroo, but it seems the door was left wide open, but it seemed Florian just managed to observe that and just kept the door closed for as long as he can. And now there's a bit of a gap here between these two cars. Is Cox going to be able to try gain the time he's quite good at going into sector 2? So it seems he is just braking a bit later there than Florian in various corners there, which is causing him to get a bit more time here, as we also see Hakola in the distance also trying to get past this as well. Obviously, if they battle too much, this is going to cause them both to go down, as we did see the 666 car there in the background as well. Unfortunately spinning there, but it doesn't seem it's going to put these two drivers off just yet. Florian is just trying to defend as much as he can, goes for the inside, the outside line there. Cox just both crash into each other there, and it does seem now they're trying to battle there with Hakola. Hakola trying to go side by side there with Cox, going into turn 16 now. It seems now Cox has lost a lot of time here. Hakola has been able to catch up between these two cars, and now it does seem there's another battle on their hand. I don't think the left-hand racing car is going to be too happy with that move there, but we'll let the stewards decide with all of that. However, we do see Hakola losing a bit of time there. A good exit there from Cox. However, we do see Hakola also starting to try and gain a bit of time here on him. At the moment, it doesn't seem to be too big of a time difference between these two, but we do see the Sim Racing Holland car is way a tiny bit of these two cars. It's going to cause too much time to lose here. Cox obviously still in the lead of this battle after the unfortunate part of the incident that happened. Seems it's starting to calm down a tiny bit. Can Hakola for the RNA car, who hasn't had a break much, always on fire, these cars, trying to gain as many positions as he can. Let's see him though, he is just starting to pull away a bit there, Cox. But obviously, this is the strongest point here for Cox with this track. Sector 2, it seems this is where he either gains time on the car in front or the car behind, and it seems this time he is starting to gain time, as there is a big dive bomb there from Hakola going into turn 13. And then turn 14, 50. Yeah, got that right. Woohoo! Exactly. See, we're starting to calm down this battle, going into turn 16. A little bounce there from the cars there. If you just get it wrong, you'll just unsettle the car way too much, as it seemed that nearly happened there with Hakola, but he manages to save the car. And just go, and it does seem like Cox is starting to pull a bit of a gap here, but still a 3 times gap here, so on board here with Hakola we could see a bit of the gap decrease because of the slipstream, but it doesn't seem that actually happens And it seems Cox does just pull away. Interesting battle, says the least. Can't see if there's any other battles and tracks, or we just stay on board with Hakola. It does seem though Hakola is starting to gain time here because of the Aston Martin in front. That seems to be a back marker. Starting to reel in Hakola as well. This could cause this battle to be relived, and it does seem it gained a lot of time there. About a car length between these two. Obviously the slipstream's going to help him out just a tiny bit on the small straight. There's going to be a kind of a gap open there. It does seem the R&E car is going to try get in. It doesn't get affected by the Aston Martin, so the Aston Martin only affected Cox there, which did leave the gap to be closed and reeled in a lot by Hakola, and this is where the pressure starts happening again to Cox. Obviously it doesn't seem Cox breaks under pressure that easily, so we have seen him on various different battles recently. As it does seem he just gains a tiny bit of time there going into turn 16. Hakola, how many times am I going to say that name during this race? I wonder. He had thousands of them. Yeah. Gap is starting to widen between both of these cars now. Still the closest barrel, but still not too close for any sort of move here to happen from Hakola to Cox. Obviously Chris behind is also supporting Cox in. I wonder why. Seeing the gap is starting to close a tiny bit between these two drivers, but this usually happens going into sector 3. This seems to be Hacola's, what's the word? Rain? No. That's a good question. What am I trying to describe? We'll just carry on. I think that's probably better. I'll need to get a thesaurus soon. Have it on my desk at all times. Does seem though Hakola just reels in the car a tiny bit. It's not going to be enough though. I think the slipstream's going to be still a bit too weak to try and think of going for the move here. Doesn't seem he's gaining too much time on Cockshig. Quickly replied to a text, that's why I went quiet, but it does seem that Hakola has just gained quite a bit of time here on Cox going into sector 3. Only a few corners left going into turn 15. No, that's turn 14. Damn it. Does seem though, is the gap going to be too big to try and think of going for a move onto the straight here? Obviously we have the BMW of Diana also. I don't think Diana's in the car anymore. But it does seem, is there going to be any sort of fluctuation in times between these? It does seem the door nearly closes because of the BMW. It seems the gap does increase just a tiny bit between these two cars. It's not going to be too big of a gap, but it's still quite a big gap to try and maintain via slipstream. Obviously, we also have the BMW in the background as well, trying to get to slipstream, but he's off lap. It's the final 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race. Start to see pit stops scheduled in about 28 minutes. I'm gonna no, 25 minutes, something like that. Yeah, something like, yeah, next business day. Colour obviously battling for P5 position. Obviously, we also do see Bellini in the 104. McLaren isn't too far behind, in front, sorry, of these two cars. So if the Colour can try and get by, obviously it does seem Cox is preventing the Colour's full pace, or Cox's full pace, because they're obviously both battling. Just going to lose them a lot of time here, which means they're going to realistically have to try getting a lot of time back after this battle, because this battle's been happening for quite a while now. I'm going to say about 5 or 6 minutes. Quite a while for this. As we also do see, I think that's Chris Brown in the background as well. Has to try get by them as well. Loses a bit of time there. It does seem this battle is starting to go a bit dormant now. It does seem Chris Brown could make this battle a bit more interesting, but it does seem McCullough does make it a bit more of an active battle. Gains a lot of time going into turn 2. Can gain quite a bit of time just by braking later into turn 2, but obviously you're definitely risking going wide and losing even more time. It's such a sharp angled hairpin. There's technically a rivet in my road. Been raining. Yeah, welcome to Wales. I know. Insert sympathy here. I live in Wales. Ew. Wales is not bad though. Actually, a part of... I live in just outside Cardiff. I live in a small town. I don't sound that Welsh though, which is good. However, we do see Cox just almost getting a bit of an incident there with O'Connor. These two drivers have been at it for quite a while. Is this going to be the time for O'Connor to try and go by? Is there quite close here in slipstream range here? Is the slipstream going to help O'Connor out at all? It does seem it's helping them out just a tiny bit, but it's not going to be too much. Just going to stick behind for the time being. Going on to the next lap here. I think this is going to be lap 142 for them. Seem those traffic's going to fluctuate this very much so. There is a 296 in front as well, as I think that's Van der Keur as well in front, as they both get past the first 296. Well, very fair there from the 296. If you see these two cars, very, very similar paced in between them both. You still hear me? I may have just changed microphones. Oh, that's good. First microphone died because I used a wireless one because I'm smart. See, this battle is starting to die down a tiny bit. I wonder if it's nearly time for livery time once again. Very soon as we go into the final 2 hours and 15 minutes of this race, or 2 hours and a quarter, you could say. Or flavour. Oh, okay, no, that's bless. That's such a good flavour. Shooting walkers. Incorrectly. I don't know what that is, I'll be honest. I'm gonna have to search this up, aren't I? Is it a very northern crisp? Seabrook crisps. I bet I will know. Oh, yes, I do. I like them, they're nice. However, I don't know if I'm still allowed. I'm allowed Walker's ones, but I don't think I'm allowed them because they're artificial. I think. Vegetarian issues. I know, right? So unlucky. Oh! Mint. Oliver Anderson saying P26, P25, and P18 and P19 are in a close battle where no one wants to give room. Might be worth spectating on that. Oh, I can see it. P18 and P17 are also quite in a close battle as well. These are huge battles there. No wonder Oliver wanted to see this because it's untalented motorsport. However, we do see that is going to be a back marker or an in-front market in front of Mr. Dominic, but obviously the other two cars in front are also 4 position as well. Counting up on P18, nearly close to their original goal. Dominic, jeez. Seem though, is he going to let this car go by? Doesn't seem he's going to do it yet. Maybe on the straight is probably the best way and the best call to do it. The most risk-free way of doing it. Close to the final 2 hours and nearly 2 hours of this race now. We could say, what's a fraction of that? That's a big enough fraction for me not to know. Does seem that the Ferrari isn't going to let go just yet. The 420 seems to be a lap behind. So this is why Dominic isn't letting the car by, because it isn't actually blue flag. This is, it seems, this is, Miselgi? I think I'm saying that right. Miselgi being a quick driver at the moment. Seeming to try redeem after, I presume, mid-race or just start of the race issues that happened. I see, no, it's just trying to get past it. Does seem to work for him in his favour for the time being, but obviously there's nothing to worry about for Dominic because that is a car that's a lap or so behind. And the 111. So the Mode 11 car is very, very close with P25 of the 111 going side by side now, nearly going into this. Does seem though the Mode 11 car does keep the position for now. Is there going to be any sort of move done here by Ferrari of Duma? At the moment it doesn't seem so, and it does seem Nikolai is going to keep this position for now. P21 gains the position from Duma. gaps just starting to decrease a tiny bit. However, we do see Colour once again being a bit more battleship. I think no, that is going to be a back marker there. The E1 Simsports car being behind them in laps. Just they're trying to unlap themselves at the time being, but it does seem Cox is starting to pull away from Hercules. Can Hercules start to try gain a tiny bit more time? So at the moment, it's not going to help them at all with trying to gain the position from Cox and the SSRI Lamborghini. Any chance I could just go make another coffee? Where's Chris gone? Oh, fair enough. I'll be back in 1 second. I am back. So, that was good timing, actually, going on to the final 2 hours now of this race. We do see the new notice boards are out, so the penalties have been applied once again. Actually, they will be applied in 20 minutes' time. Quite a few. But they're starting to slow down a bit. There were quite a few last time, but it does seem now all of the penalties will be applied at 4:40 GMT or Greenwich Mean Time. Been interesting happened during those, however long I was gone, 5 minutes. This is what will happen, unfortunately, during the last 2 hours of the race or so. Because slowly but surely, just go down a tiny bit in, well, what's the word? Yeah, I'm not even going to try say that word. Constantinople. Close. Calm. Constant. An opal. There we go. That's a word that I've already forgotten, but thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, when you give a dyslexic person something that's over 2 syllables long, it doesn't work out well, trust me. Don't worry. You should have seen me with names. Especially when it's a very European dominant mainland Europe names, they're awful. Try to pronounce. What has happened there? It seems Cox just trying to get past traffic there. Didn't seem to work though. Oh, I see. But E1 seems to be quite a very promising car, but they seem to be a lap down. So they're trying to unlap themselves right now. Is what you can see on the screen here, which is going to cause Hakola to actually become very present during this battle here as they go side by side here, going into turn 3 now. It does seem they are going to be side by side, but will E1 get past? And it seems Hakola is also going to be able to get past as well. This has got to be a bit of a more interesting battle now going into turn 6 now. It does seem Cox will have the inside line, but there's going to be a bit of an oversteer moment from Hakola, which has lost him the position, and also the Mercedes to get past as well. That's not gone well for Hakola at all. Nearly went executed perfectly, but unfortunately just that tiny bit of overspeed that caused the oversteer to happen, and now unfortunately lost that position potential that he could have had to get that P4, that P5, sorry, that they've been looking for the past probably half an hour to 45 minutes. As we see Dennis going a bit slow there, I've just recovered from a spin. I got a word from not Dennis, Chris. I'll test that, don't you worry. Seeing there's these two Ferraris once again battling for P14, and we do see a BMW. I don't think they're anything to worry with this battle though. They might be a back marker. I think they are. I think that is the Mode 11 car. I think they're a lap down or so between these two. Just breaks a tiny bit late there, loses quite a bit of time there. The Big Brain Racing time 2.2s, I think that's how you say it. Let's go back to Hakola going side by side here with Cox. Gets the move done. There's nearly a bit of contact there between the Mercedes. Gets the switch back there. Cox going side by side, going on to the first few corners here of Sector 1. They've got to have the inside line there, Hakola, but doesn't take it. It seems the gap has been closed. A bit of contact between both of them. Luckily, no spin there from Cox after the little bump that did happen, and now we've got to go back into this loop. If he's going to be able to get by, this usually does happen during very competitive people such as these two here who have been battling for 45 minutes. Can Hakola get by in the next few laps? He seems to show potential that he can do, but it just seems Cox is very good at closing the door there. So it's a bit to no room there between them both. It seems he forces his way through, going side by side here, going into turn 13 and 14 here. It doesn't seem like Hakola's going to be able to get through because Cox has the inside line here going into turn 15. Obviously, who gets a better exit here does determine who gets the better exit here, but it does seem going into turn 16, or the S, I'd like to call it. Boxers get the better exit, which means Hakola does just stay behind momentarily going into the final corner. Does break a lot later there, Hakola. Into a tiny bit of time. It just sees who gets the better traction on the exit, and it does seem Cox gets the better exit. As you can see, the gap starts to increase a tiny bit, but can Hakola use the slipstream to the advantage going onto a short, but it's also quite a long straight here. Obviously, there's only a few tracks that actually have quite a long straight to be able to have the slipstream being somewhat useful in it, and one of that being Nordschleife. Hopefully soon. Obviously now it's scheduled to be released April time, we believe. It's not been scheduled yet, but that's roughly where everyone's predictions have been roughly rounded up to. Does seem though, has someone pit? Yeah, Dennis has pit, which has caused Cox to go into P4 and now we'll call it into P5. This is now about P4 here now on track. Still an hour and 53 to try and get this move done. Team though going into the final corner, a big break there from Hakola, which has caused the gap to decrease just a tiny bit now between both of them, about a car length between them both. Is this going to cause the slipstream to be quite strong going on to start finish straight here going into turn 1? It doesn't seem it's going to be very good between these two cars. I'm thinking Cox is running a low downforce setup, I have a feeling, because it's usually a lot slower than that Lamborghini. Hakola though all over the back of him now going into turn 2, as we do see. This is usually where Hakola does gain his time a tiny bit now. Usually Cox was very good around Sector 2, but it seems Hakola has started to gain a bit of experience going into Sector 2. And it's now all over the back of Cox, but it does seem Cox is trying to battle back here in retaliation, not trying to lose the position of P4. Obviously pit stops are scheduled to be done soon. I'm not sure if Hakola or Cox have pitted yet. But I'm assuming they have not, so they might be paying on the same lap here. Hakola going very late here. This is where we just need to see, can Hakola try to undercut them in the pits? Losing a tiny bit of time now between them both. So just making a bit of a mistake, braking very late though, but it's still going to be too wide of a gap. Try and decrease it via slipstream. About, I'm going to say 8 tenths between them both now. P15. P15 looks like they're having a bit of a scrap. Yes. Actually have a sip of my coffee, one second. CVSR Esports saying, I like this track today. It'll be the only time I'll drive this track. I don't like the track either, to be honest. I'll race it if I have to, but I'm not doing a 24-hour race on this track. No, thank you. No. You can't hear what Chris just said, but he said there's an idea. I'm not responsible for that, so anyone who hates that track, blame Chris and not me. Cheers. If you really want to be painful, do a Brands Hatch 24 hours. I'm sure everyone will love that. Or a Snetterton. wonder if it's actually ever been a snare in 24 hours. Yeah, you know what? You do it. Be sure that. Oh, never mind. I like watching people suffer. I don't like being the one suffering. In game. Come on, if there's people in chat thinking I'm talking to myself, no, Chris is here as well. You just can't hear him before people start thinking I'm crazy or something. But we do see Cox and Hakala once again, both in close again. It's not going to be close enough just yet to try to think of the move to happen. But we also do see the E1 Esports Cup against the Mercedes. These two cars have been battling it quite a long time now. Obviously, we saw this Mercedes having a bit of a lunge there, but however, we did see the McLaren having a lunge just now. Now they're going to go side by side here, going into turn 16 here. Is it going to be any good idea going through here? Does seem it's going to work, and we do see the Mercedes going for the move as well. It does just seem both of those cars just got by very swiftly, very good through that, as we do see now De Jong trying to go inside line here, going into the final corner. Is there going to be any other gap here from the E1 Esports car? It is going to be a gap there, but it seems like De Jong is just going to stay behind them for the time being. However, Hakala, hang on, I'm saying that wrong now, aren't I? Hakala. Oh my days, yeah, that'll do. Just a few tenths now behind Cox of the SSRI car, who we've probably seen more times of that car today than we have ever seen. We may as well just not have to put any SSRI things on. We could just have that car on all stream, and it would still be quite a good hint that this is the SSRI channel. And we're going to say this now as we're approaching now the final hour and 40. If anyone wants to do mid-race interviews, obviously the race can change at any point during whenever we did the last interview. Feel free to hop into the interview waiting room. You can either be a team or just a viewer watching the race. You can all join in, the more the merrier, obviously. Just hop in the rating room and we'll hopefully get you in as soon as we possibly can. Also, if there's a team, if they want to see it on screen, as Chris is saying, just say in chat. And I'm sure Chris will be able to do that. If it's 15 minutes later, if we can't promise that. I must say, I've now discovered I hate coffee syrup. That is the most awful thing ever. It's something to sweeten up. What's it called? Coffees, because I don't like bitter coffees, and I don't like it. So I don't like it, yeah. Why is my dog barking? 1 second. I think my dog's possessed. No one's at the door. Just barking at random things. Look at the life of a dog. However, we do see Cox and Okello once again at it. It's about to be probably closer to an hour now between these two, because as we also see a Ferrari starting to intervene with this. Is this going to cause Cox or Okello to start losing time between each other? Seems Cox and Okello both get past the Ferrari nicely. If there's any chance we can stop doing the split screen and just focus on Okello by any chance? Yes, please. There we go. My days, that makes it so much easier. Let's just see though, Okello's starting to lose a tiny bit of time now. It's not a lot of time, but it's still going to be some time. About, I'm going to say 3 tenths between them both. Obviously, that's still wrong on that timing board. I think it updates every sector. At least it's not iRacing where it updates every lap. That would have been chaotic. But Jonas, though, losing some time to Cox now. Seems all over the back of this car now, going into the final hour and 44 minutes of this race. Trying to see now. I was trying to get the pit wall up, but I unsuccessfully did it. I barely used pit wall ever. Try and see what the gap in pace difference is between P4 and P5. But I feel like Colour is faster, but very slightly. These two cars very close on pace here, but it does seem we'll have to find out between these two, because it definitely seems like it's definitely that Cox is faster in a few different sectors compared to Colour, who's also faster in different sectors. Obviously, it's in 3 sectors, so there is an advantage to someone here who's faster in 2 sectors compared to 1. But seems this gap is starting to decrease once again. This is what we usually do see now. What I've observed with these two cars is they usually get really close in racing, but then it does seem the pace starts to drop off by the car behind, and then maybe 10 or 20 minutes later they'll start battling once again. But at the moment it does seem that is what's the case at the moment. It does seem Colour is starting to back off a tiny bit, maybe because of tyre wear. It might be a bit more, a bit worse there, a bit more severe for Colour compared to Cox. We'll have to see. Obviously, the Greek driver of Colour in the RNE Esports 296. And we'll lose this battle again, as I was saying earlier, as we switch on to Yannick. And as we just see them both collide with each other, it seems the Bentley just got a bit of an issue there with Yannick there. That's going to be very unfortunate there for Dan, who unfortunately just got a bit of collision with the Bentley. And now it does seem he's trying to wait up for Bentley to rejoin, but it does seem he did quite a good job to recover there, the Bentley, but it does seem Yannick does just let position go there once again. Respect that. That does also seem the Aston Martin behind is just the back marker as well, just trying to get past as well. It seems a lot of these back markers seem to be quite strong pace, which starts to me realising quite a few incidents did happen, or technical incidents. Or Hakuna goes into the pits now. That's going to be now waiting to see whenever Cox goes to the pits. This is probably going to try and get the undercut here on Cox to see if he can manage to get it done. It is now coming out of the pits now, so this is where we've got to start to see if what's it called, the undercut does work, as we have just been given a bit of info that the 480 incident has been appealed, so that incident will not be occurring. Did you do the entire 10 hours of Silverstone? Yeah. Fair play. I'd have lost my attention span by the first hour. That's usually what happens, especially when it's like no battles like this. However, I think these are battles for positions. Yeah, this is actually a three-way battle. Never mind, everything I just said, I take it all back. Does seem though Funky is starting to lose some time, which has who's that behind him? It's Schuller. Oh, close enough. Means actually no. It seems Funky is starting to gain a bit of a gap between him and Schuller, and trying to get past. Yeah, Yannick Valinduc. Oh, my reading skills so good. Just trying to get past him, but it doesn't seem so far it's going to work for him. Obviously, we do see Hakola as well, only P7, but obviously no one else has pitted just yet, it seems. Just going to cause Hakola. Hakola has been awarded a 5-second penalty, and I assume that's going to be, well, actually, can't remember. Oh yeah, so this is, yes, actually, yeah, you're right though, because obviously this is the penalty applying stage, happens every moment or so. This is this 440 stage of the penalty applicant? No, applicants? No, that's another word. Appliance. Yeah. Oh my days, I've got to do another after this. Oh, yeah, I'll be fine. So we have just seen De Jong get a stop-go 30-second penalty. That's going to lose him quite a bit of time. That could put him down into P16 possibly. Just looking at the leaderboard timing at the moment. However, we do see Funky starting to get a lot of pressure here from Schuller behind as well. Couldn't pick close there, but it does seem he's trying to pick up the pace there and try to go all over the back of Yannick. Doesn't seem to work. Are you doing drone cam? Is this what this is, or is this just basic? Oh, this is highly cam. Oh, of course, yeah. So there's been a bit of contact there between Yannick, and that's going to be as well. That's going to be Schuller as well. That's not great there. The door was just a bit too close down. It seems the opportunity just went very quickly for them, and that's going to be very good news there for the Bentley. That means it's going to have a bit of relaxing time there. But now these two are going to be a bit heated. Schuller and Funky both battling for P9. This is just over the top 10. And I'm not sure the point system of this race, because obviously it's a championship, so there's points going into it. What's the point system? Is it top 10 gets points, or is it everyone gets points if you if you actually finish? Everyone who finished. Ah, I see. In the what? Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh, so you just get every single worst penalty you can get. That is not good for them at all. That's going to lose them so many more positions. That's probably going to be closer to them in the top 20s, which is definitely good for a few other cars. They're going to go up a free position there, but unfortunately, that's just how it is now. Obviously, try to be clean with it. We can ask for. I feel like this goes with everyone. As long as you're clean, but you're slow, it's a lot better than you're fast and reckless. So, I did a lot of stewarding earlier last year, and it was the worst job I ever took on. So I respect the stewards so much for doing stuff like this. Because you usually, if you get something wrong, which you don't usually, or if you get it right in your opinion, and other drivers obviously with a biased perspective of it tries to retaliate with it, it gets so like annoying at times. So I respect all of the stewards. I think there's 4 of them, as I said earlier, of them going through, so I respect them all very highly for doing it. They're doing all the brilliant jobs so far. As we get the next penalties will be applied, I think it's at 5 PM if I'm mistaken, or if I'm mistaken or not. That's not English, but we'll go with that. Starting to see though in P18, Oliver Anderson might be at risk here of losing another position here going into P18. What's happened where? Was it that? I was just muting, I think. Was it a mute sound effect or an actual bing? Oh no. Are we actually still live? Anyways, we'll find out eventually. Yeah, moving swiftly on. Funky just getting closer here to Yannick. This just shows you how strong these two McLaren's pace are compared to the Bentley at the moment. Bentley obviously not getting involved in that incident that Scheller and Funky both got involved with. So this is where Yannick needs to be a tiny bit careful of these two cars, because they are both quicker cars. So we do see the Optimum Motorsports get a very good exit there. That corner, but is it going to be enough? Obviously the slipstream is going to be quite strong there because it's quite a large car, the Bentley. But it does seem he has lost a bit of time. Scheller to Funky for the time being as we go into the final hour and a half-ish of this race, as he gets all over the back of him going into turn 2 now. Is there going to be a lunge here? No, there isn't. So yeah, that's probably the responsible idea. As we have just seen a bit of a lunge there from Scheller all over the back of the Funky's Optimum Motorsport car. Just so now, as we just see, him though, Scheller all over the back. Is there going to be a gap here? And the potential, there is going to be a potential here for Scheller to get by. It does seem he just gets by Funky just very swiftly there, going into turn, I think that's turn 11, which very good move there from Scheller. Now all over the back here of Yannick in the Bentley. Going to be enough. The slipstream now, turn 16. Good corner to try gain a lot of time because it's a very confident related corners. We have just seen Funky in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren gain a lot of time there on Scheller, as it seems he might try to get side by side here. It seems Funky's going to try retaliate to get the position back, just backs off a tiny bit there. Obviously, got to try to get the slipstream, but obviously the slipstream is going to be stronger there for Scheller because he's got the large surface area of the Bentley that he doesn't have anymore because the Bentley has pitted. So it's now going to be back between these two that have been for quite some time now. Obviously, we've got Kevin Scheller, and then we've got Yannick Funky, 2 cars that have been at it for quite some time so far. However, we do see in P17 now there is still another position. Well, I think there has been a position change there. Oliver Anderson up into P16, and then Van der Schreik into P17 there. Seeing now Oliver Anderson on fire there in the Untalented Motorsport Mercedes 101 car. Their original goal was P20, and they're now up into P16 after battling there with Thomas Van Schreik. It's been quite quick, to be fair. Probably just jinx myself, but we'll see. Does seem though Thomas is going to try luck through the inside, thinks about it, doesn't go for it though. Or trying to get all over the back there. Oliver Anderson, who's trying to keep the position of P16 that he just got. It does seem though he's all over the back of him now. Obviously this is the same machinery car here, so there is not really any difference here in terms of advantages, disadvantages. It's all down to driver and setup here between them both, and obviously tyre life if they're on different settings. However, we do see Hillebrand as well in the background. This could be another freeway battle we could see. Is that Hillebrand? No, that is a Porsche of I'm going to assume that is Zompel, or yeah, it could be Tyron as well. One or the two. Yeah, it must be Tyron actually. No, it can't be Tyron. There's no triangle on the track map. So yeah, it has to be Zombel, I think. Well, we'll find out soon. I think it is. But these two Mercedes been battling it for some time in the background now. The slipstream might help him out a tiny bit here, going on to the main straight. It doesn't seem it did too well though. My mic sounding a tiny bit quiet because I'm far away from my mic now, or is it still fine? Oh nice, that's fine. I can. Oh, that's good then. Does seem though Campbell trying to get past. Doesn't seem it's going to work yet. Doesn't want to lose too much time because he's trying to get out to Tepper as well. No, that can't be Zombel actually. It seems Zompel is actually battling with Tepper in the BMW as well, so that must be a different Porsche. But just manages to get the move done there. It might actually be Marlau. Oh, it's actually the race leader. Doesn't display the triangle though, that's a bit odd. Yeah, I think you can actually do that. Free livery. I forgot what you do with it. I think it's one of the styles on the ACC page, but usually it's so people can customize their number boards. But I don't really care about that, I'll be honest. Do you just see these two drivers are still at it? Obviously, the slipstream can help Thomas out quite a bit now if he can try and get the slipstream going into turn one. It seems he's going to try and get a tiny bit of the slipstream. Isn't going to work, as we do see. I think that's the SSRI car, as it just seems Untalented Motorsport just spins on its own now, I think, or is there a tiny bit of contact between them both? As it seems the SSRI car of I don't know who's in the car at the moment, but it does seem if we could get a replay on that, that would be quite nice. But I have a feeling that was just still in the SSRI as well. Yeah, I think it was those two cars battling. I think it might have been a bit of an oversteer moment there from Oliver going down 2 positions there. Unfortunately for him, now getting a bit of pressure there from, I think that might be a back marker of, yeah, that must be the mode 11 car there. As we do get a bit of a replay of Thomas and Oliver. See what happened here. It just seems going into the, yeah, just a tiny bit of contact going into turn 1. A bit of a tap there by Thomas, which causes the unsettlement of Oliver in the untalented motorsport Mercedes, and that's a very unfortunate incident there between them two, and hopefully we can see Oliver just start to increase the gap once again. The gaps are starting to widen now, which is something while I look at bucket seats as well at the same time. So just got a new rig, so looking for a new thing. Is I just have a plain carbon fiber one at the moment. It's like 300 grams. It's mental, but it's quite uncomfortable. Position down in P14, 15. Is this position? Yeah, this is P14 and 13. Yeah. At the moment, the gaps are still a bit wide to try to think of going for a move, but they are starting to decrease just ever so slightly between them both. Does just seem starting to battle a tiny bit now. Not big of a battle as we go into the 80th minute now, or the 81st minute left of this race. It just seems that the gaps are starting to increase between these two cars. It does seem Luca Amaral has just started picking up the pace a tiny bit. However, we do see Zompel, who just lost the position, is just starting to lose pace. That just shows that Luca's just trying to decrease the gap. Well, no, Luca's trying to increase the gap while Zompel's trying to decrease the gap as much as he can. But at the moment, it doesn't seem Zompel's doing the best of jobs to try maintain a small enough gap to try think of getting the slipstream. But however, speaking of a slipstream here, Porter and Darrell Young, two cars that we haven't seen in a while actually, but we have seen them quite a lot in qualifying at the start of this race here. Darrell Young up into P3 here, but these two cars are still battling at it. However, we do see Porter with a 5-second penalty. So Darrell Young doesn't have too much to worry about, but obviously need to try and defend. Obviously, Darion, quite an aggressive driver as we saw at the start of this race. Can he keep up that aggression to try keep and maintain third place for the time being as we go in the final hour and 19 minutes? So not too long to try keep him behind now. I would say it's still a long time, but it's still a longish time. But for an endurance race, we still potentially have one more driver swap unless they're doing it in sections of 1 hour stints or double, triple even stints. But at the moment, it does just seem Porter has the pace advantage, but is this going to be Darryl Young's chance to try defend as he can? Obviously, the gap is still quite large, so it won't help him too much with the slipstream here. Just see now it's going to be the slipstream to the end of this. Say that again, sorry? Yeah. Porter seems to be catching, as Chris says. I can kind of see that now. Obviously, Darryl Young seems to have the pace disadvantage here, if that's because they haven't changed for tyres. And Porter has. We'll have to see if that's the issue, as we did see Darryl Young just get a bit loose there. That's going to cause Porter to try get all over the back of that BMW Wild Things. Does seem now this small straight. Is he going to try look for a move either on the outside or inside of this little hairpin going into turn 8? It doesn't seem he's going to try look for a move. It doesn't seem to work yet for him. He's just losing a tiny bit of time. It seems Darryl Young is just going to try pick up the pace as much as he can here, try and maintain a podium slot at the time being. Water still all over the back there of Darryl Young, but it's still not going to be enough at the moment to try think of Porter's starting to lose a tiny bit of time. It seems Darryl's starting to get a bit of a grip of the car again. Starting to make the gap a bit larger between these two. Obviously an hour and 16 left. So we'll just have to see what happens with these two, because obviously they've been battling for quite a while. They're probably both quite tired now. This is probably going to be their third, potentially second stint, potentially fourth stint, potentially however many stints they've done. But obviously these two cars have been battling for quite some time now, so they are starting to feel it. Obviously this has been since the start of the race, really. It's been a very on-off sort of race, you could say, for them. I must say Darryl Young's what's it called, his recovery with the Wild Things racing team is starting to become quite good so far. They've went from P8 after that little mistake that they had at the start of the race that caused them to lose about 4 or 5 positions. Now going up into P3 for now, but are currently under risk from Porter, which could also lead. I can't see him yet, but Hakola can also potentially get past this as well. If they start battling very hard, they can lose quite a bit of time. And Hakola, I don't know how far behind he is. I can't see him on track, so he's probably more than about 10 seconds, I would say so, between them two. Any other battles on track? Let's see. However, we do see though Marlowe and Oliver Anderson, once again, it seems Anderson trying to gain back those positions in the untalented motorsport Mercedes 101 after that unfortunate little incident in turn 1. Okay. How have you got on 2 screens? Do you have like 2 ACCs open? Oh, the mega setup. Yeah, that's true. Well, do you have 2 keyboards then and 2 mouses? Not confusing at all. Oh. That's probably an easy way to drop it. You could just get a USB switcher. That's one thing I've seen. Ah. True. About P9 and P10, they start to be looking like they're having a tiny bit of a battle formulating as well. I'm not calling out anyone, but do you know what the word film means? Yes. Do you say that at all, or? Yeah, I know. Can you say wonder who says that? Yeah. It confused me. Yeah, 100% that. It's just confused me because I was on comms with him the other day, and he just kept going on about films. I was like, "What's a film?" And he said a film, but it says it's plural for a film or something. I don't know how you can get a plural film. Yeah, exactly. You know what? You can say that, but they can't hear you say that, so you don't have to be that nice to Colm. Nearly into the final 70 minutes of this race now. As it's now starting to go dark in the UK. It's probably dark in other places now as well. But definitely seeing these two guys are still battling out at E1 Esports, trying to make up as many places as he can. E1 seeming to have quite a strong pace at the moment, trying to go at it with Rayner in the Big Brain Racing. Obviously, we also see Janik as well in the Funky Race. Well, not in the Funky Racing. I keep saying Funky Racing. That's his second name. The Optimum Motorsport McLaren, just about 6 seconds up ahead as well. So if they don't lose too much time, they both might be able to catch up with them and try to get P8 as well. Getting the slipstream now. Is this going to help him at all? going into turn 1. They've got to go side by side here going into turn 1. Is it going to go well? Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It seems the E1 Esports car has the favour of the inside line. It seems he gets it done. There's going to be a switchback there from Rayner. There is going to be a switchback. Is it going to help him? No, it's not at the moment. There is going to be some traffic in the way as well. Will that affect it? It doesn't seem it does. Good on the IDC Racing. Blue Ferrari 296 there. Very well done from him, just getting out of the way quickly and efficiently there. Both of these cars still under a quite high pressure battle between them. Can Rayner try retaliate and get P9 back, or is the E1 Simsport car going to be able to get this position done and dusted for the time being and try to put some pressure there on Funky Hughes? Only just about 6 seconds up the road. So this is what we're going to have to see. It does seem there's a bit of a gap starting to form between these two, as it does seem Rayner goes quite wide there and has started to lose the E1 Simsport car there. So I feel like this battle has been done and dusted here now. However, we do see a few other little battles just within a second. Amaral and Keppel being one of them here, just a few tenths between them, about a car length between both of them. Going into Sector 2 now. Does seem both of them are quite quick drivers, both have good potential. If this has been a position change already, I don't think it has been yet. But it does seem Tepper is starting to lose a tiny bit of pace there on Luca. Will he be able to try and think of going for a move anytime soon? It does seem they're going very close here. At this point, it might be a slipstream tackle here onto the main straight here, going on to turn 16, one of the more technical corners you could say on this track. Obviously you can go on the grass and just, that's not grass, that is totally gravel, but just go out there and that just that was really close there. That just distracted me a lot. I thought it was going to go straight in the back there. If Tepper doesn't do it though, and it's going to lose a lot of time there for Luca, so this is not going to happen during this straight here going into the final hour and 7 minutes. Will this battle be able to be done before the end of the race? This is something we'll have to predict now, as we have just seen Zua Hall get a 20-second penalty there. So that must have been quite a severe incident that did happen there, unfortunately. But it does seem now Tepper's starting to pull away a tiny bit from Luca Amaral, but can he start to try pull back? Obviously Sector 2 seemed to be his time here, as it seems to go all over the back now. Or Tepper through Sector 2. Obviously the Ferrari 296 has very good aero, meaning he's got better frontline speed into corners, but now it does seem this is where the BMW might be a bit of a breakaway here, going on to straight with the higher top end speed. Does seem to go wide now. That's going to let the door open there for Luca Amaral to try get by. Doesn't seem to work just yet, so they're both just going to stick it in the same place as they have been. There's going to be a switchback there. Luca Amaral just going around the inside, but there's going to be a big contact between both of them. Are they both going to spin though? They both managed to hold it going side by side here, going on to turn 16 now. Does seem Luca gets the overspeed still and gets past Tepper for the time being. It's not going to be any sort of retaliation here from Tepper at the moment. I don't think there has been, as we'll just wait to see. There's a bit of a late break there, very close to the back there of the Ferrari between those two. And I think that's going to be position over for these two. Amaral managing to get it done in the next lap. Now just trying to have to close down that 20-second gap to P11. It actually has a 20-second time penalty, so that can be a potential position when, if he can get that and maintain a 20-second gap for the rest of this race between him and P11. However, it does seem starting to spike back a tiny bit. Obviously, Sector 1 seems to be Tepper's strong point, but I don't know how strong it actually is. Obviously, Sector 2 as well seems to be Luca Amaral's favourite part of the track, I wonder, which can just see quite a big gap now between these two cars. So the slipstream is going to help us. We do see back markers in the distance as well. That can lead to some other different kind of scenarios to happen during this race as well. "65 minutes left of this race now. be losing battles with. Luca just trying to get past now. Back markers, yeah, it does seem to work. Just a tiny bit of space between both of them. Gets past now, and we also see Tepper as well trying to get past, not trying to lose any time here. Trying to get closer to Luca as he can. It seems he gains a tiny bit of time there between them both. And now this could be another battle once again, but it does seem Luca's pace is stronger than Tepper, so we'll have to see what happens with these two now. Still 21 people watching, it seems, so welcome all in if you're new viewers or people just watching it in the background. Obviously, make sure to like and subscribe to the SSRI channel because Chris needs it. Then he can brag to other communities how he's got over 1,000 subscribers and they don't. That's one of them. Let's see now. There's been another. I thought that's a 22 seconds. That doesn't say 22 seconds. It just looked like 22 seconds from what I could see. It'd been fun if there was a 22.5 second penalty. That's just to annoy them even more. Nearly onto the final hour of this race now. It's starting to spice up once again between Porter trying to get past Daryl Young once again. They have, as I was talking about earlier, they do spike back after like 15 minutes or so, and this is what usually happens. Seems the tyres might be down there for Daryl Young, and seems Porter managed to catch up between these two as there seems to be another side-by-side further back. I don't think that's the position. I have a feeling that it is back markers. So this is now where Porter and Daryl Young are going to try fight once again for the final hour of this race to try get this position done. Let's just see now. The gap is starting to maintain around the same time between them. It seems Daryl Young has started to pick up the pace a tiny bit, which has led to Porter losing a tiny bit of time. But is that just because of personal preference of sectors? We'll have to find out as the temperature has started dropping. It's now 5:06 in game time, and it's about 5:18 in Britain time, which I know is GMT before people start correcting me. Final hour has now occurred. It's been 5 hours into this race already, which seems like a lot of time, but it doesn't seem that went that slowly, to be fair. That went pretty quickly so far. Obviously, 1 hour left. It's practically just a sprint race to the end now. Obviously, we'll start to see the final pit stops happening soon. I reckon... Oh, there's my alarm just went off. That scared the living daylight out of me. Got an alarm on my stream deck that just did 2 hour 30 stints on it, and I've not set it up correctly so it just goes off whenever it wants. Actually, Porter losing a tiny bit of time now as we get back into this race after my little jump scare from my stream deck, but now it does seem Daryl Young has started to pick up the pace between these two, and now Daryl Young starts to maintain a bit of a gap. Obviously, can see the slipstream can affect this as well, but we do see Dennis and P1 in the 911 Porsche is both just too far ahead to try think of making a move yet. I think they're just over a lap ahead. Obviously, Dennis doing this race solo is absolutely nuts, and he's in P2 as well. Very well done so far from Dennis to be able to persevere through 5 hours of this. Just an hour left to go. Or 58 minutes, let's say. We'll just see this now once again. If anyone wants, well, the last race interview, I think we'll have time to be able to do 2 or so before the end of the race. If you want just a mid-race interview, hop in the interview waiting channel and Chris will drag you in when it's appropriate. Which at this time is any time, because there's nothing to talk about. Chris, are we doing interviews with the winner, or what's happening now? Is that what's... right. Oh, in that case, I'm going to order my food now. Oh, I'm on Uber Eats. Seeing how long this takes, because I live in absolutely the middle of nowhere. I'll turn up in 5 minutes. Be so annoyed. And that's the fact is, what do I get? I reckon, should we do some more livery scouting, if you're ready for it, Chris? Or okay, Cabinet West. F1's got nothing on this. Yeah, Cameron's getting hit constantly because of you. And decapitated. No, I reckon what I've seen though, F1 is so cool when it comes to that curbside track shots, because they have like GoPros or just other sort of cameras cemented into the ground. It looks so cool when they just go over it. Obviously, they've started implementing onboard cameras onto the drivers' helmets as well. That's really cool as well. Just something we haven't seen. Because obviously the regulations changed, because I didn't think you were allowed the cameras until I think it was 2020 when the rules changed, and they've started encouraging drivers to wear them, but I don't think many do, because I think it's optional, isn't it? Because I think... Yeah, I think both Ferraris had it. I think the Haas drivers had them. Alonso had it, yes. I'm trying to think who else has it. Verstappen, I think, had it. But he gets paid enough, so I don't think he needs any more money. You want our F1 predictions for this year, as we're very close to the start of the race season? Do you think you'll actually be able to? Optimism. I would like that to happen as well. I'd really like to see McLaren actually have a full good season, because they had so good potential going into the second half of the season, but obviously Bahrain, the first race of the season, went absolutely horrible. because both drivers had the pit about 7 times because I think it was a radiator leak issue. Where they had to keep filling up coolant or something, which I don't think was allowed. But it didn't really matter because they were about 1 billion laps behind anyway. But they started becoming better and better further and further into the season. But it was good to see them getting quite a few podiums. Obviously, Oscar getting a win before Lando Norris actually really hurts because the amount of potential that Lando actually has is unbelievable. But it seems 5 years of F1, still no win. You can't know. It's unfortunate. It's the same with sim racing as well. On board with, you can see a Porter now. You can see Daryl Young is in front of them, so you won't be able to see him there. But obviously, I don't think we see Hakola either too far behind. Cheers, we do see, I think that's the Mode 11 BMW there as well, trying to gain a bit of time on them, but obviously they're a lap down or so. We're on board with drone cam here, see how good Chris's FPV shots are. Attempt here between Porter and Daryl Young now. It's time to get closer going into the final 53 minutes of this race now. Hopefully for Nordschleife there's going to be more than one commentator. I'd like to think so as well, you know. Yeah, I've got 2 in the span of 2 weeks or something like that. But you're going to see every single public server go to Nordschleife, and you're going to see LFM lose everyone's safety rating because of it. And that's why I don't race LFM, I'll race a different company. Mainly because I'm affiliated with that other company, but I won't say the name because that's just mean. I'm actually going to put that in a jet. Good to see though, there's still quite a few battles should go on to the final hour of the race. We have seen quite a few endurance races in the past that just lose battles very quickly. I think Silverstone was one, I don't know, because I only did a 2.5 hour stint or something like that. It might have been 3. But we did lose battles, but obviously I think I got one of the weirdest stints because I got just after green light. I think I got it an hour or 2 after, so that's where you usually start to see the battles drop off, especially around such a long track like Silverstone. Oh, we've got points to use on Uber. Use them right now. You just see now. I think this might be livery cam, or is this just... it's just going to be Chris experimenting with new camera angle cam. On board with livery cam now with P38 of Manuel Novak in the Advisor racing team here. Very damaged car, but kind of reminds me of... Well, I'm presuming they went with a space theme here. Kind of reminds me of, is it the FedEx NASCAR? Is it the FedEx NASCAR? I used to watch a lot of NASCAR, but I don't much anymore. As that's a very, very bumpy back bumper there. I didn't know you could actually have that happen in this game. But yeah, very damaged car here with the SSRI logo on the back. It's the same with that, yeah. It's everything's just wiggling there on the back. I knew that was going to happen. It does just seem that it's, in my opinion, it's very clean livery. Obviously, it would be looking a lot better if the car was in a better shape right now. Yeah, as long as you just cut off the entire back of the car. Yeah, apart from that. But it does seem they had quite a hard hit there. As they, I think, no, they're not entering the pits. What would you give the livery out of 10? Chris? 6? Okay, that's a bit harsh. But I'm going to go with you with a 6. Yeah, so yeah, 6 out of 10 the livery. Very clean livery. I do like the livery. Just, I don't know. The improvements I would say to do to it is probably use different kind of material properties. Like, it might look good with all of the orange in a chrome, and then the rest in purple, but obviously that's just personal preference. I can't tell you what to do with liveries. Back on board here with Porter, getting a bit of a live race update between these two. Porter obviously having a 5-second penalty, so there's not much for Daryl Young to worry about here. 48 minutes after the race, they have very similar pace here. As we also see Connor not too far back, but far back enough, as we do see Porter enter the pitch here for their final pit stops. Is this going to be a driver swap? I don't think it will be a driver swap. I feel like Porter will be racing to the end here. Daryl Young might be doing that as well, double stinting each car, as we do see a Ferrari in the background as well entering the pits. Are they both inside you? They are as well. One of those isn't in the right position there in pits. I don't know what happened there as well. Is this livery cam again, or we're back on livery cam here with Van der Linden in the Aston Martin of the PHRC, I think that says. Try hard racing team. Yellow livery. I'm not a big fan of the yellow. I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of yellow in general, but the car is very dirty after 5 hours and 13 minutes of racing. Wow, my maths is so bad. You just see a very close-up cam there, just trying to get what it says there. I think that's all of the names of the people on the team. And then there's the SSRI logo being covered up there on the left. Kind of looks like a generic GT3 livery, which I think that might be their goal. I'm not sure what that is in the diffuser. Kind of looks like the Vodafone livery, not the livery. What's that? What is that? No clue what that is. Might be a flag. Don't know yet. The sponsors look good on the livery though. It does remind me of... Oh, what car is it? I don't know what car it is. It kind of reminds me of the Iron Lynx cars. The yellow Lamborghini, just slightly because of the colour scheming. Obviously, I really like the front bomber of that. Now I see the Hornet, I think it's going to be, on the front of it. I can see... What was it? An 8. Chris gives it an 8 out of 10. So I think I'm going to go lower, actually. Not to... Oh, it's Michael... I'm not even going to try to say that. Last name. Putzinger. It says it's a Frisian flag? Frisian flag. Obviously, I'm just so good. Oh yeah, there's someone in the broadcasting chat also says as well. does seem, though, I would probably give that a 7.5 livery as we get another race report now, as Porter does come out of the pit lane here, down in P6. Needs to try and catch up with Darryl Young, who's now in P2, but haven't done their last pit stop of the race just yet. This is where we also see Hakola not too far behind, but still quite far behind. Try catch up to P2 for position here, as we do see Dan Lenson back in the shipping container. Team Rocket, Canal Cruisers, that's a really nice name actually. Bentley here, just trying to go, well, trying to put some pressure on John Gray, I think that is. In the, is that Big Brain Racing team? And obviously both of these cars having similar paces. Dan just trying to catch up though. Obviously 44 minutes left of this race, we will see. Hopefully some last lap battles yet, as we also do see, I think it's Oliver Anderson and, is that Eaton? It's too many pixels for me to see. Beaton, yeah, too many pixels. Actually, I think I'm going to try this. If I stop. Ah, that worked. I just reconnected to the camera. It's less. This Porsche, we have seen quite a bit here. Zompel getting a bit of pressure there from behind, but obviously those two cars are backblockers, and those two cars have been battling it for about an hour now, I'm going to say. We also do have him trying to put some pressure there on, oh, the number 14296, I think that is. I can't see the number on the side of that. It's number 14. This is for position, but we also do see Untalented Motorsport of Oliver Anderson, as well as I think it's De Jong as well, behind him as well. Seems to try and put some moves done on to lap cars, trying to unlap himself here. Things are going to go side by side going into turn one. It does seem it's still the advantage to Zombel for the time being. However, we do see the other Mercedes as well trying to go by, as we do see Oliver Anderson having the inside line here going into it. Forces him off track. This causes the other Mercedes to try go side by side with him here. Zombel being forced off a tiny bit, losing some time there to the other position there of P10. Does seem Oliver Anderson is able to get past for now, which is very good there for him, as other Mercedes hasn't been able to. And actually had to let back of, I think that's, is it still Cox in the SSRI car? Expecting who's currently in P3. I don't think they pitted yet though, so I don't think that's them there. Position they managed to get past. Just let Zompel by, however, it's not going to try and let past the Mercedes of Better. Is it Better? I think it is Better. Just going to see if there's any other. I can't see any other battles on track. This is still closest to get the slipstream here from Zompel. Is there going to be a move going into turn one here? We'll have to see. They go side by side here, going onto the main straight. Who's going to have the better overspeed here? Does seem Betten does get the overspeed here. There's still going to be a bit of a switchback here from Zompel. Doesn't seem able to pull it off. And it does seem he just unlaps himself. Once again, is Zompel going to let that happen though? Is he going to try and retaliate? I don't think it is worth retaliating, if I'm being honest. He'll just lose too much time. 40 minutes left to go of this race now. We do see pack is starting to close back down again for the final 4 minutes. If there's going to be some fluctuation in positions here, obviously, usually when the last hour or so of an endurance race does happen, you start to see the drivers becoming a bit more tired, a bit more impatient, trying to get past drivers as quickly as they can. But that can cause incidents to occur. So we're slowly going on here down Lenson, and is that R. Cooper, I think that is as well. Brian Cooper, that's his first name. Is he goes very wide there? Is that going to be a drive-through? Has he got 3 track cuts? I don't think he has. And he just is lucky with that. He goes very wide there going into the first corner. Loses quite a bit of time there to Ryan Cooper. What's that? Oh. Is that for position? Ah. Wow, he's caught up with Dennis there quite significantly there. Unless Dennis has just got by, actually, I think. See, this is another battle starting to brew. Can he try and get the podium spot back? 37 minutes left of this race. We do see Dennis there, who's doing this on his own, as I've said quite a few times now. Just still impressed that he's high up in the orders and doing it on his own. Going a quite quick here compared to them both. However, we do see Darryl Young going all over the back of him there. Is he going to try and go for a move here going into the final corner? He does break a bit later, but he's boxed in by the other Porsche as well. The other Porsche lets them both by. It does seem he's going to lose a bit of time here, and it doesn't seem the slipstream is going to help him at all here. Does seem actually, no, the slipstream helps him quite a bit. He looks for the move on the inside, doesn't go for it though. And he just sticks himself still in P4 for the time being. 36 minutes left of this race to go. These two drivers have been going at it for quite some time now. Yeah, very close there between them both. It does seem they just stay. I can tell when the battle's going close when I hear noises coming from Chris. Ariane all over the back of him. Is he going to be able to keep his patience and just try to stay behind him and see if Dennis starts making any mistakes? It does seem that of the try hard racing car does just make a bit of some slow time there to Dennis. It's going to go side by side here, going into the start-finish line here. Is Aston Martin going to get in the way of it as well? It does seem Daryl Young does get the overspeed here. It's going to be a switchback here from Dennis. It does seem he's going to stick with the outside line. They both give enough room for each other. It does seem Dennis just backs out. Is he going to try and retaliate going into turn 2? The moment, it doesn't seem anything's going to happen between these two. It does seem Try Hard Racing Car just gets out of the way of them before anything bad happens between these two. They are battling very, very close here between them. Daryl Young does get the move done for now, but we'll have to see what happens between these two because they're very close on pace. And obviously, Daryl Young is trying to stay in the top 3, but also Dennis wants to try keep him out of the top 3 so he can have the podium spot as well. Obviously, the SSRI car of Spanky Link and also Hakola both are kind of out of this. Now they're quite far ahead unless something bad happens to them. Not trying to curse anyone, just sorting out the possibilities that can happen. But at the moment they're out of this battle. They're both just playing their own race at the moment. However, these two cars are I think the closest battle on track for the time being. I was just looking, there's been an update on the notice board. The final penalties, I think, will be applied. I don't know if they will be the final penalties. They might not be. I think there might be one more wave of penalties at the end of this race. Well, the penultimate penalties will be applied at 6 p.m. GMT. Not too many here, obviously. There's just a few. I won't read through them because obviously it's not really a point. But obviously when it comes to them being applied, we will probably notice them and we'll probably discuss about them. So it does seem Daryl Young is starting to gap himself a bit there with Dennis in the background. About a 1.3 second not penalty gap between them both now as we go on board here with Nikolai. Is this for position? I can't tell. Yes, this just got past Tim Kroll now. Is he going to be able to make a big enough gap here for Mode 11 Racing? Seems he is going to be able to, as it does seem Tim Kroll is getting a lot of grief there behind him by another Mercedes. I want to set, not Mercedes, Ferrari. I have a feeling that is what's his name again? Yeah, I'm thinking there was a really fast team that unfortunately had a bit of issues earlier. I think his name was like Supel. Or 1 or the 8. Yeah, same with me now. Close to each other here. This might be Tim Kroll, and I think this is Gel. I don't know how to say his name, but the 420 Ferrari. I think this is for position. You're going a long start finish straight. Given Tim Kroll a tiny bit of a bump there, it does seem they both go wide there. It's not going to be any sort of track cut penalty from both of them. Doesn't seem so, and it just seems that might have been a legal overtake there, but it's going to be a switchback there. Tim Kroll does just get the switchback, does get in front of him, maintains his position for now in P22. Going into turn 5, it does seem that they are very close to each other, but is it going to be close enough for both of them to try battle again going further into this lap? At the moment, it does seem the gap is starting to spread out again. Tim Kroll just trying to gain some pace on them, not trying to get any sort of pressure from behind. However, there is a big lunge opportunity here for this Ferrari behind him to try go for it. The 420. .30 minutes left to go. This is where we'll start to see drivers becoming a bit more impatient with each other. And this is where we will start to see them just becoming, again, impatient with each other, making some more silly moves, which can lead to more incidents, which isn't always the case, but has happened in the past. This is where we'll start seeing drivers trying to get past them as quickly as they can, because there's not too much time left of this race. You could say it's just a full qualifying session at this point. Everyone has done their last pit stops now. We might see a few cars going into the pits in the final half an hour, but I don't think we will. However, Jake Button again once all over Oliver Anderson here. Two drivers who have been battling for quite a long time here. I've got to say over an hour. Just very similar pace between these two. Obviously, if P1 wants to, we'll have to do some, what's it called, post-race interviews with the winners. Uh-oh, what's happened? Is he? Has there been a double disconnect? So what you don't hear here in the background, it seems both Porsches might have disconnected. Well, one of the Porsches has disconnected, we think. No, but Taron's in P5 now, so they must have pitted. So what we were just discussing there is, as you can see, them is currently in the lead with the SSRI Lamborghini, because it seems Taron has went into the pit with the 911 Porsche there. This can be quite a close battle here. There's only about a 7-second difference between P1 and P5 here, as we do see a 296 off in the grass there into turn 2. I have a feeling that was, the last pit stop we'll see today. Is that going to leave their opportunities to be able to win this race becoming more and more sparse? We'll have to see now. We do see, is that the E1 sports car low on fuel? I think so something's happened here, as these two cars are battling for the lead now of this race. Daryl Young and Sam Spenke Link. Very close between both of them. It's just to see who has the better amount of pace here. Obviously, Sam will probably be getting a tiny bit of pressure here, as we do see Daryl Young just looking for a move on the inside, looking at any opportunity he can to try get side by side with him. At the moment, it's not going to work for him. Going into the final 27 minutes of this race, going into turn 16 now, it does seem Lamborghini gets a better exit on it. Obviously, Daryl Young wants to try maintain about, we're going to say, 2 tenths gap between him and the car of the SSRI Lamborghini for this straight. Obviously, the slipstream can be very, very strong here, as it seems he's been able to do that. About a car length between both of them. Seems the slipstream is going to help them out a tiny bit going into turn 1 now. We'll have to see. He is going to pull out for the inside line here, as it seems he gets the move done successfully, but there's got to be another pit stop done by Daryl Young. We'll have to see. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation here by Sam as well? It's not going to be any sort of retaliation just yet, as it seems Daryl Young takes the lead over this race in the final 27 minutes of this race. Are we going to see a spike back of Taron, or are we going to just see this is going to be the final results? We'll have to find out in the final 26 minutes of this race. Obviously, Wild Things Racing, a team quite very much known in the ACC community now, doing quite a few races, and also in the iRacing community. They're quite strong in their iRacing team as well. So SSRI being quite well known here for some reason, don't know why at all, but also very capable drivers in that. Another position battle here. Mode 11 Racing of Nikolai trying to go side by side here with Van Hoven for P20. This is for the top 20. Obviously, this is where the points start to go up. Yes, we do see a spun car there. I have a feeling that might be the Big Brain Racing 296 there. It's the 511. So I'm trying to think who that is. I can't see him in the top 10 or to the top 54th. Team now. Untech Racing Team, a team I do know well just from other races in general. Currently in P34, the car that was spun out as we saw earlier. Now Ricky Krebs, obviously that purple McLaren, trying to go side by side there with the 2, 5 and 4, but also we do see That will be Funky in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren trying to get past these cars as quickly as he can into the final 25 minutes of this race. Seems he just lets him by now. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but he does let Funky by. We have seen quite a major decrease in track temperature now, 25 degrees or so, compared to what we saw a few hours ago. That's obviously because it's becoming later and later into the night now. 5:43 p.m. scheduled to finish this race at 6:07 p.m. Maybe 6:08, one of the two. CBSR saying something in the chat, but I'm not even going to try pronounce that. I can see why you think that. Into a tray. Gonna assume it might be Dutch. Krebs all over the back now of the 225 M4. He goes for a late lunge going into the final corner, trying to get the outside line. It doesn't seem he's going to get it. Is he going to try go for a switch back? It doesn't seem to work. He's now going to just try and rely on the slipstream going into the final 22 minutes now of this race. Does seem though he's trying to break the slipstream as much as he can just by a little swerve there. Does seem it was quite effective actually. It does seem though was a very wide line there by Buckwater in the 225 M4, but it doesn't seem it's going to be drive-through for him yet. That will be a track cut penalty, I'm sure. All over the back of him now. There might be a bit of a move happening into turn 8 here. Going in, we do see him all over the back of him now. Is he going to try to brake later? He goes for, is he going to try to go for a switch route here? It doesn't seem. He will be able to buck away to seeing that move happen from a mile away and just closing the inside line as much as he can. He stays in P29 for the time being. This is obviously to round up the top 29. Obviously, they still get points. I think is still 1 point for every car up until P20, and it starts going up by 1 point. And if I'm still right by that, if Chris is saying something like that, I'll take that. As he does get the inside line here going into the final corner. Obviously, it does seem he goes very wide there, the 225 of Buckwater, and just lets Krebs go through, as it does seem Buckwater goes into the pits in the final 20 minutes of this race. So I'm not sure how efficient that will be there, as we do see Sim Racing Holland car we haven't seen in a while. Going to get some slipstream net on Diana car. We do see occasionally during this race. He's going to be able to catch up before the end of this 20 minutes. It's about 3/10 to 5/10. Actually, no, this is a freeway battle here. But it does seem Buckway is in the pit. So actually, this hasn't updated. But it does seem he's trying to get past Diana as quickly as he can. Can he get it done in the last 20 minutes? Or can Diana manage to defend for that final 20 minutes of the race? It does seem that they're all over the back of that BMW now. Look for a bit of a lunge there going into turn 8. Now that's turn... It's a turning. Yeah, it's not turn 1, that's what we know. Yeah. I think it's turn 12 actually. It's one of the 8. I don't know why I said 8. It's definitely more than 8 corners, but too bad yet. As we do see Trassati. I'm sure that's a very good pronunciation from me saying car 104, please. We'll try and get that after this battle starts to ease down a tiny bit. Team Sim Racing Holland is now. Are these the two Sim Racing Holland cars next to each other? As it seems the battle has decreased in. That's the SSRI car. Why do you have to have similar liveries, man? No. I'm glad you're not saying that on stream. That would have been. But yeah, you know what? You should copyright strike them. I'm not sure you can do that on liveries, but. Try to get on board with car 104. I don't see what position they're in. They're either in the top 17. Well, they have to be in the top 17 actually, because I can't see them on the timing tower just yet, as they are currently go on board with them shortly. As we do see though, mode 11 currently battling here with Verhoeven in the Mercedes, not having much of a break. These two cars, mode 11, been on fire, trying to get into the top 19 now. Gonna I'm actually a fluent Italian speaker, but you don't know about. I'm really not. I can't speak one word of Italian to save my life. Buongiorno, yeah. What's one word? What does that mean again? I should know. How does it? No, ciao does not mean hello. Oh, yeah, there we go. Nikolai, just losing a tiny bit of time here to Verhoeven in the Mercedes. Is he going to be able to try catch up in the last 17 minutes of this race? We'll have to find out. These two cars have been battling in it for quite some time. It's again one of these battles that have been fluctuating quite a bit, but obviously Mode 11 have done quite a good job trying to get up in the positions. Just seeing the Mode 11 car is just slowly creeping closer, ever so closer towards Verhoeven, but it's not close enough at the moment to try think of going for a move. Oh. Well, it's now a bit of a battle between those four. Wait, no, why did I see four? That's totally 3 cars. Hoban starting to create a tiny bit of a gap now to the Mode 11 car of the Colite. I'm going to say this again because I feel like there's quite a few new people in this chat. When I'm talking to someone, I'm not talking to myself, right? Before, again, people think I'm crazy. Chris is here in the background, you just can't hear him. He's actually doing all of the broadcasting and all of the camera work and stuff, so I'm not in control of any of that, so... There you go. Now you know, I guess.
No, he's fibbing. He's telling lies. He's talking to himself.
Yeah, shut up.
Oh, they can hear me now. I'm turning my mic off again, though.
Oh, what were you just... you just did a short cameo. And McConnell, though, R&E car. Seeing the SSRI car manages to get past once again. Obviously, SSRI was in first position a few laps ago. Just all over the back now of the SSRI car, Lamborghini. Is this going to be where they get to do it here? Slipstream can cause them some time gain, but it doesn't seem anything happens here. These two cars have, obviously, we've seen a lot of the R&E Ferrari, and we've seen quite a lot of the SSRI car as well. These cars have been battling in it for some time now. It just goes on and off on pace here. These two cars are very close. Does seem he just goes for a lunge on the outside going into sector 2. It doesn't seem to work for him. I thought there was going to be a bit of contact between both of them. Doesn't seem any contact happens between these two. And now it just seems that the SSRI car, or Spanky needs to just try and just keep this pressure off him for as long as possible. Obviously, it does seem Ben McConnell is all over the back now of Spanky for the time being. It does just seem, though, the Boatley car's trying to get past as well, but this is obviously to unlap themselves. Obviously, this is Dan Lassen currently in P13, as it does seem there's going to be a big lunge there. I honestly thought that's the SSRI car. I don't know where the SSRI car's gone. I think they've just created a tiny bit of a gap between themselves. There they are. Just a tiny bit of a gap, as it does seem. Dan Lassen is trying to get past the R&E car as quickly as he can, which just shows you the pace Dan Lassen, Lensen, I think it's that, currently has, and how much potential they could have had during this race. Does just seem, though, he's going to still go all behind him now. 11 minutes left of the race. Can Spanky try to defend for this long? Obviously, by doing this, they're also starting to create a bit of a train to start to form. As we can see, the Bentley behind also catching up once again. But obviously, that isn't for position. But we could potentially see P7 of the 723 McLaren 720S Evo. We could go split, yeah, that sounds a good idea. Also starting to battle with P8 as well, so this is where we could see, obviously as we go split screen cam now, both of these cars starting to battle with each other now. Obviously we can see Bessie Link and McConnell both starting to battle with each other, but we also see P7 and 8 also battling with each other in the final 10 minutes of this race, as we do see, as it seems McConnell tried to go for an outside move there. Doesn't seem to work for him yet, as we do see another two cars in the background also trying to get involved with this. Obviously, they're not for position, but we do see... They're not too far behind. Actually, no, they're quite far behind there. So we also do see in the background there as well, we do see a side-by-side going into turn 1 of the BMW of Mode 11. And another car, which I think is the IDC Ferrari 296. Does just seem to starting to settle down a bit now, but it does seem Ben McConnell's trying to get past It's going quite well for them now, getting the overspeed. Obviously, if they can maintain a small gap between each other, obviously, it's going to be a bit more difficult for the SSRI car to try keep them behind. Obviously, the slipstream is going to be very strong here, very close behind them, not even a car gap between them both. This is where we're going to start seeing probably a bit of a slipstream break happening from the SSRI car or Spanky Link, but it doesn't seem so, and he just goes for the inside line as soon as he possibly can, but goes straight for the outside line to try get and maintain the full racing line, as it seems he does, going on to what might be the third and final lap of this race. So we do see the Bentley and the other car behind him, which you can't see who it is, also going back up as well. They're switching on to the other side of... So we do... Actually, no, never mind. I can't stop speaking, as it does seem Ben McConnell's going to go side by side, going into Sector 2. It doesn't seem to work just yet. Seems the SSRI car keeps it off, and now can he brake late enough? It does seem Ben McConnell's going to brake late enough, but they're going to go side by side going into the mini straight here. It does seem Ben McConnell gets the move done. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation here from the SSRI car of Spanky Link going into the final 8 minutes of... That was a brilliant move there by Ben McConnell. But obviously the SSRI car wants to try get this position back as soon as they can. As if we go back into the right side view, yes, we do see the two McLarens, as we were seeing, P7 and 8, both still battling. They're both next to each other. Obviously it's the Optima Motorsport car of Funky, and then Kevin, I forgot how to say the name again, Schlager, something like that. Now going side by side here, going into the mini straight here. Obviously, Optima Motorsport car of PL does have the inside line here, going into this corner, very sharp corner. If he gets the move done, he can. It might be a bit of a switcheroo incident here from both of them. It doesn't seem to happen, as we also see Daryl Young as well, who's currently in the lead of this race now. Also behind them, but he doesn't want to lose too much time, as there's not too big of a gap, but still quite a big gap between him and Porter, between them both. You just see that the Mode 11 car getting out of the way there for them. So it does seem now the gap between these two cars has increased quite significantly. However, we do see Spanky Link once again going side by side, I think that was. But no, it was, the gap's just decreased a bit between Spanky Link and Ben McConnell, which still seems to be the closest battle on track here. The SSRI car first, the R&E car. Oh, what the hell's happened there? Is that the CBSR car going off into the gravel there? Is that a wheel disconnect or something? That looked a bit violent there on the steering inputs. And it does seem that car is going again. It's good to see, but it just seems he got a bit loose there, I think. It looked more violent the way that car went onto the gravel there, but it does seem he has recovered, and I don't think he's lost position. But it's great to see how close these battles are still going into the final 6 minutes now of this 6-hour endurance race here at Valencia for round 2 of the SSRI endurance calendar. Obviously, next race scheduled is in March, I believe it is. I want to say March 16th, I could be wrong. Sometime in March, which is going to be Spa. Ooh, is it 12 hours of Spa or is it 10? It's one of the... I see him revising. 16th of March is the 12 hours of Spa, which brings us into the halfway point of the SSRI endurance calendar here. So we do see a side-by-side here, the Mode 11 car trying to get past. Obviously, they are an in-front marker here of Schleiger. They're still going side-by-side here, going into turn 2. Is there going to be a benefit of doubt here? It does seem, though, Kevin will have the inside line into the turn 2. Obviously, a very sharp-angled hairpin. So we do see the 101 car, I think it is, spun out, but managed to recover his car. He's back underway. However, we do see a P19 and P18 once again battling. Once again, if I said once again twice in one sentence, what do you do? I don't know. P19 and 18. I think 5/10 between each other there. That's going to be enough time for a last lap battle, possibly, if he can manage to get past all Verhoeven has to do is try to defend for the next 2 to 3 laps we have left of this race. Obviously, Daryl Young still in the lead of this race. Obviously, anything can happen during this, followed there by M. Porter. And then Dennis, who's doing this race solo in P3 so far, followed there by Ben McConnell in P4 with the 169 RNE 296 Ferrari, followed there by the SSRI driver of Sam Spanky Link of the 74 Lamborghini, followed there by Nikolai Taran, I think it is there, of the 911 Porsche 992 GT3, followed there by the Optimum Motorsport 555 McLaren 720S Evo, followed then by Kevin Schleger, I think it is. I keep getting that wrong. German names. In P8, followed there by Skiing in the E1 Esport or E1 Simsport, sorry. McLaren 720S Evo, followed there by the burning of the Big Brain Racing number 14 296, which rounds up our top 10 here so far for round 2 of Valencia 6 hours, the SSRI endurance calendar. However, we do start seeing a few battles starting to take place once again. Actually, P18 and P19 starting to maintain a bit of gap between each other. However, it has just decreased a tiny bit. These two cars have been battling it for a while, and they've both just hit each other a tiny bit there. A bit of a pit maneuver there. It's like going to cause, I think that's Tim Kroll as well, to try and get by as well. This is going to cause three-way battle on the last 2 or so laps of this race. Yeah, it does seem though Dennis is not going to be happy with what happened there. A bit of a contact between each other, which caused them to spin. However, we do see though the mode 11 of Nikolai trying to just maintain this position of P18 at the time being. See Tim Kroll wanting to try and get this position, has the door open there. It's going to be a potential for a side-by-side going into turn 16. At the moment, it doesn't seem so. It's going further down though in the grid. This could be might be a last lap battle here between these two, these three even actually, as we do see Verhoeven has been able to catch up after the little spin. Tim Kroll now, these all have an equal slipstream here, so this could be quite bad here for the mode 11 of Nikolai. Does seem there's going to be a side-by-side here going into turn 1. Tim Kroll and what was Verhoeven doesn't seem to go for the move though for the time being. Obviously, we still have 2 laps left of this race, depending on where the leader is positioned on track, obviously. Tim Kroll just going all over the back now of Nikolai for the final few laps of this race now. Is Tim Kroll going to be able to get by, or is this going to be too much battling between these two, which is going to cause Verhoeven to also catch up, which has led Tim Kroll to go further back, and it has caused now Nikolai to make a bit of a gap between them both. And now this is going to be a bit an issue here for Tim Kroll. He might be attacked here by Verhoeven. Daryl in first place, as Chris just told me, has started the final lap of this race here. Wild Things could potentially take this home here as we get... Oh, that's a fancy camera. For the final lap here. Amazing drive from everyone so far. Obviously, it's not the end of the race just yet, so we're not going to start praising anyone just yet. But obviously, Wild Things doing such an amazing drive so far. Obviously, we do see now the final cars. You're going on their last lap as well, as we do see Daryl Young starting the final parts of Sector 2, going on to Sector 3 now. As we do see, though, Nikolai has maintained a tiny bit of a gap between them both, but it does seem Verhoeven's also starting to lose a tiny bit of time here. He's not going to be too happy with Nikolai after that small little incident that happened. Just made him lose 2 positions there, which isn't great for him. We do see now Daryl Young going on a mini straight before turn 16, the penultimate corner now. great drive so far from everyone on track. Obviously, there are still a few penalties which will be applied at the end of the race. Like Verhoeven, for example, who has a 5-second penalty, which could lead... obviously, even if he was in front of these two cars, it wouldn't have been enough. But obviously, he will be able to stay in P20 if he just maintains this gap. Still 19, as we have just seen Daryl Young take the line there. Very well done there from Daryl to manage to take P1 after that very up and down race they had, but very good perseverance they had to take the lead of the race as we start to see the final parts of these cars coming across the line here. As we do see Daryl Young flashing his lights. Obviously, those two will be celebrating on behalf of Wild Things, representing them both. As you see here, the final few cars after the 6 hours we've had here at Valencia. As I was right, it ended at 6:08 p.m. See, my time is so good. I know. As we do see Richard Pixley back in chat, GGWTR. Actually, Richard Pixley being a Wild Things driver as well, hopefully supporting the team he races for. Very good race here from everyone, as I think we have just seen the first few people, as we just saw, that was near pit maneuver then. And we just see the final few cars going across the lines on Pell. Just coming across the line, Oliver Anderson, unfortunately, down in P22 after. I don't know what happened there for Oliver, but that's unfortunate there for him going into P22, just straight into the wall there. That will be QBZL. Someone I haven't seen actually today. But everyone has finished the race now. Definitely been quite a good race here. Obviously, me and Daniel both being in the comms box today. Thank you very much, Daniel, for taking over that hour stint or so. Well, I had a very long break, even though I said I was going to be gone 15 minutes. I apologise. But I've been... Alex, also known as Aces in the Discord. Obviously, joined here with Chris as well, that you can't see here. Or see, but he did give a bit of a cameo earlier in the race. But we do just wait now until see if Wild Things does join for an interview. Here, post-race interviews. I will think it would only be the leader team that will be able to do this post-race interview. But we'll just see if they join. We'll give it. How long should we give it, Chris? Give it. All right. So he's just went from 5 to 2 minutes quite quickly. We'll see. Give it 3 minutes, yeah. Give it until 6:25. Obviously, if they are watching in chat, as we do see Dennis in chat. I reckon we do Dennis actually. Dennis being the driver who does it on his own. So welcome on in, Dennis. Dennis, the one doing this solo, the absolute mad lad he wasn't
Hello.
very intentional, but welcome on into the commentary booth. Obviously, you had quite a good race there. Completely forgot where you finished.
P3?
Well P3, I reckon you'd be happy with that.
Yeah, when is the next 6 hours? I can just do it right now. No, I'm so fucking knackered right now. Holy shit, sorry for the language, but I'm really happy with P3.
Yeah. How much practice have you put into this for this occasion? Because I knew this was an unintentional solo race because of technical issues with your teammate.
Just a week.
Just a week and gets P3. My ego.
I'm pretty good at this track. I love this track. It's very great for hot lapping because it's so technical and it teaches you good things. And I enjoy racing it. But overtaking here is difficult. And I tried actually to fight with Daryl Young, who won. Congrats, big congrats. Amazing pace in the end for the lead because Shumi Skins, Nigel, Tarin, and Sebastian Cassignea got a SG30 for pit speeding or something like that. So was fighting with Daryl Young for P1, but yeah, just amazing pace there in the end. No chance, but try to put up a show at least.
You did put up a show as well. Obviously, I think me and I forgot what we rated your livery, but you'll probably see it in the race highlights somewhere. But me and Chris did rate your livery on stream. We did it with a few of your...
Yes, for fun of did that livery. Great design. Shootout.
Did you make it, or did someone make it for you?
No, my teammate made it.
Nice.
Yeah, he's pretty good at it.
Good to see. You going to be here for the next endurance race, or?
Hopefully with a teammate with a fixed wheelbase, or another teammate from our pool.
Let's hope so, because I don't want you to do 12 hours on your own.
No, I'm not gonna do 12 hours alone. Although Spa is a fun trick as well. I enjoy Spa as well.
Can be a bit easy. There's quite a few straights there, so I guess some break times you can have on there.
Yeah.
Very big congratulations to you today on your podium spot finish on your own here.
Thank you.
Great
And
to
congrats
see
to
you.
the other two on the podium. So hopefully they're gonna join the com box.
Hope you have
Anyway.
a good rest of your evening. See you in a bit.
Thank you. Bye.
That was Dennis, P3 pulse, P3 sitter for round 2 here at Valencia. 6 hours of SSRI. Calendar, it doesn't seem odd things are going to be doing an interview here, so I think we will wrap things up here. I have been, it is also known as Alex, I've been the commentator that did it today, and we also did see, what's it called, Daniel Higgins as well. Earlier in the race, did a colour from the start, and I think till the first hour and a half there. Good to see him. I haven't actually did any commentators with him before, so I will wrap this up. Obviously, Chris is here behind the scenes as always, so I will be saying goodbye to you all today, and I think Chris will be as well. I'll see you all in a bit.